the premier online speed chess tournament. Can you keep up?
Wait, he lost some time! I mean, what is going on?
For the last 7 years and counting, the best blitz and bullet players in the world have flocked to chess.com to prove their worth at this format.
There's a resignation, and Wesley so breathed for the first time since the 5+1.
In 7 years, dozens have tried, but only 2 have ever worn this crown.
Magnus makes it look easy.
Hikaru Nakamura! He wins the Speed Chess Championship 5th in a row.
Who will be this year's Blitz King?
He walked right into it!
Welcome to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
The 2023 Speed Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase, and we have a lot to go still, even though we sit in the semifinals alongside Danya Naroditsky. I'm Danny Wrench. And Danya, are you pumped for Magnus Carlsen versus Wesley So?
No, Danny, I'd really honestly rather be anywhere but here. Magnus against So. Could chess.com have come up with a real way to entertain people this afternoon?
You know what? I should have known if I preempted you with such a slam dunk, you would totally take it. But we know how excited you actually are. You're like a kid in the candy store, like all of us. And let's remind everybody that this match is going to start in just a few minutes. Magnus Carlsen is taking on Wesley So in this semifinal matchup. Danya, this is going to be a battle of heavyweights, and I cannot wait to get into it. We sit with 4 players left in this year's SCC. Fun fact, Danya, those 4 players are the only 4 players who have ever reached the finals of the Speed Chess Championship. Your thoughts?
That fact honestly speaks for itself. It just demonstrates the hegemony that these 4 players have demonstrated, the way that they've lorded over online chess for the better part of a decade now, Danny. Pretty incredible stat.
So much to their careers. A lot of people maybe forget that to get to the finals, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave eliminated Magnus Carlsen himself in 2020. There's a lot to these 4 players, but we've talked about the 4 players who are the only ones who ever make the finals. Let's take a look at the 2 players who have won the SEC. The only 2 players to ever have done such a feat.
Who might it be, Dan?
Danya, that's a young-looking Magnus Carlsen there. Your thoughts?
I mean, 2016, that was a completely different time, with different people, different Magnus, younger Magnus, and then Hikaru Nakamura. Absolute domination, 5 years in a row. He defeated MVL, he defeated Wesley So, and in one of the most exciting SEC finals, probably the most exciting in 2022, a 1-point victory over Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru, Danny, is the big boss. Magnus is the other big boss. That's the way it's going to be. That's the way it has been.
No, sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, and if we take it from the angle of Magnus's legacy, because we're talking about him here today before he throws down against Wesley So, I don't think Magnus is too happy about that, right? It was a thrilling match against Hikaru Nakamura, but he doesn't want this Nakamura facial expression train to continue. He'd like to put an older Magnus, maybe even a Magnus with a beard and some long hair at the end of 2023 as we look at this card here.
Listen, Magnus has had a chip on his shoulder, Danny. No question about it.
He's got a chip on his shoulder. He wants to get it done. And despite the fact that he's had maybe some thoughts about his own play as not being the greatest, he is getting the job done. And he's winning by some of the largest margins of victory he's ever had against players like Jan Nepomniachtchi. Were you surprised to see the dominance in the final score, or maybe even that Nepo didn't even reach double digits for the first time in his SEC career?
I mean, I wasn't surprised that Magnus won this match. I think he was the heavy favorite. I think Jan really, really struggles against Magnus. It's not like he lost any World Championship matches against him. But it's terrifying, Danny. It's terrifying that Magnus's average accuracy was over 90%. He played very good, solid, clean chess. And then you look at Magnus in the interview, and he's like, yeah, I'm expecting more from myself. Well, what more do you expect from yourself? And if Magnus believes that he can do even better, then what actually happens if Magnus plays to the peak of his abilities? Does he score 26 points in an SEC match? It's terrifying to face him right now.
Yeah. Well, and I think Magnus laughed at himself, and everyone remembers one of the most viral moments of the match when he blundered his queen, taking a6. And so he he's playing some of the best chess he's ever played in the SEC, despite a few arguably throwaway games, moments where he blundered, went full Botez Gambit, which you never really want to do in the SEC against 15 of the best players in the world if you are the 16th and hoping to win it all. So, all right, let's also talk a little bit about what Magnus said in the interview after he beat Nepo. Danya, he made comments about what he thinks about facing Wesley So, how he feels about his chess, and I'll let you respond to this quote where he said, "If I'm in good shape, he's going to have to play at his very best just to make it exciting." Your thoughts on Magnus saying that?
I think it's refreshingly honest. And Danny, I think some people in the chat might look at this and say, oh, it's a burn and he doesn't respect Wesley. That there isn't even an iota of that I perceive in this quote. Magnus is being realistic. He knows the kind of chess that he's been playing online in blitz and rapid formats over the past year, over the last couple of years. And he knows that Wesley will have to step it up. And as they said about Alexander Alekhine, the third world champion, they have to beat me in the opening, in the middle game, and in the end game. Wesley will have to perform at his A++ game in all three time controls to even stand a chance.
It's funny, we've talked about that a lot. To beat Magnus Carlsen, you have to play the very best moves, and you have to play them fast. Okay, yeah. Well, will Wesley get that job done? Let's talk about what he did against Alireza Firouzja, because he did play a lot of the best moves and he did play them fast. But it was also a bit of a bumpy ride. Some inconsistent scores. If you look at a flipped 7-2 result in the first two portions before we had a nail biter and a thriller in Bullet in Armageddon. How did you feel about Wesley's play and that he ultimately got the job done against Firouzja there?
My God, Danny, bumpy ride. You're like that airline pilot. Everybody's screaming in the cockpit, folks, we hit a couple mild bumps over the Rockies here. We'll be okay. This match was crazy. Wesley So jumping out to that 5-point lead. Robert and I thought that this was going to be a blowout. Nothing was working for Alireza. And then bang, complete 180. Wesley goes down by 2 points in the Bullet, Alireza's best time control, and finds it in himself, finds the inner strength to stabilize, to come back from that deficit, and then to score in the Armageddon, which was one of the most high-pressure moments in SEC history. The way that Wesley handled that was really kind of nothing short of impressive.
I agree with you. I was underplaying it. It was turbulent, and I'll just call it what it is. But I'm also gonna build on that storyline, because I agree with you that I wonder if winning in comeback fashion in Bullet and then needing Armageddon to get over one of the best Bullet players in the world. Let's remember Firouzja beat Magnus Carlsen in the Bullet Chess Championship. Does that actually help Wesley's confidence coming into this matchup against Magnus, right? Let's bring up his SEC semifinals results historically. We know that playing Magnus Carlsen is one of the few names he hasn't seen, but your thoughts on how confident Wesley So is heading into this matchup versus Magnus Carlsen?
Well, we were talking before the show, Danny. I'll attribute this to you. Confidence is a huge component of Wesley So's success. We have two different Wesley So's. We have the Wesley So of this year's SEC of the Chess.com Global Championship. When he feels that he's capable of scoring, he's incredible. Yeah. He can go an entire match. He can go an entire tournament without losing a game, as he did in the CGC. When he feels that he's not quite in the best form, he's making some blunders, his play slows down a lot. And that's not the kind of Wesley So that his fans want to show up today against Magnus.
Well said. And we see a confident Wesley So. You mentioned the CGC. I've mentioned the Fisher Random World Chess Championship in Norway where he beat Magnus. We know that he can get it done. And as we saw there in his SEC record, he's only lost in the semis to one person, Hikaru Nakamura. And Wesley, by the way, has only ever lost to two people historically in the Speed Chess Championship. Those are Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. And so I think if there's a confidence factor that might have been missing, this is the best storyline Wesley could have asked for. He beat Firouzja. It took focus, it took thrills, it took nerves being under control. And will he be able to maintain that now as we look specifically at the head-to-head? We've hyped it enough. Now let's start comparing these players side by side, Danya. What speaks to you in regards to their history in the SEC before we get to their stats on the board?
Well, what speaks to me is, again, just to continue that narrative about the two different Wesley So's, right? I mean, you look at 2018, 2019, runner-up, and he came very close in the finals of both of those years. I mean, to keep it within 5 points against Hikaru Nakamura is an accomplishment in itself. Magnus is the more consistent online player, and that's the scary aspect of this for Wesley. So Magnus hasn't had the kinds of performances last couple of years in the SEC. We saw the kind of chip on his shoulder that he had during the World Cup, Danny, and I'm sensing the exact same vibes for Magnus Carlsen this year. Listen, I'm tired of not winning this tournament. This tournament is prestigious. Everybody watches it. I want to make my mark on this event this year, and Magnus Carlsen, when he's on a mission like that, is pretty terrifying.
It's terrifying. Of course, everyone already thinking about what would that look like if Magnus and Hikaru had a rematch. But Wesley So would like to say something about that before
Yes,
we just consider another epic match of these two heavyweights in Nakamura and Carlsen. Let's look at our Deloitte game analytics. Remember that Deloitte is industry leader in their world, partnering with Chess.com to bring you these insights and the game within the game. Let's talk about the stats as we compare Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. I'm just going to jump right to the punchline because I think it relates to the Firouzja victory Wesley had. You have to take a look at that fourth item down where Magnus Carlsen's record against Wesley So and Bullet is startling.
What? 22-0 with only 2 draws, Danny? And we verified this is real. Yeah. I'm looking at this. I knew this stat before the show, and I still can't believe it.
Yeah, it's wild. It speaks to the things we've talked about, that when things go off the tracks for Wesley, they can really go off the tracks because no one just loses 10 games like that at this level. But it's the reason I said, if that ends up being the storyline and Wesley So can build on the confidence of beating Firouzja in Bullet, who beat Magnus Carlsen in the Bullet Chess Championship, do we see that line item in Bullet change big time and Wesley So reverse his fortunes against Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, I don't think that Wesley is necessarily thinking about this stat, 22-0. I'm never going to win a bullet game against Magnus. All players are moving on. This is a different era of chess. Everyone's more experienced. Everyone's better at the time scrambles. And so I think Wesley has turned over a new page. And he's defeated Magnus Carlsen in mini matches during the COVID era. Remember those online tournaments? Wesley won quite a few of them. So it's not unprecedented for him to defeat Magnus in a match format. And that gives him confidence that I think outweighs his individual head-to-head scores in the Bullet.
Okay. All right, well, let's dive into Deloitte again. They are our official game stats partner, and let's take a look at some more data that compares these two players side by side. What speaks to you here? Is it Magnus Carlsen's win percentage? He wins more games than he loses or draws combined? Or anything else about comparing these two guys head-to-head?
Well, these are two of the most experienced SEC players that we're going to get. They don't feel the kind of same butterflies in their stomach at the start of the match that a lot of different players feel. That's, I think, promises us a very, very high-level match from the very first moves. Obviously, their peak ratings are unbelievable. Magnus, Danny, I think one of only 2 players to cross 3,300 blitz on chess.com. The other one, of course, is Hikaru Nakamura.
I was going to say, is the other one you?
I was 3250, but that happened once. It was a quinky-dink, and 3300 is in the frickin' stratosphere.
I was partly teasing because I think whenever we say 2 players and online records, we often do think of Nakamura and Carlsen. But I actually, when I said it, I wasn't kidding. You have put up your own runs there, and so anyway. I love you. I just wanted to say that. I love you. Oh, fine. I said it on camera. Okay, let's move on to our Smarter Chess predictions. Let's move on to the Smarter Chess predictions because we've seen what the stats tell us. Now, what does Smarter Chess tell us? It looks like a prediction that could build into a blowout for Magnus. And so, which is the time control do you think, Wesley, if he was going to shock the world here and send Magnus Carlsen home, where do you think that process starts?
I'm going to speak a different. Normally, I say it's always the 5+1. It's always the start. I actually think Wesley's going to be fine in the 5+1. I think the 3+1 is where Wesley really needs to keep things stable. Because remember, against Firouzja, he went 2-7 in 3+1. He gave Firouzja all of that 5-point lead back. Magnus, he said that he likes all time controls equally. I mean, this match can go one of 10 different directions, Danny. It's impossible to predict, but I think Wesley has to make sure that in the 3+1, he stays even with Magnus on the clock and that he eliminates those one-move blunders. You cannot give Magnus any easy points.
Yep. Well, I appreciate that because if I was to argue that if there's one player who can do that, it might be Wesley So. He is, as I've shared a lot in terms of the data that we do and the fair play stuff and all the things we look at, Wesley has played some of the highest quality, in terms of pure accuracy, 3-minute chess we've ever seen. And I think he is statistically the most accurate chess player in the 3-1 portion of anyone who's ever played the format. And so if somebody can hold their own in Blitz there, we know that when Wesley is clicking on all cylinders, he is a very tough out, as we've talked about, right? He's just so technically accurate, he's hard to beat. So if he keeps it close and that bullet confidence carries over, maybe he does get it done. But all right, Danya, what's at stake? We know that we've got $150,000 in prizes for the Speed Chess Championship, which again is not a bad amount of scratch to take home, given the total Blitz commitment there, the highest prize fund we've ever had. But we know these players want even more than that. They want to win the whole thing. The winner advances to the final today, earns $7,500 guaranteed, and the additional $7,500 is split based on win percentage. How come every time I say split on win percentage, I have to bring up that I wish more tournaments did that to keep chess exciting and put money on the line with every single game? Danya, your chance to tell over-the-board organizers that I'm right and that they should do more of that.
Over-the-board organizers, Danny is right, and you should do more of that. But in all seriousness, I'm always there for you, Danny. Of course, you don't doubt for even a second. I'll always take your side. But it really is the case that you want to motivate players when they're facing, let's say, a blowout. And I think the SCC format is really good at that, but it's also really good at preventing that situation from occurring in the first place. Because even when you've got a 4 or 5 point deficit, the players always believe that they have a chance at a comeback. And those are not just empty cliche words, Danny. We see regular 5-6 points comebacks as recently as the Firouzja So match.
Yep. Well, and you and I as chess fans and kids who grew up playing the game and could talk about formats forever. And I think, there's all kinds of ways we've tried to tackle, speaking as an organizer, keeping chess exciting no matter what the format is, even in a blowout, even in round robins, whatever. And I do believe there's something to putting something at stake in every game. Wesley So knows what's at stake here today. He would love to send Magnus Carlsen home and move on to a finals match versus either Maxime Vachier-Lagrave or Hikaru Nakamura. He's ready.
He's in Berlin.
And he's focused, Danya.
Yeah, I think Wesley is... I don't know who that is, but Wesley is in Berlin. I think he just finished actually a round of Blitz chess today at the Armageddon series. So he's nice and warmed up. Of course, a little bit of a disadvantage when you're playing away from home. That means you're playing on a laptop. Yeah. That means you're not playing on your most comfortable desk. Magnus, by the looks of it, I think he is home. He's wearing that hoodie. He seems nice and comfortable. So Wesley, he's got a very, very difficult 3 hours ahead of him, Danny. He needs to bring his A-plus game from the very first moves because Magnus, you know how it is. He just hits you before you even know what's happening. You're like, oh my God, I'm down 4 points. When did this happen?
Agreed. And I worry about that thing you just pointed out, that Wesley clearly not at his most comfortable home environment. Although every time we've observed Wesley, people wonder, how could he be comfortable? He's often got his computer on a chair. We can see in the fair play cam, and you're shouting out that Wesley has some unique ways that he likes to play online chess with a small board and a big monitor. We've also observed. So maybe for Wesley it doesn't matter whether he's at home or comfortable. But as you said, Magnus is at home. We see him in that natural environment, and I think we see the players getting set to take off here at any moment, Danya. So I'm pumped. I know you are.
I'm incredibly pumped, Danny. This is going to be a high-level, fun match, unmissable action. And Magnus, he's wearing a hoodie. I think that's an underrated way to play online chess. I always play in a sweatshirt with a hood. It just makes me a little bit more comfortable, and then make it, 63 degrees in my room. I don't know what Magnus is up to there.
Well, here we go again, everybody. It is again the Speed Chess Championship. It is again presented by Coinbase. We've already got about 5,000 plus of you on YouTube, 3,000 on Twitch. We know that's going to build throughout the day because guess what? We have liftoff. It's Magnus versus Wesley. And we have, what do we have here? Are we going to get a Berlin? Bets on the Berlin.
A Berlin from Berlin. No, he's going to play A6.
Okay. Well, I'm excited. This is going to be great. Here we have D3. Talk a little bit about why this is kind of the popular, flexible way to avoid the most forcing lines these days, Danya.
It's been called a sideline, but I don't think it should be referred to as a sideline anymore. I mean, D3 is essentially as popular as the main line short castle, and short castle allows the open Ruy Lopez where black takes on E4. It also allows a bunch of very topical lines within the main line. D3, a little bit less theoretical, a little bit more flexible, and Carlsen takes the ambitious approach, getting his bishop out to G5. This often leads Danny to very sharp positions, especially if black plays H6 and then G5 to eliminate that pin.
Agreed, and I want to just make an observation early that you note the pace and the deliberate nature with which these guys are using their time, Danya. I think you know what that means. I think these guys are already thinking about preparation that they brought here, and they're taking this very seriously. They are not blitzing through this with some shenanigans, sideline B3 style openings, right? They are really trying to get theory here to maybe try to take the other person by surprise.
I'm going to hazard a guess that we're going to see more variability in the opening from Carlsen than we will from Wesley. I think Wesley will probably rely on 1E4 and then Italians. But Magnus, I think, from both sides, is going to vary his openings and try to find the kinds of positions that make Wesley uncomfortable. We know how good Magnus is at that, how universal he is, more so than all of the other top players. And they're already incredibly universal. As we see an interesting transformation here, Danny. Carlsen pushes D4. Now he tries to ruin black's queenside pawn structure, but in return, you do give up the bishop pair, potentially, if black takes with the pawn. Okay, he took with the bishop.
Interesting. Takes with the bishop, which means we get more trades. The structure slightly favors white, but we're no longer in the opening book stage. You see that evaluation bar on the left. Everybody changed from a percentage to a pure evaluation. White is a teeny bit favored because of the structure. But John, to give us some highlights, what are the plans here from both sides?
Well, I like black's structure. As ugly as that pawn structure looks, I would compare it to a bumper on a car. It's functional. You've got the open B file, so you could stick a rook on B8 at some point and tickle that B2 pawn. But black is likely going to play against that E4 pawn. That pawn is a strength. Yes, it controls space in the center, but it's also a target. And black could put a rook on E8, maybe a queen on E7, and at the right moment, black can push the button and play G7, G5, unpinning the knight. And so Magnus has to make sure that he keeps that E4 pawn protected. We're likely going to see him castle kingside. He might also castle queenside, kind of like he did against Vincent Keimer in that World Cup game. I think that's exactly what he's about to decide right now, Danny.
That's a huge decision, right? Castle queenside, and we are all in for a crazy game where white advances and black attacks, or castle kingside, keep it safe. Danya, why is it not the best for white to take here and double these pawns for the viewers? I'm asking for a friend. I obviously know the answer, but please help me.
Well, I think he actually might take on F6 if he feels uncomfortable. Black might recapture with the queen there. And again, it's so important to indicate that the pawn structure, Danny, is the most visually arresting element of the position, but it's also not necessarily the most important. After the trade occurs, black will be threatening to push F6, F5, harassing the E4 pawn, and white will no longer be able to castle queenside because the F2 pawn is going to hang. I think Magnus took not because he likes this endgame, but because he felt uncomfortable keeping the queens on the board. We have a completely equal endgame. I would put a rook on B8 and start with that, just accentuating the pressure on the queen side. But there's F5.
But no, Wesley likes your idea. By the way, we should point out quickly just that if E tick F5, rook to E2 was going to be the problem. So Magnus kind of saw this coming, quickly puts the rook on E1. Let's also observe time here, Danya. Very equal for both players right now on the clock.
Yeah, I don't think the clock is going to be a deciding factor until the next segment. Both of these players are, particularly Magnus, are excellent at time management. Of course, if you're Wesley, you want to make sure that you don't overthink it. F takes E4. Okay, Magnus will probably recapture, I would guess, with the knight and threaten the fork on F6, and Wesley will centralize his bishop by putting it on D4.
Okay. Knight takes E4. We'll get bishop to D4. We're going to see this right away.
Okay, B3.
Protect your pawn. And B3 is better than C3. You're not looking to force it. Yeah, okay.
You know, white actually might be seizing a slight advantage here. The B file pressure has been exterminated. That pawn on B3 is super well protected. And the knight on E4 can be used kind of as a chisel. You could drop back to G3. There we go. The F5 square is a weakness. It's a long-term weakness. Black could bring his king up to G6. And it's not like you're suffering right away, but in the long run, white's 3-on-2 pawn majority could be used to generate more kingside pressure. I would go king f1 and maybe even trade the other pair of rooks with rook e1.
Yeah, it's interesting because normally with pawns on both sides of the board, you think the bishop is a slightly better piece than the knight. But in cases like this, the bishop lacks any targets on the queen side. They're all in light squares. And the pawn weaknesses kind of afford the knight some flexibility to kind of poke and prod, right, Danya? So, in fact, he's doing exactly that plan. He's kind of saying, look, maybe my winning chances aren't great, but I actually like my knight versus your bishop in this endgame. And you and I often say that the knight is the peskier piece to deal with low time, right? Even if objectively the bishop is doing fine. So what kind of chances are you giving Magnus to squeeze this one out potentially?
Major chances, especially if the rooks come off the board. Black will no longer have any chances to create a passed pawn on the queen side. That's the big problem. It's not that the queen side pawns are weak per se, it's that it's very, very difficult to counteract white's pawn majority, which is a healthy majority, by creating a passed pawn on the queen side. I really like Wesley's decision, though, to keep the rooks on the board and play for active counterplay. He wants to push a4, open up the a file, and activate his rook on the second rank. Practically speaking, I think it's a better chance than trading rooks and suffering ad infinitum.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I lost my focus there because it was a funny comment in chat. Oh, chat, you're distracting me again. But okay, a4 for black makes sense. a4 for black makes sense, and then we get an open a file. But here we see rook g4, and the king has a big decision to make, right? Because if you back up, you're looking at tactics like this, and if you come toward the center, you're actually split from the pawn. And I don't know if there's an immediate way to take advantage of that, but white has weaknesses to poke at long term here.
Yeah,
and how do you do that?
It's hard to coordinate your piece tandem if you're white because a4 is looming large. You want to make sure that your pieces can defend the c2 pawn in the long run. So king e2 comes to mind, but king e2 maybe walks into a check on e8. He brings the knight back to e2, tossing the bishop back.
C3
and the bishop
and f4 traps the bishop.
Oh, bishop
I think
e5,
this is the idea. So wait, which line?
Bishop e5 is what I would do here with West. Try to induce f4. And Danny, f4 would have been a terrible move because it would have sectioned off the rook, which now laterally moves to a4, pressuring the a5 pawn. Good move by Magnus.
Yeah, pressuring the a5 pawn, but also stopping black from getting any counterplay. You never want your rook defending a little guy, and that rook is stuck defending that weakness. Though I think we should watch out for some ideas of this bishop getting out of the comfort zone or lost in the woods. It's not clear yet, but all right, g3 is played. Magnus just playing flexibly on both sides of the board, also preparing maybe an entryway for the king.
Yeah, what's infuriating for Wesley, he's got weaknesses on both sides of the board. a5, of course, but also h6, so the rook could trampoline from one side of the board to the other via the fourth rank, on demand. You could go rook h4, rook a4, so black is essentially at white's command. And speaking of rook h4, I think he's trying to garner the f4 square for his knight, but he's saving that check for a rainy day.
Yeah, I like that. Patience. Not just for a rainy day, but also for time pressure. You never want to play forcing moves when your opponent is clicking down on the clock because then they have a forcing response. Playing poke and prod chess, I think, is one of the last skills people really develop in chess, Danya. Being very patient, because look what happens. People make mistakes when you leave them to their own devices rather than forcing moves. And I love this patient approach from Magnus.
And they make mistakes because they're sick and tired of defending passively, but the moment you try to make an active move, the medicine is worse than the disease. Rook h5, chiseling at some of these weak squares in the center. Now, knight d3 is a huge threat because you won't be able to defend c5. I think Wesley's only chance is to push a4, essentially close your eyes, and try to create queenside counterplay at all costs. But with 30 seconds on his clock, I'm really worrying about Wesley's practical chances here. He might be losing this first one, but there's a4.
He plays a4. Magnus going to think about the right way to... Yeah, knight d3 was the other real threat here because that c5 pawn is going nowhere.
c4.
And if you play rook a5, there's b4?
I would play c4 and rook a2, and Wesley finds the only series of moves that guarantee practical drawing chances. 14 seconds, though, and he's got a long defensive road ahead of him.
What a nice idea. Create a weakness, go after the c2 pawn. Unfortunately, still tough.
Ugh.
Knight b4 is a fork on the a4 rook and the c6 square. Magnus pops in with check.
Can't go back. You get mated. Have to go forward and give up d4 with check. No, rook takes d4. It's over. Just two extra pawns.
The pawn. That was a sneaky problem there that the knight was forking a rook and a square that led to threatening checkmate. And this is This is a very Magnus-esque game. Look at that game arc bar below, Danya. I call that the Magnus measurement tool stick. I just made that up. Because look at the game, Danya. It's stick. Even. No, but Danya, seriously, look at it. It's even, and then what happens for Magnus's side?
It's almost magical the way that he's able to create these chances out of nothing. I mean, he traded on f6 as he wins the first game by taking f7. That'll be 3 extra pawns. Wesley resigns. It's equal. No problems for black. Boom. In the span of 5 moves, suddenly the position is unpleasant. Then suddenly you're dead lost. And you didn't even make a perceptible mistake. How does he do this?
How does this happen? I know that Magnus measurement tool stick doesn't roll off the tongue like the Ammonometer does, which was the nickname I gave it today. But that game arc is something we're going to see. The Magnus measurement where he takes you into the woods, to use the Tal quote, right? The deep, dark woods, and he just gets you lost in there. Are you pouring yourself coffee?
I have 2 beverages, actually. One is coffee.
Okay.
And one is a green beverage, but I will maintain the suspense by not revealing what it is.
I hope it's not absinthe. I'm just going to say that.
No. Worry not, Danny. I take my commentating duties seriously. The absinthe is for after the commentary.
Okay. All right. Well, there aren't many green drinks that you have. Besides AG1, which is a fantastic daily drink to help boost your overall health and wellness. AG1, one of the official whatever sponsors of, hey, I just rolled off the tongue.
Danny,
here we
that
are,
was
game
beautiful.
2.
That transition was amazing.
Wesley So gets a knight on e5 in his b3 systems. You said, is this what you thought Wesley would do in the first stage? Or is this a result of losing the first game? Or you think he'll poke and prod a little bit?
He will probably poke and prod a little bit, but I'm not a big fan of this opening setup. I think this is right up Magnus's alley. He's super solid here as he trades off the dark squared bishops, and it's just completely equal position. I would even maybe prefer black because the knight on d2 has a hard time finding a good home, Danny, because look at that pawn on d5, as one Robert Hess would point out, it restricts the knight, prevents it from going to c4 from e4. So we're going to get a long kind of positional, cagey maneuvering battle in this game.
Robert loves highlighting that a pawn dominates a knight 3 squares away. How many times does he mention it per commentary match?
A lot. Well, I think I mention it more often than he does now because I'm always like, Robert Hess would point out that the pawn restricts the knight.
Robert Hess coined, hey, let's point out the bishop is the wrong color square of the corner, right? There you go. I guess we can't spell chess without Hess, and we talk about him even when he's not here. By the way, Nakamura is playing Maxime Vacher the Grave. That is tomorrow. You see below us our other semifinal matchup. But okay, we're here with e5 and f4. Wesley changes the structure, Danya, which of course comes with giving black the house, right? A free ride over here on the queen side. But he's hoping for some big space. What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, nothing's going to happen too fast in this position because if white pushes g4 and f5 too fast, then black will take on f5 and then the e5 pawn will become weak. It's hard for Magnus to generate chances on the queen side, though, Danny. I would point out the pawns on a3 and b3. If black plays b5, you've got a classic situation that I think will be very relatable for most players where if you push a4, white pushes b4. If you push b4, white pushes a4. There is a name for these pawns in Russian, but I don't know how to translate the specific situation where if you push one pawn, your opponent keeps things locked up by pushing the other. And so we see Magnus taking a slow burn approach, deploying his queen and connecting his rooks. Let's watch how he tries to generate chances on the queen side here. We might get a textbook lesson.
I love that. And it is a very common defensive maneuver to put your pawns side by side to lock it up just like this. But note that Magnus pushes it first so that maybe now when c5 comes, it's maybe a little harder to keep it locked up. And in fact, Magnus does it justifying his queen on c7 and not allowing white to have fully locked up the queen side. So I get that answers your question, John. That's how he was going to do it right there.
Yes, but now he's got that weak pawn on b7, and Wesley can say, wait a second, 2 can play at that game. You're not the only, you don't have a monopoly on the queen side, and you've got a really bad bishop on h7 that's biting on granite. So whatever you do, keep that pawn chain healthy to keep black's bishop out of the game. I would even trade queens here and either stick a knight on d4 or maybe play this cagey move rook to a2 and then knight d4 to make sure that your pawn is well protected.
Okay. He plays knight d4 first. Wow, knight b8. You put the knight back on its original square so that you can come to c6 and get rid of the key centralized defensive piece of c2. That's the reason the eval bar switched, by the way. The computer suggested knight b8 is the best, and by the way, Magnus found it in just a few seconds.
He found it instantly, and now after b takes c6, which I think we're going to see, both bishops are out of the game. White's bishop is facing the same plight as Black's. It's also going to be staring into a pawn chain. Black could also put that rook on c3, and much like the last game, remember Magnus's rook on a4, it's the same type of thing where Wesley is the one tied down to that weak pawn on a3. I think it's still equal, but I feel like Wesley's going to get a little bit uncomfortable here because he was better going into that endgame, and he missed this brilliant knight b8, knight c6 maneuver.
But let me play devil's advocate to that, because Wesley has the only open file. You can put the rook on a2, and this bishop, you pointed out, is still deadlocked. Like, what exactly is stopping White from improving the king? I guess the problem is when I get there, where do I go next? If I go too far, I can get myself in trouble. But I'll ask it this way: what is Black's plan here beyond just the improvement of rook c3?
No, Danny, your point is very well taken. I'm starting to change my mind about this position. And I think the reason Magnus didn't put his rook on c3 is precisely because if the king reaches d4, the rook literally was going to be trapped. And it's hard to push d4 because you open up White's bishop. So that seems to carry much more drawbacks than strengths. Now Wesley is going to centralize his king. He's going to try to seize further control of the b file, and it feels like he's starting to garner some practical chances in this endgame.
Yeah, I agree, and I was feeling that because even though I looked at it objectively and thought Wesley missed, I'm like, White has more ways to improve than Black, although this is a great move from Magnus because, as I said, when there's only one open file, whoever owns it often controls the highways, and Magnus is not going to let Wesley sit on it. So
he might want rook c3 also, Danny, and then rook a c5, but that seems really risky.
You're gonna walk both your rooks into the c file. Wow.
He's thinking about it.
If you do that, you might be Magnus Carlsen. Can we go to the back cave and analyze this real quick?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. If you go rook 5 to c3, and I go king d4, and you put this rook on c5.
But White doesn't have the right type of Phillips screwdriver to attack either of the rooks. If you had a dark squared bishop or even a knight, the rooks would be so flimsy. But somehow they look terrible, but they're strangely stable. White has to go rook b2, Danny, and I'm not sure exactly how you're getting those rooks off of the c file. It's hard to believe, and Magnus doesn't believe it. He doesn't go for it, but I think he should have.
I think you're right, because we have it on the board, and the computer says it's about the same eval as it was earlier, and our artificially intelligent overlord frowns upon Magnus's move, says this was not as good. He should have gone for this idea. Now that I'm looking at it, you were right, Danya. Wow.
And king d2. Wesley, that ship has sailed, and now rook from b1 is going to come up to b4. And I mentioned earlier that White would be tied down to the a3 pawn. Now it's going to be Black who's tied down to the a4 pawn, and Wesley has a serious advantage here.
By the way, there's weird ideas where the rook still gets trapped if you're not careful with the bishop grabbing this diagonal with d4. The move order matters, but I want to point it out because if somehow Black has to play d4 themselves, this bishop will just pop right back to that diagonal and be super happy with the progress. So this is looking more and more awkward. And by the way, the time on the clock reflects how Magnus feels. He doesn't go down on time for no good reason, right? Magnus knows this is a bit of a struggle to figure out.
The problem is that you're ultimately going to have to break through, and that's going to be hard because even if Black defends passively, trades one pair of rooks, and then simply keeps the other rook on a5, how are you going to add an attacker to the a4 pawn? There is this long-term maneuver, bishop f3, bishop d1, Danny, and then pawn to c3, which is a cute little positional concept, but something's going to tell me Magnus is not going to take this sitting down, and he's going to try to generate active counterplay, maybe by pushing c5 and kicking the rook away from b4. I definitely would not take with the pawn here and give Black a passer on the a file.
Yeah, that would seem ill-advised. Wesley double checks it though. He takes b4 with the rook, and I think your plan, by the way, g4 stops your plan, so maybe Magnus actually likes it. But it is still a long road for Wesley to have a target. The problem I have is, what does Magnus do to stop it? Is he going to play c5? I guess he will. That'll be the key.
And another reason he might have pushed g4, I'm talking about the distant future, h5 and h4, followed by a trade on g3, could create an eventual target on G3, and Black's rook on A5 can potentially swing back over to the king side. All of that doesn't take as much time as it appears, but right now we're going down a different path. C4 is an excellent move by Wesley, carving out the long diagonal for his bishop. He is making progress right now.
That is
Bishop
a
C6.
move that, if I was faster, I would make an awkward, explosive joke on C4. Boom goes the dynamite, and you've got a great move. But the point is, this was a very, very well-timed move. You can put the bishop on C6. It holds D7. It hits A4. Yeah.
He does it.
He does it.
I would play H5.
I like it.
Yep.
The king goes to E3 to avoid D-file with tempo, maybe?
Oh, rook C7 is an excellent move. If you take A4, you go back to A7, picking up the A3 pawn, and then Black. I think Magnus is potentially taking over the initiative here. You got to be really careful if you're Wesley. Rook H8 and H4, that idea has become reality, Danny, and it's happened much sooner than we all expected. H4 is coming soon to a theater near you.
Yeah, and you still have the problem that if you grab the pawn, the rook just swings back here. So Wesley in trouble. He goes.
Oh, no. Magnus is taking over. Magnus is taking over the game. Rook A2 if you go to the third rank.
Rook G2 or Rook A2 are next, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Bishop takes A4. Rook takes A3, forking the bishop and the G3 pawn. It's like a knife through butter how Magnus's rook is operating in this endgame, and Black is now winning.
This is just fascinating here. And again, not exactly the Magnus measurement yardstick thing we normally see, but it did eventually turn around. We see that he kept it equal, and he's put himself in a position to maybe win. Wesley is also way down on the clock. That turned around fast.
And again, where was Wesley's mistake? Now, let's not bury him yet. He's still trying to hold the draw. Rook C7, but bishop takes C4, bishop A6, there was maybe possible. Now Magnus is likely to push G3, and your issue is that you can't move the king up to G2, Danny, because the bishop from C4 moves back to D5 with check. That's why Wesley got his rook off of the C file. Still some chances for white. Magnus has to find the time to bring his king up to G6, but now that's hard to achieve.
I was going to say, but the problem is that Rook F2 comes, and Magnus found it. Okay, now Wesley holding on, but the mating net now starts to feel very real the moment this rook flips around. Okay.
There it comes.
No, pawns are just falling.
He's going to win the E5 pawn, yeah. Yeah, I don't think he's got chances
Wesley
here.
is living on the increment here, which is never a place you want to be against anyone, and certainly not the highest-rated player of all time in Magnus Carlsen.
Good try by Wesley, though, targeting the F7 pawn. Magnus down to 1 second. He's got to keep an eye on his clock. Whoa. That was a panicky move. He got back with his king.
He goes back to D8 now to kick the bishop out. He's going to offer the trade. Okay, the rook ending, I guess, also would have been losing.
God, Wesley holding on. Bishop E8, and he's going to make the draw. Bishop takes F7.
What a stellar defensive move there from Wesley to get that pawn. Okay, I don't know that the draw is in hand just yet, but it should be a draw with best play.
Now, in a classical game, Danny, white would even contemplate taking on E6, but imagine defending rook and bishop versus rook on the increment. Magnus is still trying to weave some sort of a mating net, but this is going to be exceedingly hard to achieve. Rook F4, I think, wins the pawn, and Wesley will save the game.
Wow. Huge boost of confidence for Wesley So there. Even though that got away from him where he was better, the fact that he was objectively lost and somehow snatched stalemate from the jaws of defeat, that's the confidence you need. And we've said from the beginning, for those of you who were with us, we previewed the bleep out of this thing, and one theme remains consistent throughout Wesley So's career. When he's confident, he does things like win the Fisher Random World Championship, and he does things like win the Chess.com Global Championship. When he's not confident, Danya, he does things like lose 11 games in a row to Magnus on Chess.com. And so that's a huge moment that he didn't lose those first 2 games to start today's match.
And Danny, you took the words right out of my mouth. We really complete each other's
sandwiches or sentence. I mean, I'm into whatever you want to complete. I'm here all night to complete
sandwiches.
Go ahead.
I would love a sandwich right now. But Wesley, he didn't win that game. And, he did get that lost position out of an endgame where he seemed to be playing for 2 results. Although you're never playing for 2 results against Magnus. You can lose any endgame to him. But this does grant you a lot of confidence. And Wesley might be telling himself, wait a second, I actually can save some of these endgames. I can compete with Magnus in the endgame. And that was a big practical boost as we see an old school line of the Najdorf. This used to be popular in the 80s and 90s. this weird opposite colored bishop middle game with 3 pawns on the d file.
Yep. Yeah, this is funny stuff because opposite code bishop endgames, super drawish. Opposite code bishop middle games, if white gets going on the light squares, this becomes a very, very dangerous position for black to hold. And they have a lot of time on the clock here, which tells me both of these players at least know something about this one, even if they haven't looked at this theory in a while.
Yeah, this bishop g5, bishop takes f6 line, I think Vladimir Kramnik pioneered some of the ideas in the early 90s, and it's always kind of stuck around as a good backup system to the more topical responses to the Najdorf, like bishop g5, and now, of course, the English attack and 6h3. I think the position is dynamically equal. Black has good chances to generate pressure on the queen side. The queen from d8, it can come out to a5. The rook from a8 can come out to e8, grabbing control of the e file. And I'm just not really seeing white's attack yet. Although if Magnus plays h4 and then sneaks that g pawn up the board, Danny, you can't fall asleep either if you're Wesley on the king side.
Yeah. No, it's interesting because objectively, white's pawn storm has more potential than black's, but there you go. Also, white's pawns are easier to target than black's, so queen a5 is super important for that, keeping white off balance and saying, hey, look, okay, if you go all in for the attack, I may grab this pawn at some point. Note that it's not a thing you really do right now, but if one example is if you take with the queen, I think that white can just trade and win material back, but okay, rook e8 instead, which is the move you were calling for.
Top engine move, rook a e8, and now h4 is very likely, and he does it. And I think Magnus, I think we will see that in game. Queen takes d5. I wouldn't be able to resist that juicy morsel. I think Magnus will trade and then push g5 and essentially play for positional compensation in the endgame in the form of a space advantage, and maybe he'll win one of the d pawns back, likely the d4 pawn. Draw likeliest result, but given what we've seen in the endgames thus far, I'm very much cautious about making a guess and trying to forecast what this endgame is going to look like 10 moves from now.
No, but you're right. Wesley takes the pawn when it was more appropriate. When I was highlighting that you wouldn't take it earlier, this rook was not on e8, and bishop e4 would have been a move. And so the whole point is now Wesley has taken the pawn at the right time, and
a3. Such a Magnus move.
You know what he's thinking about? I swear Magnus is already trying to set a long-term trap where this rook runs out of squares.
You're totally right.
It's not
b4 and f4.
It's not crazy to think about that. Magnus is devious right now. He wants to set a long-term opportunity for his opponent to blunder. You and I have said that a lot. He does that better than anyone in history, right? Create chances for his opponent to go wrong. And let's just see what happens.
And a3 is one of those moves that you can easily look past. But if he wins the game, it's going to be one of the reasons that he did. Because he forces Wesley to make a difficult decision. Guess what? If the pawn was on b4 right now, he would already be threatening to trap the rook with bishop c4. So these things that we're mentioning, they're not some far-fetched, distant possibility. They're the reality that Wesley is facing. And I would go rook c5 and evacuate the rook. He's missed it. b4. I guess Wesley wants b5, but can white go bishop f1 and bishop g2 there? Oh my gosh.
No, but the move b4. It's exactly what we said he was going for. b4 literally traps the rook right now. And whether it's bishop c4 next or a slow jam, right? Throw on the Lionel Richie and let's enjoy ourselves with some candles. This is a slow jam. It doesn't matter. Magnus is trapping the rook, and we knew it was going to happen when he played a3.
There's also rook to e1 here to prepare bishop e4, but Wesley is relying on the move rook e3 in response, but white could still play bishop e4. And Danny, this is such an instructive point for newer players, right? The X-ray defense, rook he1, rook e3, and bishop e4. You called it the moment Magnus played a3, and now Wesley is staring down the barrel of a position where he's going to be down in exchange.
I wish I could play half as good as Magnus, as well as I predict Magnus's ideas, because as soon as he played a3, I asked myself, what would Magnus do? And you started to see the purpose of it. Wesley, unfortunately, lost his focus. By the way, your move, rook e1, is more accurate than that bishop f1. Computer agreed. And here comes bishop e4. G5,
first
accuracy.
G5.
Oh my gosh. He stops h4 first, kicks the bishop. Bishop e4 is next. And Magnus Carlsen is trapping the rook in the middle of the board.
Unbelievable. How another game that just makes your jaw drop open. And G5, another one of those imperceptible moments where Magnus prevented bishop takes H4. Danny, how many players, if we could briefly pull up an analysis board, instead of G5, how many players would go bishop E4 and blunder bishop takes H4, rook takes C3, D takes C3, and guess what? Black pre-moves E2, and if you take on D5 with the rook, you actually lose the game.
God.
So that's why he played G5.
What a crazy line you just saw there. And so not only was G5 necessary or most accurate to save the H-pawn, but I didn't realize how deep the idea was. I'm showing Danya Naroditsky an instant replay because sometimes you got to appreciate. That's an amazing line, Danya. And again, a lot of players, guilty right here, yours truly, probably would have just totally missed that idea.
And, you know,
that is crazy.
He's an artist, right? And this is what artists do. And Wesley resigns because there are no chances. He drops the exchange. And once you drop the exchange in that position, he would lose the rest of his pawns. There's nothing left to play for. And he is suddenly in already a 2-point hole. And the match hasn't even started yet. I mean, it's crazy.
Yep. And it's crazy because, like, the analysis, the real-time game review did say G5 was best, but I thought it was for accuracy to hold the H-pawn. I didn't realize how deep that idea went. You called it, Danya. What a nice idea. Magnus Carlsen is up 2 games. Where have you been, everybody? We got 10,000 of you on YouTube. We've got 12,000 plus on Twitch.
Let's go.
Every one of you are now Danya Naroditsky's personal friend.
Aw, man, you're going to make me choke up here during commentary. That's not good. I want more. I want to show more lines, you know. I don't want to tear up. Saying
that a bunch of people you've never met on YouTube and Twitch are your personal friend, I thought was going to have you run screaming the other way. But hey, you're you know, no, I'm kidding. But just kidding. Thanks for making it part of your day. Give us your comments. We love you, chat. And Danya, where are we at here?
We're at a weird Nimzovich-Larsen position. Now this. Chat might look at these moves, knight a3, knight a5, and we don't have the time to delve into them. Suffice it to say that that is the main line. You often see that arrangement of knights in this line. We've transitioned into something resembling an English opening where I think Wesley might actually redeploy his knight from a3, bring it back, perhaps even to b1, and then up to c3 in order to clamp down on these squares, d5 and e4. And then I think the game will finally take on more standard contours, particularly if Magnus also brings his knight back to c6.
Well, it's funny because Magnus has another piece he'll probably fix long-term, which is the bishop on d6, right? Because the bishop here blocks the central pawn, who blocks the bishop, etc. So Carlsen has an interesting idea to consider as well, which is how do I fix both the bishop and the knight? You got to be careful. If you play... Okay, rook e8 and the bishop goes that way. Nice, right? If you play c6, you take away the square for the knight. So get the rook out of here, back up the bishop, and fix your structure preparing for d5.
But great point, Danny. c6 is how you would want to play this, and then bring the bishop back in d7, d5, kind of like the Kopek system, if anybody knows that opening. But because you've positioned your knight on a5 and knights on the rim are dim, you're kind of paying the price. I think Magnus is deciding on the move order here. He starts with rook e8. He's going to play knight c6, bishop f8, and eventually we're going to get a reverse Sicilian structure if he pushes d7, d5. Which is likely. Of course, Wesley could try to beat him to the punch, but no, I think we're going to get precisely that structure momentarily.
Okay. Yeah, Wesley plays d3, which is flexible. Interesting. Magnus, he kind of accomplishes a hybrid of our plans, right? He goes for the Kopek, but he doesn't trap his own knight. The problem with that, of course, everybody, is that whenever you advance 2 pawns, 2 squares right next to each other, you are always making positional weaknesses. And now Wesley has oh my God, G4, what a move to highlight the weak light square.
And this idea, oh wow, Danny.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just quickly going to add that this idea in the English was popularized by Shakhtar Mamedyarov 10 years ago or so, where he started basically pushing G4 in these quiet positions. And guess what? G5 is not just a paper tiger. It literally traps the knight. And if black plays H6, H4, and you've merely thrown oil onto the fire on the king side. But go ahead.
Dude, I got nothing more to add to that. I mean, it's like following you. You're that guy who makes a toast at a wedding, and you're like, oh my God, I got nothing I can say to follow that toast. Might as well make an awkward joke and reveal something from the past and humiliate myself and get out of here, right? So, no, you're Your line is really impressive. I love your point. G5 is a real threat. H6 just adds fuel to the fire. This is actually super awkward, and you saw the eval bar loved it when Wesley played G4. This is spicy.
You have to go rook back to F8, I think, in order to open up a parking spot for the knight on E8. I mean, and
wow,
there's no valet parking here. That knight will just have to move back, and he plays it because he has to.
He plays it. What a move by Wesley So to play G4. And, of course, right now these guys are both playing high-level chess, but Wesley's accuracy is damn near perfect still at 99.8%, and Magnus is dipping a little bit to 96%. Here comes Wesley with the attack. I want a dub. Again, I'm not rooting for anybody, but I am allowed to root for drama in terms of commentary, and I love how Wesley has played this game so far. I want the dub.
I think people maybe new to the commentary should understand that we are truly unbiased. We are in it for good chess. We love, and I personally have the greatest admiration for everybody in the SEC. But obviously a close match is more interesting to watch than a blowout. And Magnus takes it in stride. He says, listen, congratulations, you kicked my knight back to E8. But look at all the weaknesses on the king side that White's created by pushing the G-pawn. How do you exploit those weaknesses? Well, by opening up the center, and that is precisely what Magnus is preparing. So we might see E4 from Wesley, but then he has to deal with a big hole on D4. I would go so far as to say that Black might be seizing the initiative here if he pushes D5.
I love how knowledge just oozes out of you. You break your arm and knowledge just spills out. When you're on the mic, your chess rhymes are tight. And I want to point out that Danya just said something that is very instructive for everybody. When your opponent launches a flank attack, the first instinct you have to have is, can I open the center? So bishop to C7 and D5 would have presented a real problem for Wesley. Now he's kind of forced to play E4 because as much as this stops it, it weakens the dark squares, and here comes Magnus. All over them. Oh my
gosh. King F1, you can actually still push D5 because the bishop from C8 drops into H3 with essentially a checkmate. What an idea. And so Wesley might have to block with the knight, but that's a super awkward move.
Dude, okay, if D5 is played, I wanted to drop a brilliant symbol on D5 and Magnus missed it. D5 was better.
D5 was better, but look at his knight. He's going into E6, massaging those weak squares on F4. He says, Wesley, how would you like a knight on F4, threatening bishop H3? Okay, good stuff by Wesley, though, taking it in stride. And watch out for some sort of knight F6 check-related tactics later down the line.
This is some spicy chess, though, regardless of who wins, and I'm loving it. H4. Okay.
No, but this is horrible.
Yeah, this is getting worse for Wesley by the second. Here comes the knight. Here comes the
F5.
bishop. Ugh. Uh-oh. Whenever Danya starts making sound effects instead of words, we all get a little antsy. Ugh.
Yeah, it's not going in the right direction for Wesley.
When was the last time you dropped a whoop?
It's been a while. I'm saving it for, the right occasion. I think we're close.
Yeah, okay, good. F5 is played, you called it. The F file will open up either by en passant or by the old-fashioned way, and Magnus is going to bring the house over here to the king side.
Okay, but what now? It's very much in Magnus' style to play a move like bishop to D7 here. He likes to sit on the position, right? A lot of people, I need to go for it. Magnus, he likes to improve on the other side of the board. B5 maybe. I think he's deciding on his approach right now. Bingo. I'm proud of myself.
No, you were right. And I'm sitting here like, where did the game go wrong again? Wesley, E4. Yeah, I guess he panicked there and allowed this bishop E5 check. Sorry, I'm just like, how did this game get away from him? Not that it's over by any means, but he's down under a minute again. Magnus is on the grind here. The F file is crying, if you're looking at it from White's point of view. The F file is crying. And, yeah.
It's crying. Wesley's crying. His clock is crying. And Danny, this is really what people don't always understand about facing Magnus, which I've had the honor of doing in Blitz so many times. You start out with so excited. I get to play Magnus. I'm going to bring my A game. A couple of games in, you're questioning the meaning of life, and you're asking existential questions about why you started this match. How is it that you're losing every game while making reasonable moves? How is this possible?
Yeah.
And then you come to the conclusion that Magnus isn't human. That is the path that you always end up taking.
Yeah. Why do I even play chess? Unfortunately, is how that can feel. Oh my god, he takes with the
ED.
e-pawn. I wasn't even thinking about the e-pawn because it's and he just opens up the e-file.
Wow.
It's so funny how that's the obvious move, but like a little bit counterintuitive to the first
Totally.
eye meets brain, right?
Danny, taking away from the center. Why? Because the queen on e7. Look at the way his
Yep.
pieces are in such perfect harmony. It's like a symphony of each piece fulfilling a very specific role, and the boa constrictor is winding its tentacles. I don't think a boa constrictor has tentacles, but you get what I'm saying.
Hey, you get it. We're inventing new animals here, like the liger. Okay, my favorite animal just happens to be a liger.
Bishop e8.
Bishop e8, the queen will have to back up. The bishop might even just come to... Oh, yeah, Wesley just throws
just
in the towel there.
resigns.
Which, by the way, if we back up and just appreciate, this is not over at all. Wesley's played really good chess. He just also has played Magnus Carlsen. And that's probably the right strategy. Like, why take another 3 minutes off the clock? Psychologically abusing yourself because you're in a bad position. And two, look at the countdown clock. You just got below 50 minutes for the first time today, right? 48 minutes plus. You got to get a dub or two here in the 5-minute portion, Danya.
And this is what Wesley was doing to Alireza in their match, right? This is exactly what started happening, except Alireza is amazing, but Magnus is Magnus, right? If you go down 5 points against him, there's zero guarantees that he takes his foot off the gas pedal. Most people, they do subconsciously relax. Magnus is almost the other way around. I think Wesley is like that as well, generally speaking. But you get into a big deficit against Carlsen and zero guarantees that he's going to give you a single chance throughout the rest of the match.
Yeah. Yep. It can be ruthless. It can be brutal. Wesley
Okay.
is
Rui Lopez.
amazing. Agreed, chat. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Agreed town population.
Just
too.
reading comments, rooting for both players. Yeah, we're rooting for everyone. We're rooting for a close match. Right now, I'm openly rooting for Wesley So to get a dub, but you have to appreciate what's happening here. As a Magnus Carlsen fan, we've been watching him do this for many a moon, as they say scientifically. It has been many a moon since we've seen Magnus play chess like this, and it's amazing.
Well said. And we have another we have another Rui Lopez where Wesley has deployed his bishop to a7, much like you do in the Italian. And this position looks much more like an Italian than a Rui Lopez. Recently, we have had a lot of lines that end up transposing from the two openings. And I actually think we do have a direct transposition into a line of the Italian.
Yeah, and again, that can often happen in Rui Lopez when black brings the bishop to c5 versus the, I guess, slightly more traditional square on e7, the archangel development of the dark square bishop. You can have this same structure in a lot of Rui Lopez's for black, everyone, but that bishop is over here. So this is an interesting change, gets us in an Italian where black kind of hopes for some long-term play, where that bishop is a sneaky kind of spying ninja in the long game.
And c5 poses serious problems for white in the center because if you go d5, then black often pushes c4 and reopens the diagonal for the bishop. Magnus takes a different approach and keeps the tension in the center, tossing the ball back into Wesley's court. Now Wesley has to decide, okay, am I keeping the tension or am I trading one more time on d4 and then applying pressure on the e4 pawn as a result? I think it's in Wesley's style to keep the tension with a move like bishop to b7, and then maybe rook c8, just trying to put some heat on the queen side.
Yep.
Or rook e8, maybe.
Shout out to chat. Tyler 1 is coming for Magnus. Your days at number 1 are numbered. Tyler 1. LOL. Insert League of Legends degrading comment by me. Just kidding. We love Tyler 1. And we love his chess even more than we love League of Legends. Bishop b7 is played. Here comes rook to c8, as you said. The structure changing means that white has the most obvious target on the board, which is the isolated d6 pawn. But often black will get a lot of pressure against e4 as well, although in this particular one, I'm really liking Magnus's chances to go after this pawn in a hurry.
Yeah, this could get incredibly tactical because knight f5 will likely be met with d6, d5. I can guarantee you this is what Magnus is calculating right now. White pushes e5, black sticks a knight on e4, and then you get a very difficult position to calculate and evaluate. You could get a trade on e4. So Magnus has a lot to figure out.
I was going to say, let's look at it before he did it, but then Magnus played it. But let's bring up the analysis board anyway, because after knight f5, I think we're going to get d5 here. I don't know that Wesley has another move to deal with the pawn. So I think this line you called for, Danya, will be on the board. So let's look at it before the players get there.
I like bishop
What does
takes
white
e4
do
and
here?
queen g4. That looks
Whoa.
sexy.
Oh my gosh, I love it when you talk dirty like that. I love it when you talk like that. The Prophet strikes again. By the way, speaking of the Prophet, where is the Danya Naroditsky emote on this palette? I don't mean to call out my entire team and myself in the process, but this palette of faces has not been updated in way too long, and we need a Danya Naroditsky emote ASAP. Danya, I'm on it. I'm literally going to tell staff right now, clip it and ship it. Where is the Danya emote?
Well, thank you, Danny. I'm really touched.
I am just like, how did I do this? Let's clip that. Danya emote is a must.
I can't wait.
Send it to the product room. All right, we got it. We're all over it. All right, Danya. It didn't quite happen. So where are we at in the live game?
Okay,
we did
played
get
bishop
94. Okay.
Which is also a completely reasonable move, just eliminating black's strongest piece. Now Magnus is better here once again, I think.
Yeah, a slower move than the bishop takes e4, queen g4 forcing manner. But, it's also a positional one because you're highlighting that this pawn is actually, regardless of a weakness, it's actually not very good where it sits, right? Because it kind of blocks black's pieces and keeps them inactive. The one question I have, though, Danya, is e5 is a pawn here. And what's going on with that? Like
why can't you take it?
Yeah, I'm just missing tactics.
If you take it here, then there's bishop takes a7 and queen d4, I believe, forking the knight, the rook, and the g7 pawn. Very important, because that's what happens if you drop your knight from e5. If you play bishop takes e3, knight takes e3, which he did, by the way, the position on the board currently is takes queen b6. I don't know exactly why he couldn't take on e5 there. Maybe also queen d4. Whatever it is, maybe Wesley didn't even know, but Magnus gets in your head. He gets under your skin, and you start to trust everything he does is the perfect move. And that's what you really, really want to avoid. Now, Magnus can send his h-pawn up the board. He can eliminate the knight on e4 at any moment, but then you're opening up the d file, and you're giving black's rooks better prospects. So it's a committal decision to take on e4 here, as tempting as it is, and he does.
He does. He does take
queen
it.
d6, maybe, yeah, but okay.
But okay. All right, bishop takes e4. Oh, he goes for the end game. That's a little surprising. Queen d6. He wants the d-pawn. I'll point out that this knight may not be traditionally dominated by a Robert Hess obligatory three-pawn away, but the knight doesn't feel very good there if you trade on d6 and take. He lacks a lot of squares, and this d-pawn is dangerous.
Curious how Magnus is going to recapture, because it's not a given that he takes with the pawn. Yeah, he can take with the knight with tempo, and that bishop on b7 is gasping for air, Danny. Bishop c6, you could target it with rook a c1, and then black can take on e5. So there's a lot to calculate there, and that's why Magnus is pausing. And he does take with the pawn. He does
take with the pawn. Maybe you were right. Maybe that was the more accurate approach. But I originally liked this because I feel like if I'm going to just put my rooks here anyway, I've got the d-pawn, I've got the c-file. The knight can come to check at some point if there's a tactical reason to do so, i.e. you want to challenge my file, I fork you. So this is just so tough for black to play this.
Great example of a position where the eval bar is ridiculously misleading. It was showing equality. Apparently black had to find knight f4. And I'm not saying that Wesley's lost or anything, but try to look at this position with your own eyes, right? Who would you rather be? Find me a single person who says black and who isn't being, contrarian.
By the way, knight f4, I love that you said that the engine said that, because sometimes we can learn things from our computer friends, even though they irritate us. The knight f4 was key, Danya, not just because it fixed the knight problem that I was highlighting, this is the best defensive square, but it actually prevented the rooks from coming to c1 because of a fork on e2.
Great point.
Knight f4 was the best move by anyone here, and Wesley couldn't find it.
But now Magnus's knights are going to be all over black. Knight e7 check, the other knight's going to come into d5, and you've got forks galore in knight b6.
Yeah.
And white's rook, of course, is itching. It's itching to park itself on c7. And oh my gosh, I think Wesley's best chance might be actually Magnus's clock. He needs to try to create practical difficulties for Magnus, who's taking his time, trying to decide which piece he wants to activate first. Okay, a4, trying to go for activate the a1 rook.
a4 to activate the a1 rook. By the way, knight 3 to d5, as you called, was the best move there. All right, a4, bishop d7. This is instructive to get all your pieces in the game, though, and I also just still feel like this position is just so hard for black to play. You can't challenge the open file. There are looming tactics everywhere.
Okay, but this is not going in Magnus's direction because now, Danny, rook a to d8. Okay, the knight can sink its teeth into d3. Then you could put a rook on d8, and the d6 pawn could very well turn from a strength to a weakness. Maybe it already has.
Okay. All right, yeah, Magnus did let this slip. We'll see if Wesley can convert. He's also up on the clock, as you already said.
Okay, now rook d8, and Wesley's making strides here. g6 f5 is an idea to connect your pawn chain on the king side. Hard for white to make progress with that bishop on b5 so well cemented by the pawn on a6.
Yeah, that's a really good point, protecting each other. The a-pawn keeps the rook out of the file, and it protects the bishop to hold down the center light squares. So this is, okay, Magnus down under 10 seconds. This is possibly Wesley's chance to strike.
Absolutely his chance to strike. He's going to strike with f7, f5, and then I think Magnus wants to involve that e3 knight and maybe bring it up to c4 and over to a5. So it's not like black is out of danger, but if Wesley treads carefully, then he should be in the driver's seat here as he brings his knight back and was threatening the fork on b3.
Yeah.
And now maybe rook f7 or something like that.
Rook f7. I was wondering if we could go after putting pressure on the pawn just to keep those pieces stuck and maybe threaten to take. But, okay, rook f7 may be safer.
Well, it threatens rook takes c7.
Rook f7
Danny.
threatens rook takes e7. Yeah. Okay, he goes for the move I was saying, but your move was better, rook f7. He takes back. The d6 pawn is getting closer to falling.
Okay, rook, where does it go? Rook e6 walks into knight c7. We could get a repetition of moves here, knight c7 back to d5. But Wesley playing for a win. And I think he has to go back to f6. I don't think... Oh, he goes to the king, and that looks really risky to my eyes.
You can't even take d6. In the end, white wins the piece back with rook e6 check. I wonder if he blundered that.
And look at Magnus's pawn. c5 is coming, and he's going to have connected passers. Oh,
Two
no,
passes
and he's
better than one, and you're losing to the fork. And Wesley throws his hand. Oh, man. Not your traditional Magnus measurement yardstick tool thingy we see there. That game stayed equal for longer, but Magnus does get the job done. As we see, he's now being informed that it is halftime here in our 5+1 minute portion. The first segment of today's Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase Match. And there you have it, Danya. Magnus is up 4 games.
That was a really concerning game because Wesley turned it around. He was up on time. He had the initiative. And even with all of the ingredients in place, he still was not able to pull out even half a point. Big changes need to be made by Wesley, but let's not sugarcoat. This is a really, really difficult situation after the first half of the 5-minute portion. Magnus just doing Magnus things.
Yeah, and I agree. This game was concerning because it had potential and got away, which sometimes feels worse than games that ran away from you. But all right, we still have a lot of chess ahead. We have the back half of the 5-1 portion. Don't go anywhere. It's more SCC action when we return.
I take AG1 almost daily. I love them, honestly, because they taste great. I know that sounds silly, but not everyone wakes up looking forward to taking a supplement, and I legitimately do because they're tasty. Obviously, they're phenomenal for you, or I wouldn't be taking them. A few years ago, I went completely corn-free. So I don't eat anything that has not just corn, but any type of corn syrup, which these days is in everything. And so I spent a lot of time looking into these supplements, whether it's pre-workout or just to like start my day. And I spent a lot of time looking into that stuff, and there's nothing better than the ingredients in AG1. Phenomenal for any type of thing you're looking for, whether it's just adding a little more, whatever you want to call it, fiber, vitamins, all the stuff in them, you know, into your diet if you're lacking some of that. If you're legitimately looking for energy and ways to kind of start your day on the healthy side of the bed, if that's a thing, or the chessboard. But no, the ingredients in this stuff is the highest quality if you are looking for anything to boost your diet around. It's awesome. I also actually take this liquid stuff, which is vitamin D with vitamin K. These days, if you're not taking vitamin K with vitamin D, you're basically wasting your time. If you didn't know that pro tip, you gotta have vitamin K with your vitamin D. So anyway, I love
AG1.
whatever reason you might be looking for it. It just tastes so good. Like, honestly, I have to be careful not to drink too much, because then that can be too much for your tummy. But it's phenomenal. Tastes good, good for you, good energy, makes you feel like you're starting the day fresh, and I recommend it. Check out
AG1
right now.
Welcome to Check with Mates, the only podcast by chess pieces for chess pieces. I'm a rook, and I'm a pawn. Let me ask you this. You ever feel like you're undervalued? Absolutely. Everyone's like, oh, pawns, they can only move one square, they can't go backwards. Maybe we don't want to go backwards, Maybe we're focused on the future. Yeah, I feel that. Sometimes I wonder why we're even protecting a king. He wasn't elected through a democratic process. Maybe I want to be king. Dude, I think about that every day. Yeah. Okay, real quick, shout out to our sponsor, HelloFresh. I don't use them because I'm a chess piece, but I'm sure they're great.
Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase continues here in our first of two semifinals in back-to-back days. He's Danya Naroditsky. I'm Danny Wrench. And Wesley So is in a hole right now, Danya. He's down 4 games. Let's actually just jump right into it and see what he had to say coming into this match in regards to how he ranked his chances against Magnus. Because unfortunately, Danya, he's already kind of saying that without the 1-1 portion, I have a chance. But right now, the 1-1 portion isn't even the problem. Your thoughts on how he can turn this around?
Yeah, it's like the whole, all squares are, or all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares, right? In order to have a chance against Magnus, you have to do well in the first 2 portions. That is like the initial condition. But even if you do well in the first 2 portions, that doesn't mean that you're going to win the match. So in order to even have that conversation, Wesley had to get off to a strong start. And he hasn't. The opposite has happened. And what's concerning, Danny, isn't just the 4-point deficit. It's the way that he's losing the games. All 4 of them were, at one point, relatively balanced end games. And, if Wesley's not pulling out the games that are going into his types of positions, then, that just makes it even more concerning.
Yeah. Well, and it's hard. It's hard to beat Magnus when Magnus is Magnus, and he's ready. And I guess his quote is ultimately going to prove right about facing Wesley So, as we see there, which is, Magnus said, I think if my game is on form, he's going to have to play very good just to keep it exciting. Well, guess what? Right now, I think all the fans would like Wesley So to play very good to keep this thing exciting, because he's down 4 games. He knows what he's up against. And Magnus apparently has something that he forgot. Speaking of what he's up against, right? Don't forget your snacks. Don't forget your... There you go, Magnus.
Hey,
yeah. All right.
I think he forgot to fold his clothes in the background.
It's been a thing we've seen. We've been talking to Magnus about that. The clothes in the background, they're meant to be put away.
Hey, listen,
not be left on the couch.
I leave them in the dryer, and then I pull out individual articles of clothing for weeks at a time, so I'm no one to criticize.
The dryer becomes the dresser in bachelor life. We get it. Bachelor life left me a long time ago, but that is another story. Rated R memoir coming your way. All right, but we've got these two guys. They're both sitting. They're both ready. I'll go back to what you said, because it's how he's lost these games. Not that they've been landslides. It's that he's lost very close games, Danya. It almost makes it worse, right? He's not even converting when he has a chance, and that's a problem.
It definitely makes it worse, because if you're losing by one-move blunders, and yeah, technically he lost the last game with a one-move blunder, but it was already bad. If you're losing because you're not getting out of the opening, or you're blundering, you can make active changes. You can steer the game in a different direction. You can change your openings, but when the problem is occurring below the surface, when you're getting what you want and then still losing, it makes it harder to make in-match adjustments. And I'm really curious how Wesley is going to handle, the most difficult moment of his SCC run thus far, as we see a very tactical Rosalimo Sicilian with a B takes C6 variation. Danny, it's more common to take with the D pawn to open up the light squared bishop, but Magnus, I think, just going for the kill.
Yeah, and he's playing a very sharp line that objectively is pretty good for White. We see that only pawns have moved here for Black because the knight was traded. White has a big center, a queen in the middle of it, and pieces coming. So objectively, White is a little better, but as Danya said, it's kind of more Magnus going for the kill here, because this is one of those games that's going to be super double-edged, and if he gets another victory in a really sharp Sicilian, having chosen, I'll just quickly show it, to play B takes C6 here instead of the D takes C6 more solid lines, then that could really spell more disaster for So. Here comes E5 from Magnus.
Okay.
What a wild one we're going to have here.
And we're likely going to get that G8 knight ferried over to F7. Knight G8 to H6 to F7 is very standard in this line. And then Magnus has to make sure that he's covering all of the weak squares in his position. I mean, obviously his structure is a little bit flimsy, but it's simultaneously flimsy, but also very, very solid. If you imagine a black pawn on D6, he's got this whole D6, E5, F6, G6 pawn cocoon, and that does make it difficult for White to infiltrate. I actually think that if both sides are able to complete their development, Danny, we might switch from a tactical battle to a more positional game. By the way, knight takes E5 here needs to be calculated. I don't think it has any chance of working, but that might be what Wesley's thinking about as he drops his queen to C3.
I think we should analyze that real quick. I want to show on the analysis board, because I think especially for most of the viewers, knight takes E5 is the tactic that is like, wait, is this a puzzle rush moment?
Queen A5.
Knight takes E5, just to point out, the problem is that if you take, we have a little shake and bake, and the rook is hanging. But the issue is when you take on E5, always look for your opponent's threats before you assume a tactic works. Queen A5 check actually just picks up a piece for Black. So anyway.
So that's why he played a queen C3. Now he's actually threatening knight takes E5, and Magnus can't play knight H6 here, which is the move you want to play. So I think he's going to have to go bishop G7 or go knight E7 or D6 maybe because of that threat.
Or rook to B8.
Oh, Daddy. What are you preparing, Daddy? Why can't I take on E5 there?
Hey, I just brought little tricks today, right? Silly Danny tricks are for kids. No, but I'll add something else to what you said, because I think if Black does develop, you pointed out that Black's position is very solid, but I'll say it's also very flexible, and let's not forget that Black has the bishop pair. That's partly what you gained in order to lose development, and if a position slowly becomes more and more open, whether that is on the queen side with diagonals, whether it's with D5, what you're counting on is that Black actually has the better minor pieces, despite those pieces being undeveloped at this time and the other problems. So, wow.
The word, Danny, that comes to mind when I look at D5 is brazen. I think that's the best word to describe what Magnus is doing now. And not a single piece developed, and the guy is opening his center, allowing queen C6 check, which would cause most people to reject D5 on the spot. But obviously, he's looked one step further, bishop D7, and I think he's going to try to get his pieces out quickly. But Magnus didn't do this because he liked his position. He actually did it because he thought it was necessary to supercharge his development, even at the cost of a pawn.
Yeah, he did hang the pawn. White is better materially, which is why you see that edge there. But again, I want to say he did it because he's like, well, my only real strength in the position is the bishops. Let's get an open position where there's some play and maybe some tactics. If White plays best, this really should be maybe the first win for Wesley So. Fingers crossed. But otherwise, Magnus is looking for activity for the bishops.
Okay, so bishop G7 here is the obvious move, but Magnus thinking, I think, about bishop to B5 also, preventing White from castling, and this is what you got to do in a bad position. You got to make these micro problems for your opponent also to try to get him to burn clock. But Magnus is burning his own clock right now. Queen a5 check, and queen a6 I think is his idea.
Yeah.
Same concept.
He likes your idea, but with a different piece that moves diagonally. You know?
Which one would that be? Not the bishop?
I was going to say, actually there is three. One that captures diagonally, but the scientific breakthrough is that they have combined the rook and the bishop together, and it is called the queen.
Ooh. Interesting. I like the way you're thinking right now. And when will this piece make its debut in modern chess?
I've heard it's coming your way to a chessboard near you. Rook and bishop have combined together.
Fun factoid, Danny. Really quickly before we analyze this endgame, the queen used to be the weakest piece on the board in the old Persian and Indian form of chess called shatranj. The queen would move one square diagonally in any direction. And the Russian word for queen is firz, which is not actually a Russian word. It only means chess queen, and it comes from the Persian for vizier, because the queen actually used to be a male figure. In ancient Persia, the king's closest advisor was called the vizier, and that is why the vizier was weaker than the king, because the hierarchy had to be preserved. And then when chess came to Europe, partially due to the influence of Queen Isabella, the queen became the most powerful piece on the chessboard. Okay, we have a game to analyze. I apologize.
That was an amazing chess history lesson, and I knew those things, but it's fun to hear someone frame it in a different way. And Queen Isabella changed the game for the queen, and now she's the most dominant. This is great.
The knight on d5 is dominant.
Not knight on d5 is dominant. Wesley's up a whole pawn. Like, this is not even a pawn with compensation. As Yasser would say, it's a pawn and the compensation. It is a 2-on-1 majority. You convert this game now, or Danya walks out of here, Wesley. Let's go.
You have to convert that. I mean, this is a
You have to
position.
convert this game.
And Danny, step on the gas pedal. Play. I don't like b3. I thought rook ac1 might have been almost winning on the spot, because that rook was infiltrating to c7. You gave up b2 with check, but the king would have dropped back to f1. This gives Magnus the tempo. He can use it to try to cover all of the holes in his position and ultimately jump to b4 with his knight. If he can eliminate Wesley's d5 knight, the technical task facing Wesley becomes all that much more difficult.
Yeah. No, that's totally true. This was a defensive move rather than best defense as a good offense. Wesley has to keep the pressure here, especially before black completes development, right? You want to play tempo moves when your opponent is off balance. And you got to keep the pressure here. By the way, rook ac1 still just has to be what the doctor ordered here. Let's get our pieces actively making threats.
But I'm still harping on that moment where Wesley could have played rook c1 2 moves ago and gotten his rook to the 7th rank. Now I think we're going to see knight b4, and we do. Wesley wants knight c4, perhaps, and we're going to get some sort of transformation if Magnus takes on d5 and then maybe goes rook d7 and starts going after the d5 pawn.
Mm-hmm. It's still a good position for Wesley, but I agree. You hate having those games where you keep saying things like, that's still okay, but it's not as good as it could have been. Oh, you're still winning, but maybe not as winning as you were. Those are not words that you want to have come out of a commentator's mouth.
No, definitely.
All right, bishop d7 played. Wesley is still better, again, even if not as good as it maybe could have been. I think this transition's been helpful for white.
Yeah, he should win this game. Knight a5, knight c6 is a big idea. I think I wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. Knight a5 also opens up the pathway to this c7 square. Magnus might respond with a check on b5, but then the king has actually the f3 square, which is very important. And we
bring it.
Hide on g3. The king is safe, and I think he's also going to push a4 on the queen side. I think Wesley back on track here.
Agreed. a4, knight c6 a move, even d6 a move at some point where you're threatening rook c7 and just kind of getting straight forward and jiggy with it over there. d6, rook c7, a7 will fall at the end of a line. So there's a lot of pressure coming to Magnus, who now is under 40 seconds on the clock.
From a distance, I think Magnus might have been relying on g4 check, and it's kind of a cutesy move. You can't really take on g4 because of the fork on e2. But the king can hide amongst the trees there on g3. And black is way too slow to generate kingside counterplay. I think we might see g4 just for good measure, but that's not going to create a counterplay that seriously countervails what's going on the queen side. I think this might be Wesley's first win. Okay, e4, but I think you can actually take that.
Yeah, I think you kind of need to, because it's harder to hide in the trees if you don't take it.
Yeah, no more trees.
You might get in trouble. Yes. Yeah.
Speaking of trees, don't get yourself mated.
So bishop comes to e2. He can just move the rook, I think, to
D2,
attack the
what
bishop.
is-
He does. To
D2,
attack the
what
bishop,
is-
he does. Yeah.
Okay, now knight c6. Get the e7 square so that there's no nasty little check with the rook. I would go knight c6
Yeah.
prophylactically.
I was looking at, there was a way to punch the pawn. There really isn't tactically yet. You don't want to do that. So yeah, the king is in danger. Knight c6, I love it. It also, by the way, does threaten the a7 pawn.
But watch the clock. This is exactly what Magnus wants. If it gets into a time scramble, black has practical chances. Rook c8, an excellent alternative. Knight c6 now, and I think Wesley a couple of accurate moves away as Magnus tries to prepare f5 check.
Wow.
And I guess king
Bishop
e3.
c5. What a simplifying move.
Oh, king e3 is so nice. The rook defends the bishop on c5. No discovery.
And go back to e4 now after this check. It just sits pretty in the center. I love bishop c5, even if knight c6 was better. What a nice way to simplify the game if you're Wesley So. Just take it. You're eliminating tactics.
And that was so nice, Danny, how he took the bishop on c5. You could have also taken the rook, but that
the
was
rook.
a lot more complicated. Yeah. This is much
Yeah.
easier to play. Rook e2. Just don't give up that d5 pawn, and you're golden.
Yeah. It's not over yet, but Wesley So converts this. It has been the most complete start to finish game for him in the match, and a very good sign for Wesley So fans out there.
Really only one mistake to not play rook ac1 gave Magnus some practical chances, but after that Wesley never looked back and looked at how he finishes the game, counterattacking the rook. The final
very
blow.
Nice move. And we see Wesley So breathing a bit of a sigh of relief right there. If you caught him on camera, he's like, I will take that victory. I'm looking for an emote that expresses that. Is it that one? No, that's an OMG one. Is it this one? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. He's just feeling better about the position. I don't know.
That was a big
Either
one.
way, Wesley So. Oh, sorry. I got
No.
Don't. I can't get rid
Whoa,
of clicking
whoa,
it.
whoa.
Okay. We're okay, everybody.
No comment. I can't do all that newfangled emote stuff, Danny. I'll leave that to the younger generation.
You know, the younger generation, because you're so old.
Yep.
All right, well, Wesley So does win, and it is a 3-game lead currently for Magnus Carlsen. Back to what's this? This is another Ruy Lopez, but a Berlin move order, a little different than what we've seen before.
That was the conditions when, the passport control officer was stamping Wesley's passport. He's like, okay, I'm letting you in the country as long as you play the Berlin at least once against Magnus Carlsen in your SEC match. And he did, and Magnus going for the anti-Berlin with d3, but I don't think he's gotten much here unless he pushes f4. That might be his only chance to spice things up on the king side. Otherwise, it's just dead equal.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he does f4.
But it's easy
right
to
on
blunder.
cue.
Danny, ef4, rook f4 would be a very instructive blunder. Maybe we can show that. Because if bishop takes b3 and knight d5. Okay, Wesley taking a different approach. So we don't have to. But
I'm gonna quickly show it when we have a second here. The idea Danya pointed out is hard to see sometimes when there's smoke. You can't kind of see through it. But if e takes f4, rook takes f4, black can trade, and no matter how you take back on b3, there is a knight fork heard round the world on d5, and we have material.
Beautiful.
So there you go. This was not to be blundered by Magnus. Instead, we're headed toward an endgame.
Okay.
But yeah, that was a nice find, Danya.
Yeah, and I actually think Wesley should have taken on f4 because now he's got another endgame in the category of the person you want this endgame against the least is Magnus Carlsen, and the person you're facing right now is Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, these are the kind of games that lead to the Magnus measurement stick-o-meter. I think I'm going to say it differently every time, but when we see that game mark, the Magnus measurement stick-o-meter, he tends to follow a very consistent path. He keeps his games equal, not a lot of crazy up and down in the opening and especially early middle game stages, but he grinds you out. And this is the kind of game that Magnus wins a lot of.
And black is worse. Why? For two main reasons. The first is the b6 pawn. Long-term target, that was the reason Magnus played a4, to fix that pawn, because it's harder to shoot at a moving target, right? If that pawn landed on b5, it would have been a better defended. Now, second reason, superior activity of white's knight. Knight c4, and the knight is aiming at the b6 pawn, and that is precisely why Wesley plays knight e8. He's trying to get his own knight to d6, so a trade of knights here, I think, would help black reduce White's advantage to a minimum. Rook a6 here, very important. And b4 is tempting, but I think Wesley's in time to get his knight to d6 and kick its vis-a-vis out of its dream square.
Yeah, if you're white, you wish you had time to do other things to target the pawn, but that's just not a reality with the knights being traded, in addition to the fact that the a4 pawn's weak. So b4 makes... Go ahead.
No, I was going to propose a5, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to propose a5. Like, I'm not kidding.
I was going to propose a5.
I was going to propose a5. Okay. No, but I really was going to propose it because it was, even though you let black trade the weakness, everyone, the whole idea was that if there's a trade, you end up exposing a different issue, which is that maybe black's pieces are all kind of oddly coordinated with the rooks on the 6th rank. So Magnus doesn't go for that. But a5 might have actually been a really nice idea. Now he has to ask the question, how do I keep the knights on the board, or am I allowing the rook ending?
And White's position, I think, is still a little bit preferable after the knight trade, but Wesley shouldn't have problems holding the draw. He can also play f6, building up that nice kingside pawn chain and opening up a pathway, completing each other's sandwiches again. King goes up to e6, and I just don't see the kind of action on the queen side that would cause Wesley to shake in his boots.
Agreed, Town. Population us.
I don't think he's wearing boots in a hotel room, but... Anyway, you get the point.
Wearing, I do get it. Yeah, Magnus taking his time here, down a little bit on the clock, but he knows that it's kind of now or never in this particular game. So good time management to really slow down before you either make the critical exchange or decide there's enough chances to justify avoiding it. Lessons for the kids watching. Don't speed through trades. Take your time on trades, big time.
And Magnus could drop back to e3. I think he's contemplating that move, but he also could end up being worse because the a4 pawn is targetable by black's other rook, rook e8, rook a8. And guess what? Now it's white who's suffering on the queen side. And we saw Wesley lose a game, completely different type of game. Remember that game where Wesley played g4 and he was attacking and it was all great. And then suddenly, when you're pushing your pawns, you're creating targets. And if your opponent kind of repels the initial wave of attack, as Wesley has here, you have to make sure that you're managing effectively the weaknesses that you left behind. And I think Magnus going for the bailout approach here, rook a5 is a super nice move by Wesley, not giving up the a-file.
Wow. What a very nice move. If you take, you fix my pawns. I can easily then defend them. If you don't take, then not only am I threatening the b pawn, but I own the file. So it's actually a phenomenal defensive approach there from Wesley that is now more of an aggressive one. He saw this coming. He's up a minute plus here on the clock. I'm just saying, stranger things have happened than the revitalization of Winona Ryder's career in a Netflix TV show you didn't see coming. Stranger things have happened. Maybe Wesley So gets the dub.
Okay, I just got that. Took me a while.
Did you know that I said the word revitalization? Can someone... Is that a word?
It's definitely a word.
No.
Everything's a word, Danny. Everything.
Okay. Revitalization, the action of imbuing something with new life and vitality. Not only did I use it correctly, it was the right thing to say that happened to Winona Ryder's career because of Netflix.
I love it when you look up a word. It's like a Ferrero Rocher candy, and then there's that hazelnut in the middle. There's another SAT word that's waiting for you in the definition, imbued. That's a good one as well. Magnus has imbued his pawn structure with a sense of, I have no idea where I'm taking this. What I meant to say is he's defending all of his pawns. And I think we're heading in the direction of a draw here, but not for sure, because maybe g5 happens and the king side opens and things get tactical. So I wouldn't hang my hat on the result being a draw. Rook takes c4, by the way, easy thing to miss.
That's actually really key. It's the weird way to use a rook pin emote. Rook is pinning a pawn. Or is that a skewer? I don't even know. But I know it's off the board now because we have g5. There is a threat of taking c4. Hold on.
But black has no time because g takes f6, and black could get checkmated on king's side. So I would take once on g5 and actually make sure that my king side pawn structure is well protected with king f7, but then white takes in rook f2, Danny. It's
actually crazy. Can we bring up the analysis board? Because Danya just kind of let it slip that there might be a checkmate, but we should actually show that. Like if you take on c4 and there's some sort of take, shake and bake, this rook is coming to g2 and you're getting mated on the edge of the board in shockingly quick fashion. So that was actually really important to keep an eye on there. I just wanted to show that.
No, absolutely. 2 rooks are more than enough material to generate a mating attack.
Yeah.
And Magnus poking and prodding on the king side. He's definitely playing this for a win, but king e6 and rook d7, I mean, realistically, with 90 seconds, this should not be too difficult for Wesley to hold.
Yeah, it shouldn't be, but time pressure does strange things to a man. And right now, if both sides get in a mutual scramble, it's anyone's game. Rook a7 is not a happy move to play, but it was maybe the only thing to do.
I would have gone rook d7, but I think Wesley actually is afraid to trade a pair of rooks because he believes that in the ensuing position, with all of white's pawns protected, maybe he'll have some trouble defending his own weaknesses on b6 and f6, but I don't think he's got anything to be concerned about, even in this position with that passive rook. Rook a3 now.
Well, this was a nice move, too, because you can come back to a3 anytime, and if white tries to get too jiggy over here and maybe checkmate the black king, you get mated yourself. So I agree with you. The more I look at this, I think a draw has to be the most likely result. They're going to continue to play tickle for a little while here. But huge weakness for white. Equally big weak pawns for black means that both players are a dull boy, right? All work and no play.
Yeah,
Makes Jack a dull boy. Tell me you got that one.
I did not. I laughed, but I didn't. I'm laughing almost at my own inability to grasp these references.
No, you're great. That's a good one, though. All right, rook e8. The king is now coming to c5, which, by the way, is fun because you get your king out of trouble and maybe guard b6. But the problem is if you go too far, then you got other problems. So, yeah, this is just... We're just playing footsie here.
Don't want to turn into Icarus here and fly too close to the queen side because... Okay, but Wesley's playing for a win. I think he's feeling lucky after that last game. No, he's not. He's like,
no, he's not.
Am I playing for a win? No, I'm not.
I love how you were trying to set the tone. Wesley's playing for a win. It had to be rook d6 if he really was. But no, he might lose it, as you said. Icarus flies a little too close to the sun. You regret it. So let's stay away from that. He decides to tuck his tail between his legs and settle on the draw. And
no, I've read The Shining. People in the chat say I haven't seen The Shining, but I have read the book. I'm a huge Stephen King fan, so my brain is just too puny to hold all the literary characters I've read about in my mind. As we see our first draw of the match. Or
we
wait,
get second. It's our second. Yeah, remember game 2 was that actually very impressive game where Wesley held that end game, which we thought at the time was going to be super critical. Wesley did go on to lose the next few, but I think that a draw is still not a bad result for Wesley. He has officially stopped the bleeding in the last 2 games. And who knows, maybe he gets a win as white and keeps this thing close.
Okay, Caro-Kann. We haven't had a Caro-Kann yet. I always like new openings in the SCC. And Wesley responding with an ultra solid exchange Caro. This has been very, very popular. It's a good way to fight for the advantage. And this structure also occurs, as some people in the chat will know, in the London system. In fact, you could get a direct transposition from the Caro-Kann exchange line to the London.
Yeah. And you know how we feel about the London.
We do. Not very positively.
I tried to delete the London from the game of chess in a video we did last week. Unfortunately, turns out it wasn't a good idea. But all right.
Sorry, Eric.
Yeah, there you go. Although today there was something huge on social that there's like a Rosen score, which ranks the possibility for tactics and weird ways to trick your opponent. So shout out to Eric Rosen and his ability to break people's hearts with obnoxious chess. Did I say that right?
I think you said it perfectly, Annie, as you always do. You know what else is perfect? That knight on e5, which can't be captured because you get forked.
That is a unicorn of a pony, and if you take it, white takes back with the pawn. You get kind of a new square at times for the other knight potentially. At this point, of course, it's not even an option because you would lose a piece. But yeah, that is a beautiful knight.
And black's arteries are kind of clogged here. The way you play here with black is you work around this knight, but it's not pleasant. Now, if you really want to eliminate it, then you need to drop your queen back or your f6 knight back to d7, which we might see, and that directly challenges the knight. I actually would have dropped the queen back to c2 in order to prevent the f6 knight from moving back. But I wonder what Wesley cooks up against knight d7 here. Maybe it's f4, but f4 is always a committal move in such positions because you are weakening the e4 square. But, Danny, with that knight on d2, bishop on d3, and rook on e1, I absolutely think Wesley can get away with f4 if he wants to. Right now, there's no real necessity to play that move.
Yeah. It's a great point. I'm also trying to anticipate what was the idea of a3. I'm trying to imagine opportunities where the queen comes to b4, because if that trade happens, the a file opens up. So maybe Wesley was sort of prophylaxis thinking about that idea down the road. Otherwise, it is a very kind of strange, not very aggressive move. And yeah, I don't quite know. Magnus played rook c8.
Great move. You might say, why is he putting the rook in a closed or semi-closed file? Because queen c2 there was impossible due to knight takes d4. So the queen on b3, very weirdly, is almost stranded on the queen side. Can't go back to d1, can't go back to c2. And instead, Wesley banking on his other pieces, preparing to double rooks on the e file. I still like his position, but I think Magnus is doing a great job of working around the knight on e5.
Yeah. You called it. Working around the pony. Now it should. I was going to say it should be noted for the first time you could take it because you're no longer getting forked. And before I could even complete the sentence, Magnus does take it, which is interesting, right? He gets rid of the strong knight. After takes, he will put his knight on. Wait, is he just going to go back, or is he going to? Going to get spicy in here.
That's what's giving Wesley pause. 99% of the time you recapture with the pawn automatically. Here you have to calculate knight g4, and Magnus is going to pause here as well. It's more up his alley to play knight d7 and bishop g6, but if he's feeling brave, which he's not in this position, he would have gone knight g4.
This definitely feels like the human call. This is a very scary move to play. It might have been the best move, actually. But all right, knight d7. Now you're going to put the bishop on g6 quickly. Wait.
Queen b4, queen h4 is a really nasty idea, Danny. Sorry to interrupt. If the h file opens.
You can interrupt any time if you're talking about sweet nothings on the king's side. I love that idea. That is a mating net that I am happy to see. And
I think Magnus has to take back with the f pawn. Again, this is if he plays bishop g6.
That would be so painful.
Knight takes c5, by the way. Bishop takes h7 check. Talk about painful.
Yeah, let's bring up the analysis board because we got some critical ideas to show in this moment. First of all, if bishop g6 takes, Danya's pointing out that you kind of have to take with the f pawn, because if you take with the h pawn, I think the first thing white does is defend the pawn, Danya, but this h file is going nowhere, and you are in very, very dangerous territory. So if you take with the f pawn, that is ugly AF.
Yep.
I think I'm allowed to say that.
I think you are too. And instead, knight takes c5, let's just very quickly show. Counterattacking the bishop, runs into bishop takes h7 check, king h7, rook h5, forking the other knight. It's so aesthetically pleasing when you do this. You take one minor piece, and then you fork another in the process. And Magnus, with a drastic g6. Wow.
Holy fork balls. He's in trouble, and he knows it. He plays g6, and now rook comes back to e3, which I love this move from Wesley, especially that he played it quickly. Maybe there was something better, Johnny, but he quickly knows just how devastating this move is for black. The bishop is trapped. It's ugly. And he's like, I'm not going to sit here and try to find a concrete win. I'm going to defend my e-pawn. Black is down on the clock and down on the position. That is a very strong, practical move to make so quickly.
Absolutely. And look at that bishop on h5. Look at it carefully because it might not last too long. Queen b4. Earlier, you were playing that move to ferry the queen to the king side. Now, you would be playing this move to prepare g4. And with the pawn on g6, it's actually very hard to find alternate arrangements for the bishop. You're not going to go g5 here, are you? I mean, that looks like a devastating weakening of the king side. So you might have to get the queens off the board with queen to b6. But white could also, Danny, play h3 and reinforce the threat of g4. Magnus is walking on hot coals right now, and he might get burned.
Yeah. I agree with everything you said, especially your eloquent choice of words, the metaphors. He might get burned. At this point, I am all in. And I think he is going to. I think he might get more than burned, right? This is going to be a problem here. I think Wesley So is going to get his second win.
And after h3, the one bright spot for Magnus is he can play g5 there. G5 is a much less scary move to play if the queens are off the board. And at that point, he has no choice because you're either losing a minor piece or you're weakening your king. And, definitely the second is the lesser evil. Wesley could also drop his bishop back to c2. That would be very much a move in his style to prevent the Black Knight from having that escape route in terms of taking the bishop. So tough decisions here for Wesley. And I think he senses this is a pivotal game. He wins another one and the lead suddenly becomes, or the deficit, I should say, suddenly becomes manageable. Can he contain his nerves and keep playing as accurately as he has early in this middle game?
Agreed. I love the move bishop c2, and it is awfully Wesley so-esque-ish. And yeah, I mean, g5 will be a move that is forced at some point to save the bishop's life, but it might be more than weakening the king. It might also just lose the g5 pawn, right, in some positions where you can go after it. And so, yeah, Wesley in the driver's seat. I think he knows it. Magnus feeling a little parched, and he clearly knew it. Took a sip of whatever that beverage is. And here we go. He does take it.
And
he's going to go h3. He does.
Okay, g5 we're going to see. But Magnus could take the bishop. I would not take the bishop first. I would go g5 straight away.
Yeah.
And, I think that considering all of the things that could have happened after Magnus' 18th move g6, this is, it's bad, but it's a manageable kind of bad. And now he's suddenly up on time as well.
I agree. It feels like Wesley stole a slight advantage in a position where he had a clear one. And he still is, I think, in the driver's seat, but it could have been worse for Magnus, for sure. Here comes d4, by the way. Talk about counterplay.
Mm-hmm. And we've seen these games turn around not just 90 degrees, Danny, but 180 degrees. Magnus is definitely thinking about taking over the initiative, and d4 is the perfect moment to do that. Now he's going to go bishop g6, I think, to set up a knight infiltration to d3. His bishop, ironically, is now the safest piece on the board, and it's white's bishop on b5 that's out of the game completely.
Wow. What a twisted turn of events there. Poetic description from Danya. The bishop is self-trapped with this move c4. Very nice move. You're going to put the knight on d3, maybe even right away. Maybe you take back first. But, okay, he does. There's all kinds of problems here for white.
All sorts of problems. Rook e2. Black has a draw in his pocket. Magnus could drop back to f4 with his knight and keep repeating moves. He's going to do it at least once, I think, and then decide, do I want to go for the win here with something like h5? I don't think so. I think Magnus should go for the draw and take what he can get here. Half a point is great, but that's why Magnus is sitting at that chair and playing and not me. Magnus goes for it.
He's like, I appreciate the caution, Danya. I'm going to go for it. 94.
How about going after the b2 pawn, Danny?
Yeah, why can't you just take b2? I think that's a problem. And in
D3,
fact, Magnus
D2.
does it because this pawn is out of control. It doesn't matter what you win with check. Your bishop isn't playing. It's blocked by your own pawn. The d pawn runs. Dancing Donna, baby girl Donna on d1. Bring on the lady.
d1 can be used also as a transit point for the knight. Knight d1 back to c3. Try that on for size. How about them apples?
How you like them apples, huh?
How do you like them apples? 4 seconds for Wesley. He's losing control of the game again. Knight c3.
Knight c3. And Danya, unfortunately...
Knight e4. Knight d2. Fork!
It's a double fork. Here. I got to grab the emote before they rematch. I did it. Boom. Boom. And just like that... Oh my gosh. By the way, fun fact, fun story. The other day I was in a hotel room by myself in Paris, was there for a little event with Clash Royale, Supercell, and I decided to watch Good Will Hunting in French. It was on the TV. What a wild experience that was. Great movie. How you like them apples. Watching it in French when you know every line. Just wanted to share that.
Pretty incredible story. That is an amazing scene. That is my favorite scene from that movie.
How you like them apples? Unfortunately for for Wesley So fans, Magnus Carlsen loves them apples, and he gets a victory, one that he really shouldn't have had necessarily, but he increases his lead once again back to 4 games.
And I don't know what's going on in this game. We've got some sort of ridiculous amounts of trades in the center. Wait, d4? Oh, and I guess black moves the knight back from e5 and saves the minor piece. Man, I'd have to change my pants before I did that. But looks like Wesley is going to get out of the opening here at least. But this is so debilitating, Danny. It's so difficult to bounce back after a game like that because you do everything right. You play a great strategic game. You outplay Magnus in the middle game. The moment the queens come off the board, it's like a switch comes on, and within 10 moves, Black suddenly has a passed D pawn. The position becomes totally unrecognizable.
Yeah, I'm still replaying how quickly that went away, and unfortunately so was Wesley. So we see him shaking his head at times. What's going on here?
Can I show an amazing line?
Yeah.
Sorry, Danny, go ahead.
Let's bring up the analysis board, because I do want to quickly show this. I was busy telling stories about Good Will Hunting in French, but we had a Berlin with bishop c5. So many knights hanging, so much fun. What can you teach me about this, Danya?
Well, there's an amazing tactic here. Bishop takes d7 check. I think knight c6 for that reason was the more accurate retreat, because this would have prevented what will be an absolutely sick tactic, and I think Magnus might find it. So if we go back to the current position, go ahead.
Yeah. No, what is it? It's bishop takes d7 check.
Oh my
And you're
gosh.
taking b7?
With tempo. Bishop takes d7, queen takes b7, and you're hitting both the rook and the bishop, winning a pawn, and black is in trouble.
gosh.
And if you take back with the king, then the king is exposed, and the queen is able to slide over to f5, hitting the bishop laterally. Queen f5 check, king c6, Danny. I think the line continues, and I guess you play queen f3 check to keep the queens on the board, and then you recapture the bishop. What an opportunity that was for Magnus. I think he might have sensed that there was something to be found, but instead he ultimately acquiesces to what it is still probably a smidge better position in the endgame, because he's got the slightly more active pieces.
Oh,
And,
wow. Bishop
what a
takes
tactic
d7.
that would have been.
Fascinating. Bishop takes d7. I always love it when we're analyzing games, Danya, of two of the best players in the world before move 10. And guess what? There is new information on the board, right? Regardless of how we got there in awkward openings or with computers revealing tactics that otherwise humans might miss, including humans like Magnus Carlsen. I think that's one of the most amazing parts about the game of chess, right? It is so rich with new roads to travel. Even before move 10, we saw a potential crazy new idea in an opening we see all the time.
It's like that, that Robert Frost poem, The Road Not Taken. It's not just what we see on the board, but it's also what remains behind the scenes that lend chess its beauty. And, you got a Berlin. You never expect something as tactical as we got in this game. But chess always throws you in for a loop. And speaking of getting thrown in for a loop, I wasn't expecting Magnus to lift up his kingside pawns like this. I mean, has he forgotten that the queens are off the board?
He did it. He was rushing the pawns, but maybe not with the intention of a checkmate attack. I quickly highlighted before Wesley played h6 that g5 was the threat. Okay, now Wesley's offering a trade.
No.
But this, Danya, this bishop is in trouble. If I keep this bishop on the board, I don't know where I move it, but there's weird ways that bishop runs out of squares here.
Yeah.
At some point.
Bishop g5 is like me coming up to a food court in an airport and, looking at all the establishments and being like, nope. But Magnus says, yeah, give me that greasy pizza on g5. I don't love that decision from Carlsen, because now Wesley can play f6. He can solidify the position, and I think he's on the path to stabilizing. I still think he's slightly worse. He's very passive. And maybe Magnus is just coasting. He just says, I want to chill in this endgame. I want to mitigate my risk. This is the last game of the 5-minute portion. Let me make sure that I don't lose it.
By the way, I think you're right. Bishop g3 was better. So just in the future, if you're ever questioning yourself, should I engage in the greasy food buffet or not, keep making the decision to not engage in the greasy buffet, Danya, because even Magnus shouldn't have taken there. All right, but as you pointed out, we are done with the 5-minute portion. After this, a short break and the 3-minute portion, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go anywhere. Wesley So has been objectively the best player in 3-minute chess in Speed Chess Championship history. This is his time control. If he can shake it off, right, Taylor Swift style, we may still have a match, so don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. Wesley has shown signs of life, Danny. I mean, as I said, it's not only the fact that he lost the previous game, but the fact that, yes, he had some momentum. And he was close to making this a 3-point match. Suddenly, it's up to 5, and that sounds completely different. Magnus, by the way, he's not just sitting there and making a slow passive draw. He's still playing this endgame for a win, trying to get his knight over to g6 and really clamping down on Wesley in the center and on the king side.
Yeah, Wesley trying to stop knight g6. You could still go forward, but I don't know that Magnus will. I think he'll sit on the position because f4 is also a great home for the knight, not just to keep poking at g6, but to open up e6 as an opportunity. So yeah, I think this makes sense.
Doubling rooks on the e-file, another easy, low-hanging fruit way to improve your position. And black has to get that rook off of e8 until it gets pinned by white's doubled e-rooks.
Yeah. The one thing you have to be careful about if you're Magnus is Wesley quickly switching over here to the h-file. So Carlsen is pausing a moment for station identification. This is the Chess.com radio network. Welcome to the Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
Well done.
Yeah. Magnus taking that pause, thinking it through.
I like knight g2, knight f4, and I like it for the reason you highlighted, because it covers the h3 square, and it ensures the stability, the long-term stability of the king on g3. I wonder what Magnus's other candidate move is. I almost think it might be c4. Like, the fact that he's thinking as long as he is tells me that he's considering some sort of very committal option like knight g6 or c4, and he's weighing the pros and cons.
Yeah, he could play rook e2 and try to... I thought this was the idea. Rook e2, rook h8. I actually go here with tempo, Danya.
And
if you move the knight, maybe I can put a pony on g6. You check me, I don't care, and I pop in, and I got mate and bake. All right, it didn't happen, but I think that was rook e2 was also interesting. You were right, though.
Right.
c4.
C4, yeah, because logically, why is he taking a minute? Well, because he understands that c4 is a very committal move because it potentially changes the structure. I think Wesley, keeps the tension, rook eh8, rook h1. So Magnus, this is what he was thinking about. He self-pins his knight, but he is potentially threatening tactics with like knight g6 at the right moment.
Yeah.
This is going to get very tactical.
Oh my God, something has to exist here. This looks so crazy.
Rook h2
like,
maybe.
What is it?
I think just rook h2. Start by bringing the rook onto a square such that you can either double on the e-file or in an emergency, drop the knight back to f3 and make the water landing.
Okay. I like that. Wow. Good call. The prophet lives. We're going to get that emote of Danya on chess.com soon here. Rook h2, you were right, sir. I love this threat. I keep waiting for tactics where I take e7 and check. And by the way, when you take Danya, I take on h8 instead or something. I don't know. I'm just having fun right now with a coloring book on the board.
Man, Wesley can't move. The g6 square is hurting him big time.
This is a real problem.
I don't know what to do.
Rook h7.
But okay.
b4.
b4, a4, b5, надавливает ферзь. Фланг, okay, but he go rook e2, very committal move. g5 by Wesley. That's why he played rook h7. Brilliant defensive idea.
That is
and Magnus may have rushed it.
Strong idea. And I don't think Magnus saw that. We're looking at a facial expression from Magnus where he goes, wait a second, I didn't see that coming.
Should have kept the tension.
And if en passant, by the way, you're just taking it. Everything's safe. That's the key. Take and take back.
You got to drop your knight back to f3. Magnus down to 9 seconds, and maybe it's Wesley's turn to turn one of these games around. Stick that knight on d5, stabilize in the center, and look at that bishop on e7. Danny, I almost called you Wesley. How it holds the two infiltration squares, e6 and e8. It's a team effort. The rook on h7 holds the 7th rank, and he's safe as houses here.
You can call me Wesley, just don't call me Shirley. Right now, Wesley, so maybe he turns around. Don't let that knight land on f4. Okay, yeah, Magnus trades it off before it goes to the mating net square.
Have you ever been in a Turkish prison? What's your vector, Victor? Over. Rook e7, and this game might be over pretty quickly because I think we're going to get a draw.
It's going to be a draw. Nicha. Draw. Unless there's some weird blunder where the bishop gets behind the pawn chain and we've got light square problems, but that normally doesn't happen.
Yep. No, we're going to get repetition of moves, I think, quite quickly. Bishop e2, but okay, you're not attacking anything.
You might get your bishop track. speaking of,
exactly
of what you're doing, I mean, this king is going to... Okay, the bishop has e4. I'm sorry. There was never an idea to trap it.
White can play b5, and you're advised not to put the pawns on attackable squares, but because they're all defended, it doesn't matter. It's a moot point, right? Okay, a5, and we're going to get some sort of a repetition momentarily.
And Wesley's playing with house money here in terms of the match strategy, because if you look, again, the 5-minute portion is over, so it's not like trying to win in a position where he can't really, is wasting any other opportunities as far as the overall meta strategy here. Remember, everybody, we're going to have 60 minutes of 3-minute and then 30 minutes of bullet, and Wesley so accepts the draw, but he tried his best, didn't really lose any other time on the overall match clock. And what is our match score on that note? It is a 4-game lead for Magnus Carlsen. Danya Naroditsky, your thoughts?
Danny Wrench. I think the second half of the 5-minute portion was encouraging for Wesley. He did not cut into that deficit. It's still at 4, but the deficit did not grow to 6 or 7, which it absolutely can when Magnus is feeling it. Wesley scored his first win of the match. He was in control of a lot of these latest few games, Danny, but in the 3-minute portion, he's going to actually have to capitalize on these somewhat or clearly better positions.
Yeah, but, you know, you have to crawl before you can walk, and so I just want to build on that point. I do think he's carrying a little bit of confidence, a little bit of momentum here into the 3-minute portion, because as you said, he was controlling those last few games. Maybe one got away from him. He did get his first victory as well. So you got to be happy if you are Wesley So, and you got to be happy if you are a fan out there who's using Coinbase for all of your crypto needs. That's what I mean, because Coinbase is as fast and as smart as the Speed Chess Championship. And if you've been doing anything else with your desires in the Web3 crypto world here, you've been messing up. It's time to update your system. Go to Coinbase.com/update the system and use them for all of your needs. We love Coinbase around here. We appreciate their support. And real quick, Danya, I want to ask you, if we're right that some momentum is building in Wesley So's corner, what can we expect from him in 3-1, and how would you come out of the gates trying to strike?
Well, first of all, I would keep a very close eye on the clock. That's where Wesley struggled against Alireza. He started getting into time pressure, and that time pressure turns into bad results. You can't afford to go down to 5 seconds in a middle game against Carlsen. So quick play, try to control the game out of the opening, and try to make sure that the first 15 minutes of the 3-minute portion go your way. Set the tone with an early victory and keep that confidence up.
I love that, especially because setting the tone means more than just getting a game or two. It means keeping up with the pace, because remember, the SCC, you have 2 enemies, your opponent and that clock that's counting down above your head. 60 minutes. Will Wesley So have enough time to at least make this thing close before we head into the bullet? We're going to find out. Don't go anywhere, fans. It's the 3-minute portion in the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, and we will be right back.
I'm Andrea.
And I'm Alex.
And we've been playing competitive chess since we were 6 years old.
We started by focusing on classical chess, but later we fell in love with playing Blitz and Bullet online.
Chess has been around for more than 1,000 years, but that doesn't mean that we can't modernize it.
Financial systems have been around for even longer. Sounds like it's time for an update.
And Coinbase is doing just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent.
Also, huge thank you to Coinbase for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the SCC happen.
Go to coinbase.com/update the system to learn more.
Everyone loves playing chess, and everyone loves Chess Club. But there's also a time and a place for playing all your favorite games.
Hey, we're trying to have a lesson here. You need to get out of here.
Recently, more kids have been playing chess than ever in school. But sadly, we've learned that they may not always be playing chess at the most appropriate time.
Eh ben classe, aujourd'hui...
While it might be sometimes okay to grab a game between classes, or if your teacher gives you permission and hasn't given you an assignment, it's not okay to be playing chess in school when you aren't supposed to. And chess should never come between you taking your studies seriously and cooperating with your fellow students and teachers. Chess over the board or on the phone is a great way to spend time with friends. But let's make sure that this school year we don't let too much chess happen in the classroom. Focus on your school, because chess.com will always be there when class is over.
Chess is cool! Respect your school!
All right, that was awesome, everybody. Great job.
Look what I did.
Danny, did you spell that?
Yeah.
Can we get some other letters, please?
What's wrong with it?
Whoa, he breaks.
He's gonna play A4. Oh my gosh.
He's got trousers. Where's the mate though?
I don't know, but it's gotta be there.
Oh, he got
my god! He made it
Oh
C6. Oh my gosh! Yeah.
Oh, he's pre-move GF.
Okay, you have Rook D1. Oh my god, that was sick! Oh my god, that was nasty!
Rook B1, he won a piece!
Oh my goodness!
Goodbye. One, bang, bang,
Bishop
bang.
F7. Wait, Bishop
Pin the
F7
rook,
is
pin
a
the
mate.
bishop.
Yeah, Bishop F7, Rook E6 is a mate threat.
Oh.
He's lost. He's positioned.
But does he have enough time?
Oh my gosh, Magnus has to show off the mouse speed right now.
This could be over if Hikaru can bleed another minute off the match clock. Here we go.
E5.
Oh. No, he doesn't have enough time. Hikaru made
it's over.
it.
It's over. Magnus gives a little bit clap for Hikaru Nakamura.
And that highlight reel was Magnus Carlsen's 2022 SCC run. There he is, sitting, waiting to continue his current semifinal matchup in the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, brought to you by Coinbase. And Danya, first of all, that was an awesome highlight reel. That was so much fun last year covering those games. How amped were you to see all those brilliant moves by Magnus?
Dude, honestly, the Magnus Hikaru final was one of the best commentating experiences of my life. And a lot of it is due to the incredible chat engagement. but also due to the high level of chess that was demonstrated, not just in his match against Hikaru, but as we see in this graphic, Danny, in his runner-up matches where he just smashed through the opposition. His match against Fabi, we took that call. That was insane.
It was insane. That moment, Rookie 4, I remember how he kind of corralled the king in that mating net in real time. It's fun to go down memory lane. But yeah, look, it didn't end the way Magnus wanted. That's the thing, though, right? He lost to Hikaru, and is he on path to making the finals again? Losing to Hikaru again? Or righting the ship in regards to how he views things? We're going to find out, right? Right now, he still has Wesley So to take care of. He's taken off his hoodie. Looks like he's got another golf polo on. We know that Magnus has been golfing these days. Enjoying that game. Wesley sitting up. He knows he's got to figure something out here.
Wake up, Susie, and Wesley taking a sip of hopefully caffeinated tea. That looked real. I like tea in a glass. There's something very like Soviet about that. But Wesley needs to show some Soviet mental fortitude, and he needs to go into Russian schoolboy mode because he's got a 4-point deficit to make up, and 60 minutes of 3+1 is what we have now. And a Bishop's opening, something new. Very nice.
Yeah, Bishop's opening is not one you see every day, but it's a fun move order, especially for Blitz. It just means you develop the Bishop to C4 on move 2, for those who don't speak opening encyclopedia. But we've now transposed into some sort of Vienna game with the knight coming to C3. The Vienna is defined as where you put the knight on C3 before the kingside knight, again, for those who don't speak opening encyclopedia. But now, guess what? In the end, it doesn't matter because we've completely transposed to a 4 knights, Danya.
Gosh.
That's
the thing. That's the thing about the Bishop's opening. It's like Newark Airport or Frankfurt Airport, as I like to say on my stream. It's like, how often do you go there in order to remain in Frankfurt or Newark? Rarely, right? You fly off to some other destination. So there are these transpositional openings, and it's always cool to see how it transposes from one opening to another, and then finally it kind of settles in on a traditional 4 knights, symmetrical position as Wesley goes for the bishop pair. Typical move there, knight A4. And I like this for white. I think white's position is pleasant, but Magnus clearly knows what he's doing.
And I'm going to call that out because you said Wesley needed to get up on the clock and set the tone. Right now he's down on the clock. Magnus seems to know what he's doing. Of course, it's very early. It's literally, 45 seconds into game 1, so we're not going to overthink it. But Wesley played an interesting move order, but he needs to show it. He needs to prove and get an advantage as we get to the middle game.
And we're probably going to see Magnus deploying his light squared bishop to E6 and posing Wesley with another decision. Okay, rook E8 to start. And when will Wesley take on B6? That's a big question. I wouldn't procrastinate too long, but the player is kind of just making these standard Italian-esque moves. And there's our answer, bishop B5 by Wesley.
He doesn't
take on C6.
Going to take on C6 and double the pawns the old-fashioned way. If you play A6, I'll take here and double the pawns that way, probably before saving the bishop, I would imagine, although maybe not. Okay, maybe you'll actually just take here and not take the bit. Donda, you're the grandmaster. What should we do here?
It's like you can get the burger with the mayonnaise and without the lettuce or with the lettuce. It's like you're making your own little Chipotle bowl on the queen side.
Okay, he decides what I thought, but
he wants the guac.
Yeah, he wants the guac. Give me the guac. Hey, we got a guac over here in order for 2. Meaning he traded both sets of minors there. Then he plays D4 to change the structure, and now I kind of like the position with D6 being weak, but at some point Black is going to play D5 anyway.
And it's possible to play it now. D5, E5 is Wesley's intended response. And then the knight could drop back to H7, very underrated square, or move forward to H5 in order to clamp down on the dark squares. Magnus pushes a different pawn. I think he wants to open up a little window for his bishop on C6, and he is still preparing to push D5. But Wesley could beat him to the punch and stick his C-pawn on C4, which is why Magnus just put his bishop on E6.
Yes. Instead of C6.
Yes,
I love
Danny.
that. yes.
Danny. You know, Robert Hubner put his bishop on E6. Robert Hubner put his bishop on E6 in the 1969 Lone Pine.
Yeah. You know, Robert Hubner was one of the most crafty gentlemen I've ever met. Yeah, exactly. He knew how to put the binder pieces on all the right squares, and he always seemed to have the tactics go his way.
And then, just when the game reached its critical point, he would push his glasses up, and in that fake German accent of his, he would say, "This is a very good bishop."
Queen f6.
And what's funny? Knight f4. Do you just blunder queen f6? OMGs or snaps.
Forktown population, Wesley's rook on a1. And Morgtown population, Wesley's rook on a1.
Nothing like being ripped out of an amazing Yasser Seirawan impersonation experience to someone blundering. I was like in a trance, and then before you know it, I got a blunder on the board.
Knight takes c6, queen takes a1, Danny. And if you pick up the knight on d5, Magnus picks up the knight on e6, and then he can trade queens by lifting his queen back to d4. This is just lost right off the bat.
Oh, knight f4. That is not something that Robert Hubner would have been happy about.
No.
Exactly.
Robert Hubner would resign here, and Wesley might as well.
Yeah, it is a fork. The piece on f4 is double attacked. The rook on a1 has a single attacker, but nothing you can do about it. And that is what happens when you put your pieces on loose squares in the open board. Wesley scratching his head, frustrated with his play right now, as we can understand. That is unfortunate. Oh, man. And, yeah.
I said it at the start, Danny. I mean, of all the ways that you can lose to Magnus as Wesley resigns, that's it. He just loses the exchange, not a premature resignation. The way to lose fastest is these one-move blunders. Magnus has a 99% success rate at finding easy tactics, and you can't hand these things to him on a golden platter. Not the way that Wesley wanted to start the 3-minute portion. A loss of the white pieces and an immediate adjustment with black as he throws all caution to the wind and plays a dwarf, also known as a
the
knight.
Sicilian. The dwarf is live, right? But note that Magnus goes right in for some of the most aggressive rook g1 with g4 ideas in the Najdorf. That's sometimes called the Perenni attack. And in this world, the chess.com encyclopedia is saying the freak attack. Did you know that rook g1 is called you like that?
I prefer lines named after people, but I've heard it perennially referred to as the freak attack as well. And the reason, the big reason that it got popular is a chessable course on the Najdorf by Grigor Gayevsky, who was, I believe, a second to Vishy Anand. And rook g1 was pulled out of the dead because it was popular, flared up in popularity in the 90s with Vasily Ivanchuk.
Yeah.
Then the popularity died down, and then new ideas were found by Gayevsky. But the way Magnus is playing this is kind of weird. He's mixing two different systems. So remember, he played that bishop e2, bishop g5 line? But he's kind of transitioning the game into those types of Sveshnikov-y structure.
It's awfully Sveshnikov-y, and even this idea of relocating the bishop to this diagonal, but I like it even more for so than the normal Sveshnikov-y because there's no castling kingside here when you've moved your rook. We're going to make sure that the king stays in the center. Magnus is like, all right, no problem, bro. Yeah. Wow. What a freaky looking position here in the freak attack. You know?
Yeah, the pawn on h5 is just a freak occurrence, isn't it?
It is. And it was freaky when Grigor Gayevsky also brought back saggy pants from the 90s. He brought back rook g1 and he brought back saggy pants. And people are like, we're doing this again? We've got no, apparently not.
Girl, that was a freakishly accurate description.
Bishop to e6 is played. The thing about black's position that is to be preferred is that there are still more options with the king. You can actually go both ways depending on what happens. But white is up in development. Don't be surprised if, the knight goes immediately to d5. You're threatening to win the bishop.
Yes, and take d6 pawn, but usually it's sacrificed in this position. I would castle kingside, and that's, I think, for newer players, total anathema, because you're taught never to castle if you have, a pawn on h5. The thing is, black can push g6, which is often what happens in the Sveshnikov, and the kingside is actually a much safer place to be than the center. Is it perfect? Is it, a villa in Malibu? No, but staying in the center has its own dangers.
Yeah, I hear you. But Wesley is open to those dangers. He says, ha 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 ha. I laugh in the face of danger. Here goes Harry. Here goes Harry. He wants counterplay.
Harry, the h-pawn advances forward, and the benefit of keeping your king in the center is that your rook on h8 could ultimately infiltrate via h2. What is Magnus going to do in response? Bishop e2. Whoa! Kyle, the king!
King d2. He castles by hand, and he already has the plan because C2 is available even if you threw in a check for good measure. I thought he wasn't going to castle queenside. Someone's about to walk up to this board, Danya, in a few seconds, right? They just got done taking out their garbage for their mom on Twitch. It's like, Mom, can I go watch the SEC now? Yeah, honey, you did your garbage. And they're going to be like, Magnus castled queenside. That's what they're going to say.
It was not a bad Southern accent, Lane. I didn't know you lived in South Carolina. King C1 and just sip on your iced tea because my king is safe as houses here.
That is, of all your accents, we've been meaning to talk to you about this. This one is not your best. I want to be honest. We've got about 30,000 people watching here between Twitch and YouTube. And it's not your best
policy. I'll work on it.
It's okay.
I'll work on it.
It's okay.
Maybe a couple more years in Charlotte will help.
All right. No, but seriously, Magnus heads up play, finds a way to confuse the kid at home with his mom on Twitch. Everyone looks at this position, says that White castled long, and look at the advantage. White's up. Now you're going to put the king on B1. D6 is going to be weak.
And guess what, Danny? Wesley will pay the price for pushing his H-pawn. Magnus can actually say, hey, you want the open king side? I'll give you an open king side. There we go. G takes H4 was possible. F4, same type of idea, trying to open up the G file for that rook on G1.
I knew he was going to play a 4. I saw it coming, but you're right. G takes H4 was almost as spicy. This is getting crazy. He's also up 20 seconds on the clock. And I think Wesley either missed King D2 or clearly underestimated it because it really was, jokes aside, a really crucial idea because all these things you're doing as White right now don't work if your king is on E1, everybody. Magnus got the king to safety. Oh, wait. What?
Oh, there was H takes G3 there, which was a very hard move to spot, leaving the rook on C8 on pre, and then picking up the H2 pawn with tempo. That was an exchange sack, which would have seized the initiative. Now, Magnus needs to get that bishop out of there, and he does.
He does.
And now he's back in the driver's seat.
That's a heads-up play. Wesley missed a huge opportunity to get 2 pawns and interest for the exchange.
Now get that knight from B3 maybe to E4, putting more pressure in the center. This is a Magnus type of position. I think, yeah, there we go.
He's going for it, relocating the pony. Both C4 and E4 are open for business, depending.
Ooh, speaking of business, Wesley means business on the king side. Finally reaping the benefits of opening the H file. And now striking at the other side, bishop takes C3 is something to watch out for.
And bishop takes C3 might even be possible. Yeah, let's get fancy here.
He needs to take this game. It's a time scramble. It's a 50-50 position. Can Wesley keep his nerves here?
He plays king f8. Understandable to get the king off the e file, but he misses a chance. So knight e4. Once that bishop goes, all of your attacking chances on the queen side go with it. That's not good for Wesley.
Exactly, and the position becomes a lot more clearly defined and easier to play. Magnus doesn't have to rush with knight takes f6, but he does. He doesn't want to play with fire, and his bishop is obviously superior to the knight on g6, which, of course, as we've been pointing out, is restricted by that pawn on f4. So the position is not terrible for Wesley, but it's hard to navigate this in a time pressure situation. Your king is also very weak on f8.
Yeah. Okay, but Magnus trades away enough pieces that now Black not facing nearly as much pressure with the minor pieces gone. The major piece endgame can be held. There's even rook g1 coming.
That's the point. That's what Magnus missed. He should have put his queen on h2. If he had put his queen on h2, he would have had rook h1 in that position. Now Wesley can trade rooks and make the draw.
Yeah. I think Wesley will hold this. They're both under 5 seconds, though, so again, weird things do happen when you're under time pressure. Let's not... okay, look at Wesley. He goes b5. He wants a mating net.
He's queen d4. He's
losing the king upon ending. Oh my god!
King d4.
I lost my headphones.
Oh my gosh!
Hold on, I'll hear you in a second.
You're hilarious. But look at Wesley. He's advancing his king to g4. He's gonna flag. He's giving up his pawn. Magnus is king.
No.
Magnus is king. Danny went from the king side to the queen side to the center to black side of the board, and Magnus wins. Oh man!
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, Lynn! Oh my gosh, Lynn!
I'm a god.
Wow.
That was so crazy.
Wow. That was a backbreaker. It was funny, Donna, when B5 was first played in the eval bar, which reveals all went crazy, I'm like, why? And then Queen D4 check, and like, oh my god, you always have to anticipate the transition from the current endgame to the more simplified one, fans. And I know I'm saying things that Wesley so obviously knows, but it is instructive because even grandmasters of this level push pawns carelessly when under time pressure, Danya. And one of the first rules you learn is don't just evaluate whether your pieces are working now, but always anticipate the evolution of the position. And that was an example. Drawn queen and pawn ending, Danya, lost king and pawn ending is what happened there.
Well said. And the reason it was lost is, as you said, that move b5, completely unnecessary push of the pawn. Wesley was trying to threaten checkmate, forgetting that he's actually creating a weakness that's eminently accessible by the white king. Magnus anticipated it, and this is why he's the best endgame player of all time. He's also winning the next game. The wheels are coming off completely. Look at his last move, Danny, night before. Look at the bishop on b5. It's about to be massacred by the black pawns with c6 and d5. The wheels are off here, and this could get out of control. It's on the cusp of getting out of control. I think a 5-point lead, or it's a 6-point lead. Oh no!
Yeah, it's already a 6-point lead, and we didn't even have proper time to grieve the last loss before we look at the current position, and we've got problems. As you said, night before not only threatened some forks, but we got more forking problems. C6, A6, B5, D5, you name it. That bishop is running out of squares.
I think this game might be over before it began. We're 10 moves in, and Wesley has the white pieces. I don't like his choice of the Nimzovich-Larsen. I think he never got the positions he wanted to get, but he seems to be repeating it, trying to get the game out of theory, but he's succeeded. He's also gotten himself into a hole, 6-point hole and possibly a 7-point hole, as he struggles to find some way to keep the game going. I think he has to play knight b1 and a3. That might be the only move to stave off defeat. Knight b1.
Yeah, that's a tough move to play, but
he's got to do it. He's got no other moves.
Option. Back up the knight, you meet c6 or a6 with a3, and we get a big old trade. If white can find those moves, maybe it's not over, but he's down 2 minutes on the clock. Unfortunately, Magnus takes that confident sip of water. As the theory goes, you only drink water when you're confident, which is why I'm constantly trying to drink water on screen to pretend that I'm confident.
Hey, I'm holding up both of my beverages at the same time. Both of the glasses are empty, but let's not talk about that. Let's talk about Wesley's clock instead, which is about to dwindle down to 0. He might resign.
Doodle scoodle. Yupper doodle scoodle. It's unfortunate. These two players have the potential to have some of the closest matches and just some of the highest quality games. And Magnus is bringing the pain. He takes e3. It's brilliant. The first brilliant move on the board. It's going to be followed by d5. D5 and we live.
And why did he do that? Because he's winning the bishop back, but he's softening up White's pawns. White's position is now riddled. It's riddled with holes. The pawn on e3 is isolated. Wesley's not developed. He had to undevelop in order to save the minor piece. Now Magnus has the long-term pressure on the d-pawn and the e-pawn. A move like c5 here is what the doctor ordered to fix White's pawns, and the endgame is just misery for White, and 12 seconds on top of that. Great movie. Misery.
Great movie. As was 12
and great
Angry
song
Men.
by Maroon 5.
You said 12 seconds, 12 Angry Men. Ocean's 12, not so hot of a sequel. 12 Monkeys. You know,
now you're in territory unfamiliar to me. Ugh.
Yeah. Sound effect Danya has entered the room.
Okay, still some chances, maybe e4, knight d5. I think Magnus maybe underestimated this idea.
Yeah.
Uncle Sasha, what do you think about that? Maybe some sort of e4, knight d5, rook f1, and I have some chances.
That is a great Wesley Zell impression. Everyone knows it. It's a great one. Your old Uncle Sasha is very proud. But I'm sitting here thinking, like, how does this turn around if you're crawling in Wesley's mind? It's tough.
I mean, you just got to embrace the suck. I mean, whatever cliche whatever filler phrase you want to tell yourself, if you're Wesley, you got to tell yourself that phrase. And at the end of the day, I mean, right now, I wouldn't even focus on the comeback. I wouldn't focus on the concept of tying the match. I always say that when you're facing a deficit this big, your only chance is to break it up into bite-sized pieces. Right now, keep the deficit to 6 to 7 and try to reduce it to something like 4 going into the bullet, because in the bullet, you've got the biggest chance of any time control to actually develop a streak, because in bullet, you can get tilted. Even Magnus can get tilted in the bullet, and he has in the past. So keep this to within relative striking distance. That's your only goal right now if you're Wesley, and he's not succeeding in that either. He's losing game after game. Can he hold this one? I don't think so.
Gets forked on F2. That's a forking way to lose. And
94 rookie 4 he wants, and then knight c7, but
interesting.
That is but little relief.
94 rookie 4. Oh, you could have taken on d5 intermezzo that Magnus missed there. I think that might have actually been better.
Magnus banking on his e-pawn. He might want to go rook d1 or something crazy to throw Wesley in for a loop. Rook d1 and e3, great move in time pressure.
Mm-hmm. Not sure it wins, but yeah. Rook d1 and e3. This position is spicy here. Only 3 seconds for Wesley, but Magnus maybe joining him in the time scramble here.
He's calculating rook d1, I can guarantee
he goes for it. Wow. He's going to do it. Nice. Goes all in for this idea.
Bishop f7, and Wesley could guard his rook by dropping his king back to b2, and suddenly the position sharpens up again. King b2, he's got to find it. No time on the clock.
Bishop takes c4, that's the problem, though. And but if, 7 seconds. Now we gotta move. Time! Wesley's frustrated. I think he kind of had a bit of a smile because he was happy with how he played, but then it it didn't matter because the clock got away from him. Living on the increment will do that to you. And
but let's
Magnus
be real.
Carlsen extends his lead.
Let's be real. That final position was virtually indefensible. Even if he had made a move, it was only a matter of time before he would have lost.
Hey, sometimes I was trying to think of a way to turn sometimes into the time that we inserted unnecessary puns about time into a show like just now. But, okay, are we going to get an interesting, most exciting chess game of all time we commentate on? Magnus has played Bishop 4 again. There's a chance to repeat moves. Oh, no, it didn't happen. Never mind.
Didn't happen. What on earth are we getting? What kind of a London is this? Do they realize that they have other pieces? Wesley, Carlsen, you have other pieces other than the dark squared bishop. Wesley, other than your g8 knight. F6, anybody?
Don't play F6.
Kramnik would, but...
yeah.
Sorry.
In protest. And then his opponent would play...
Resigns?
What would he play?
You know what's a funny line? Line?
Resigns,
F6, bishop takes c7. And after queen takes c7, black wins because you've got the d8 square for your king.
That is funny, actually. All right. Well, Wesley is unfortunately feeling a little bit on tilt. For those wondering why you would play knight f6, knight h5, a little bit of tilt. But at the same time, it's a dynamic position at the very least. There are still multiple results possible. Probably not the best way to mount a comeback, losing this one. At this point, though, I think Wesley is trying to just look to change the pace, right? I don't know. You got to do something to throw things off.
But he's changing the pace from at least maintaining the deficit to basically dropping games out of the opening. And this is not the way. You can't play like this against Magnus because when you play this type of unconventional chess, far from getting thrown off, Danny, Magnus embraces and he says, thank you very much for a winning position out of the opening. We're going to see e4.
Right.
Bordning and I were talking about this yesterday. One of the many things that makes Magnus such an incredible blitz player is that it's like he drives a manual and he can shift gears at a moment's notice from grinding out a long endgame to bang, 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 taking en passant, opening up the center and sacrificing pieces.
Yep. I agree. As we always say, he doesn't have a lot of weaknesses. He's pretty good at winning all types of positions. To beat Magnus Carlsen, you have to play the best moves and you have to play them fast. And I don't know what else to say, right? It's a tough world going up against the highest rated player in history. And you said also early in the match that if he did get a lead, he wasn't going to let up. He's often ruthless. And it is a funny thing that you don't talk a lot about. We have a moment to do so because there's a big lead here, Danya, that part of Magnus's greatness is I think he really does appreciate that when he wins a match against someone, Danya, it's more than just that match. If he dominates and really leaves a mark psychologically, you know how much harder it is for people to beat him in the future? And I don't think I don't think he doesn't think about that. I think Magnus, appreciates the opportunity to leave a mark, if you will.
I completely agree. I think we can think of him as a scientist. It's not, he wants to be perfect, all right? For him, the game and the match is surgery, and he wants to perfect his craft. He knows that, he can probably take his foot off the gas pedal, and realistically, he's probably going to win the match, but that's not the Magnus. That's not how he's become Magnus Carlsen in the first place. He's become Magnus Carlsen by holding himself to a ruthlessly high standard, regardless of the situation in the match or in the tournament that he's played. How many times, Danny, has he basically bagged a tournament after the first half? And rather than coasting with a bunch of draws, he actually extends his lead. And he plays the second half of the tournament like he's in must-win situations. Knight A7, Knight C6, by the way, is
I
going
was
to
just
end
about
it.
to say, Knight A7, Knight C6 is freaking... Oh, he does it. Oh, my God. Bro.
I salute him.
The queen comes to A5. We're checkmating each other on
and
A6.
H6
Only one
falls.
person is really doing the mating, but... Wait.
H6 fell, Danny, and that's the reason that Wesley is losing. It's that H6 knight, which Magnus picks up at the end. Look at the whole board awareness of that sequence.
Yep. Okay, well, welcome to the Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase. Welcome to Magnus Carlsen. Welcome to the Magnus Carlsen Revenge Tour. He wants to win this year's event, making up for his epic, it was epic, but it was a finals defeat to Hikaru Nakamura. And yeah, it doesn't look like he will be denied today. Again, we still have another hour of chess total on the game clock. 30 minutes of 3 minutes above Magnus, 30 minutes of Bullet. And we're going to have a lot of fun in the meantime. We're going to learn some things. We're going to make some really awkward jokes. Danya's going to slip in and out of accents. We're going to have some puns. So don't go anywhere. But this is the Magnus Carlsen world, and I am a Magnus Carlsen girl or boy. That's
Damn,
it.
girl. That was smooth.
It is his world right now.
Oh, my lands. And not to bring up, to dig up old skeletons, Danny, but remember that Carlsen Caruana match that we mentioned at the beginning of the segment,
Yes.
22-4, was the final score. And if somebody hasn't seen that match, you can wonder, well, what is the anatomy of speaking of skeletons, what is the anatomy of a 22-4 match? How does that even happen over the course of 3 hours? Well, I think now you're beginning to see how it happens, right? He just, at some point, he just starts to win one game after the other. And as big as a 16-point lead sounds, it's actually not that big when Magnus is in machine mode as he is right now, and when his opponent is as debilitated and as demoralized as Wesley so is. And can you blame him? It's like, no matter what you do, you're going to lose. That's the feeling you start getting, and that's when the tilt really sets in.
Yep. And it's funny because I mean, you and I commented on that match last year where Magnus beat Fabiano, and we saw some highlights of it before the break. If you're just getting here, where have you been? But I remember now, as you kind of jog that conversation back into my head here, Danya, that we were also talking about Magnus's ruthlessness in that match, and that he was leaving a mark in Fabiano's brain to make sure that if they're ever in the SEC again, remember what happened last time? Remember, right? He was going full John Malkovich here. He's gone full Teddy KGB, right? He's reminding him what happened the last time they played. And he wants to win with a huge victory because I think he knows that it matters. And psychological factors are very real at the top levels of chess. If you don't believe you can beat someone, Danya, at the game of chess, you probably can't.
Magnus's improvement in the sphere of online chess is actually pretty amazing. And I know it's crazy to say Magnus's improvement in one sentence, because how much can this guy improve? He's already this good. But if you look at Magnus during the COVID era, 2020, 2021, he was a lot less consistent, A. B, he was less fast. He's almost always leading on the clock if he's playing anybody except Hikaru Nakamura. And C, he's almost more confident within the context of Bullet and Blitz chess. All of those Bullet Brawls, all of the Title Tuesdays, Danny, all of the SCC, RCC, CGC matches, all of that has given Magnus the additional experience he needs to extend his total dominance to the sphere of online chess. And it's an amazing, amazing opportunity for us. It's a privilege, honestly, to watch Magnus Carlsen shifting his focus from over-the-board chess, which he will continue to play, to online chess at exactly the right time.
Yeah. And I agree with chat. Let's go, Wesley. Come on, Wesley. Let's go. All of that said, let's go. Openly rooting for Wesley So to knock a few games his direction. The improbable only happens if that happens. And as you said, you got to have whatever cliche is necessary in your head. One game at a time, one position at a time, one move at a time, right? You got to just start with one thing at a time.
It's like those post-game basketball interviews, which are just like platitude after platitude, but you can't blame the player because he's like totally out of breath. All right, we just down the stretch, on the defensive end, and coach just put me in and just had to hit a couple big shots and, just up and down the floor and defensive effort and resilience. Wesley needs to repeat all those words to himself and find
you forgot
it in
to
himself
say,
to keep
and it is what it is. It is what it is, and
it is
we're
what
putting
it is,
100% out there.
Very good.
All right, A3 is played by Wesley. That actually is a good move here. You're taking care of the lack of development you have. Magnus will probably play A5 and say, no, he doesn't. He goes B3. He wants the B2 pawn. A little bit of kicks and giggles here.
I was about to say Wesley has more time than he started with, and then I realized we're not playing the bullet yet.
We're not playing bullet. No. Although he is up on the clock. So again, a single victory starts right now. To answer the question from the chatter earlier, no, just believing you can beat Magnus does not get the job done. But you do have to start with the belief. If you're a top-level player and you hang your knight.
No.
And then bishop D3.
And rook E1 is coming. The rook is trapped. And Wesley loses another one.
Problem. Your old Uncle Sasha has this memory one time in Siberia when it got away from me. And just like that, I was riding a bear in a Siberian prison. Okay, very nice. Back to the show. Wesley now has been informed it's time to take our halftime break. Magnus doesn't look too thrilled with his inability to get his hand completely down his shirt. He's going to continue to work on that at the break. And in the meantime, we're going to remind you all of where we sit on the scoreboard.
Well, my gosh. Where do we sit on the scoreboard, Danny? Remind us. How big of a lead is it? It's a 9-point lead?
It's an 8-game lead.
8-game lead. I apologize. I'm jumping the gun here. 10.5, 2.5 is our score. But the 3-minute portion, Danny, we're in Mick adoption territory.
Yep.
No, it's a 9-point lead. 5-0.
Okay, it just hadn't been updated yet. There you go. It is a 9-point lead. You are right. I don't know whether we're in the 10-game territory yet. For those who don't speak online chess fluently, the term adoption was coined. When you win 10 games against someone, that is all it means. And right now, Magnus Carlsen might be en route to doing just that with one of the greatest blitz players in the history of the game. So, Danya, I'm going to just leave you with the floor. You want to comment on how Wesley does psychologically keep this together, what you do when you're facing Magnus here, and or talk about the greatness of Mr. Carlsen. You have the floor.
Well, we've rehashed and rehashed the greatness of Mr. Carlsen, and it cannot be rehashed enough. It's one of those things that you need to keep talking about it because newer and newer aspects and elements of Magnus Carlsen's greatness keep coming onto the surface. And for Wesley So, I think there's a Lana Del Rey song, Summertime Sadness. I think that's what Wesley is experiencing right now. He's demoralized. You feel for him, but he's got to keep fighting. Part of the prize fund is determined by the points that you score, Danny. And this is what chess professionals do. Even when you're down by 50 points and your opposing team is hitting three-pointer after three-pointer, you need to keep your legs churning and you need to keep fighting. And that's what Wesley is going to do because we know Wesley.
He is going to keep doing that. There is enough cash to justify, I think, doing it. $7,500 up for just pure win percentage every game. And as the prizes remain up for grabs, let me remind everyone viewing that it is September, so it's still up for grabs for you to hit that subscribe button and save up to 30%. Real quick reminder, too, that if you are a subscriber to the Twitch channel, it means no ads on chess.com, whether you're a premium member on chess.com or not. You may not have known that. All you have to do is subscribe to our Twitch. In fact, throw us your Prime because it's easy. It takes you a couple clicks. Connect your account at chess.com, and you will have an ad-free experience over there And again, your subs really do help. If you didn't know it, you're missing content at every break. We play funny videos and have a fun time. So subscribe and you don't have to see commercials. You get to hear more of Danya and see more funny videos. And Mr. Naroditsky, I think we're going to take a quick break. When we return, it's the back half of the 3-minute portion as we head toward the bullet. Thank you to all of our subs. We will be right back with more SCC action in just a few. God, it's the same thing every time. Why didn't you en passant, bro? I swear to God, en passant should be forced. All my friends watching, and this is taking forever. Play faster. If I could move this pawn backwards, it would basically be checkmate. Oh! And draws are dumb. I should be able to flag him no matter how many times I repeat moves. 1400 years and it's the same game every time. You know what? It's time for some updates. I'm tired of this. I'm doing it. Stalemate is now a win for the player who gets stalemated. You're welcome, Eric Rosen.
Hey, it's the Rosen trap.
Pawns can move backwards. Why has that never not been a rule?
Pawns can move backwards now?
Every piece should be allowed to en passant.
What? That's not even possible. How?
Ship it. Dunzo. Update. Enter.
Why is it ending? There's just 2 kings on the board. What is this purgatory?
This is so awesome what we're doing here. Guys, we're changing chess. Why can't people just move however they want, whenever they want?
Wait, what? Checkmate? Do I not get to move?
From now on, C4 actually explodes. Pawns are weak no more. Pawns can promote on the first move. Update! Take that, bro! Woo! I'm not sure I made the users as happy as I thought I would. Maybe chess doesn't need an update. Financial systems do need an update, though. Coinbase is working on just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent. Thank you, Coinbase, for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the Speed Chess Championship possible. Go to coinbase.com/update the system today to learn more.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
by Coinbase. It continues here with Wesley So doing everything he can to mount a comeback versus Magnus Carlsen, who has been on form today, and that is the most PG way I can say how Magnus Carlsen has been playing. It has been rated R. It's not legal in half the states. What's been going on here? It's been violent, aggressive chess from Magnus Carlsen. He's up by 9 games. Danya Naroditsky is with me. We've been calling the action. That's the scoreboard as we head into the back half of the 3-minute, and games are underway, Danya.
They are underway. It's a 9-point deficit. You don't want this entering double-digit territory because then, hey, you'll be in pretty good company. You'll be in Nepo's company, and you'll be in the company of everybody that Magnus has destroyed over the last few years in the SEC, and that list is pretty wide. For Wesley, okay, 29 minutes, Danny. You need to get this down to, I think, at a minimum 6 points to have even an iota of a chance to come back in the bullet.
Agreed, and I think at this point it's almost irrelevant as to whether the comeback happens, but just win one game, right? Mm-hmm. Just win the next game, and see where that takes you, I think is the mindset that we're looking for. And we have a Botvinnik English structure for black, very solid center. White employing a double fee and Keto kind of system here. Lots of flexibility here as I hurl my headphone wire back.
I like this for both. This is an interesting position. Black putting together what I refer to as the Botvinnik setup. That's how it was taught to me, when you have these pawns on c5, d6, and e5, and then you have the fianchettoed bishop. That's how it's characterized. Of course, the drawback is that you are weakening the d5 square, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Black's structure is very solid. It's very compact, and you do have the eventual possibility of orchestrating, Danny, some kingside play, maybe with an eventual push of the f-pawn. First, you trade the bishops, which definitely is in Black's favor as well.
Yeah. No, you said it well. I was also taught that it was the Botvinnik English, just FYI, in case you're like, was I given a name that no one else used? I'm pretty sure it was the same name, so that's good. We're in the same camp there. Yeah, here's White getting some queenside play with b4. And it's funny because you have to be careful. If the Botvinnik structure does get undermined, some things can change quickly, and if this knight stays put, could become a real thorn, even if it turns into a protected passed pawn.
Mm-hmm. Great point. So, quick interjection, Danny. Guess at what age Mikhail Botvinnik learned the rules of chess?
If I had to guess, it was like 3 or something.
It was double digits. It was 12.
Wow.
I read in his autobiography. 12. Can you believe that? I mean, that's obviously impossible anymore, but back in Botvinnik's time, he was born in 1911, learned the rules of the game in 1923 or so, and just a couple of years later was defeating Jose Raul Capablanca in super tournaments. Not a bad progression.
That's a pretty impressive trajectory there. That's a pretty awesome path there. Botvinnik, the father of the Botvinnik Soviet chess school, and a legend. You look at naming world champions in history. If you ever try to test yourself, that you know sort of the timeline of world champions. Mm-hmm. When you get into the Botvinnik area, it can challenge you a little bit if you really are trying to name everyone in sequential order. it gets pretty rough because he both won and then lost the world championship multiple times.
And absolutely, it's like when you try to name the presidents and you get into like Tyler, Polk, Taylor, and then Tyler and Taylor and Schmaler and Van Buren. That's when the presidents get less memorable. You got the Smyslovs and the Talls and the Petrosians, and they all kept going back and forth like Hikaru and Magnus in the SEC.
Yep, it was a wild time.
Do you like how I brought it back to the SEC, Danny?
Yes. Hey, okay. Hats off to you, sir. I don't wear a hat anymore because it rapidly increases my balding, so I don't wear hats anymore. But okay, I tip my hat to you, sir. We have a weak D pawn. We have a B file we're fighting for. Wesley has reinforced it with the A pawn, but overall, not a ton to write home about. If I had to choose, though, I kind of like White, despite the D pawn being weak. I really get worried about the C pawn. I feel like the E5 pawn is a target, also the square. And I kind of feel like if a transition happens here, a trade of these minor pieces, I kind of like the knight. But what do you think?
I share your instinct. I like the knight on c4, which could become a knight on d5. In fact, you can play knight b6 right here, and that is a Magnus-esque kind of move. Again, look at that X-ray defense of the rook on b1 to the b6 square. But Magnus kind of deciding, yep, knight b6, there it is.
Oh, he goes for it, yeah.
Danny, the thing is, once the knight gets to d5, Black can challenge that knight by dropping his own knight to e7, although even that is hard to achieve because there is a fork on c7 that you have to be very careful about allowing.
Yeah. Well, he puts the queen on a7, which allows knight e7. So very good heads of play, but note that Magnus is not messing around, playing super quickly with his knight moves, working on those knight moves. He's got. By the way, has any piece besides the knight moved in the last 10 moves?
Jeez, what a ring around the rosy. Well, the a pawn is about to move up and seize the b file, even at the cost of the d3 pawn. Worthy price to pay. And bishop a5
he
instead.
doesn't do it. Bishop
Weird.
A5.
Now he plays it.
Well, now the
Still
d pawn
good.
isn't hanging, so interesting.
The a-pawn is, but if you take the a-pawn, you allow the infiltration, Danny, of white's queen to b7, and the bishop from a5 can challenge the knight from d8. Oh, what about that juicy little move?
Yeah, bishop d8 would be a move you regret allowing. So instead, Wesley plays knight to c6.
Okay, bishop c3, a slight advantage,
Okay.
no risk, good position.
Okay,
Yes,
very
Uncle
nice.
Sasha?
You have this slon c3 con d4. You have okay, very nice. Now wait. Bring the queen. No, the knight comes back to b6. He loves maneuvering and reinforcing now.
Oh, look at that knight. You know how to say outpost in Russian?
I used to. I've lost so many of my vocabulary. Go ahead.
Forpost.
What is it?
I think that term is an obscure chess term in English. Well, it's forpost. F-O-R and then post. Your Soviet schoolboy lesson for the day, chat.
I love it. I love it. Okay, queen to c4. The queen is inching forward. Wesley So has not played like the Soviet schoolboy you said he needed to be when the wheels started to come off. Magnus is pushing hard in every position, although this one's getting weird. Some time pressure ensuing for both players.
Yep, queen e6. Queen e6 is begging to be played, especially now with the e-pawn weak. But Magnus adheres to his strategy. He's trying to get his king over to the queen side, delegating the task of stopping the pawn to his king so that his queen and knight are free to roam about the cabin. But queen e7, Wesley blundering the a-pawn. There was no need to give that away. And he's on complete
Magnus
tilt here.
takes
The
it.
knight from d5. What a move. Blocking the queen's path.
And it threatens the bishop. It blocks the queen from coming in.
Oh,
and it threatened the bishop.
mate!
He's got mate on h8.
Whoa. Did you see that? Queen b7, queen c8, and now he's going to promote his a-pawn. And Wesley has not a single check. Another victory.
And look at the knight's defense of the king there, right? That, as you said, was the key to not having any checks. We always say the knight is the best defender, right, around the king. And that was one of those moments where the queen just felt helpless. She couldn't get enough counterplay.
Man, I hate to say the word. In Russian, that word is усыновление. You know, it starts
And
with an
in
A
English, that
and
word
ends
is
with an
adoption.
option. Yeah.
How many games has he won?
6, I think, because the final game of the 5-minute portion was drawn, but 6 in a row against Wesley. So, are you kidding me?
Fun fact, the person who holds the record for the most adoptions on chess.com is Hikaru Nakamura with 524 total adoptions of other human chess players.
That's a lot of kids, man.
This
Lots of
includes
child support.
67. This includes 67 double adoptions, which, depending on the state you're in, can be really complicated in the court. But 67 double adoptions and 1 adoption over yours truly, Daniel Wrench.
Man, speaking of the
I bet you didn't know
Octomom,
I would have some adoption stats ready for today.
That was nifty. You brought that out at exactly the right moment. But the problem is that we talk about it, and first of all, none of this is intended to make, and I think you'll co-sign me on this, Danny. We feel for Wesley. This is a very tough situation to be in. It's not like an open tournament where you lose a couple of games and you drop down to face a weaker opponent. It's like you drop down to face Magnus Carlsen, and then you lose, and you drop down to face Magnus Carlsen, and then you face Magnus Carlsen. And this Magnus Carlsen becomes stronger and stronger with every victory. So it's like, a big boss that just grows more evil with every passing game. But all hats off to Magnus. This guy is insane.
Yep. No, obviously. I mean, at this point, we're having fun. Wesley knows. Wesley is an amazing chess player with an incredible career who has beaten Magnus in some very big moments, but today is not his day, and no one's going to hold that against him. But it is impressive when you see someone like Carlsen do what he's doing. Because regardless of Wesley not being on form, it takes super form, Super Saiyan form, right? Over 9,000 to have the focus, Danya, to beat Wesley So 6 times in a row. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's next level stuff. And that's all
I get
we're
what you're
trying
saying.
You get what I'm saying? Because it's super. Because if you listen to what I'm saying, it's super. It might even be over 9,000 words before I really drive this awkward moment home.
Hey, as the old saying goes, Magnus Carlsen is an impressive chess player, and he will start to squeeze this position with black. I actually think Wesley was better out of the gates, but now that Magnus has established this knight on c5 and fixed the queenside pawn structure to his favor, I think Wesley's best bet is to prepare g4, put a rook on h1, and try to smash through the kingside with your pawns.
Yeah. Well, I've been saying it for years that if you have an opportunity to pry open your opponent's king, you do it, find the lever, open up the files where more infantry can enter.
Well, rook d1, Wesley playing on all sides of the board and attacking d6 and trying to meet rook d7, I think, with bishop c6. And suddenly that pawn doesn't feel quite as well protected as it did just a couple of moves ago. I think Magnus is best advised just to jettison it and say, you can take the pawn, but you're going to have to allow the queen trade, and that's going to take the heat off of the king side.
Yeah. He does. He does choose to jettison the pawn, and endgame is not the worst thing for black because the knight is super well placed here. It hits b3. The pawns on dark squares are hard for the bishop to gang up on. So kind of as Danya said, letting go of the pawn, even if white's doing okay, black is actually, this position actually probably still is a 3-result game in many ways.
Totally, especially given what we've seen in previous endgames. I mean, how many games just in this match, Danny, have we seen that started off seemingly as 2-result games? We had that Caro-Kann game, we had games in the early part of the match, and then suddenly in the blink of an eye, bang, Magnus is in charge, he's playing for the win, and then bang, you make one mistake and the game is over.
Yep. And it's funny because, again, Wesley won the pawn, but black's position has more to improve. I mean, you bring the king out, which he already started. You're going to put the king here. Maybe you can trade rooks, and if everybody comes off the d-file, the b3 pawn hangs in the end. So this is tricky. I guess that's the point.
It's a Pyrrhic victory for Wesley because as a result of his excellent play, he's won the d6 pawn. He's checked the box. He's won the war, but Magnus has won the piece. And not literally, but figuratively. And he might win a piece if that rook on c6 doesn't get out of the gates here. Draw is the likeliest result because neither side can make easy progress. But that's going to milk more time off the match clock. And Wesley, you can just sense the frustration all the way across the ocean.
Well, he plays king e7. Will he try to trap that rook or trade that rook? Because you can kind of sit tight, but I don't know that there's really more ways to get at the rook. You lack squares like a6 because of the bishop. So I don't know exactly how you really get at this rook. And at some point, you might just want to simplify the position. Or just shuffle, right? Little shuffle puck.
Do you think Magnus is actively thinking about adoption? Is he going to go for the win here and burn some bridges just because he doesn't want to allow a draw? I don't think so. Where do you stand on that question, Danny?
Again, to clarify for the viewers, if you get a single draw, the adoption papers are denied. It has to be 10 wins in a row. So I think that Magnus will play ruthless chess as long as he can do it with a reasonable amount of risk. And I think from that perspective, Magnus likes his chances in mutual time pressure. We've said before that the knight is often trickier than the bishop, and therefore your opponent can often blunder into a fork. And so I'm kind of dodging the question. I don't know that Magnus is thinking about the adoption, but I don't think he's not thinking about it.
And he's thinking about it with those 20 seconds that he spent, and he's going for it. He's going for the win here. And it's the best feeling in the world. You're up double digits. So, I mean, yeah, you lose the game. Worst comes to worst. It's not an issue. And that's what makes Magnus so scary. Now he's going to take even more risk than he usually would. And I think he's getting rewarded for it. Suddenly he's got the initiative and a bunch of forks are being threatened. Piggy's on the 7th, anybody?
Yeah. I was going to say, objectively, I don't really know that I disagree with it, regardless of the motives. I mean, you have an opportunity to keep pushing, and here comes some tricks.
And here comes the knight. Back to F5 it goes. Back to F5 it goes. And he's going to have mate threats.
With check. Yeah, you tuck the king on H6. You're threatening rook D4 and rook takes F2. All kinds of stuff.
Ooh, rook D7, though.
No, but
sorry.
I think if white can... Oh, he doesn't go. Oh, he just blundered the bishop.
But it's still a game. Danny, it's still a game. Okay. Rook A8. Oh, man, but he's losing the thread here. Rook A8 and keep chasing the knight. I think he can force repetition. King F6, and he's got a mate thread of his own.
He's mating him on H8.
C5. No. Oh, he blundered mate. Rook F7.
Rook F7.
And Rook F5 was mate, but he wins the game anyway.
Oh, my God. Magnus missed mate and won. But he's still winning. Rook anyway.
Oh, no, he wins another one. What do I have to do to even draw this guy?
God, that was such a nice idea to go for the mating net with the king under fire there in the corner, but it backfires. Oh, man.
Well, Wesley hasn't survived a single time scramble this entire match against Magnus. Magnus is just too accurate when both sides have 2 seconds on their clock. The guy is, mate and won. Who cares? He found a way to win the rook. And sometimes chat makes too big of a deal of missed mates, Danny. When you see a way to win a rook, you're often not even looking for checkmate. And remember, he's got 2 seconds on his clock. I know it's hard to admit it, but Magnus is sometimes still a human.
Well, again, unless you saw the mate before you went into the line, Danya, you're right, and it is actually the correct approach from a human's perspective, because as we always say, humans don't care about the best way to win. They care that they win. And computers make things look silly in terms of the math. And, you missed mate one, this and that. But obviously, Magnus doesn't care because scoreboard, as the kids would say, right? A dub's a dub. And or as Vin Diesel would say for all of those coloring book fans out there, winning's winning. Inch a mile. Family's family. Inch a mile.
I do know who Vin Diesel is, but I've never seen a movie with him.
Have you seen Guardians of the Galaxy? You know he's the voice of Groot.
Nope. I have not seen. Is that a superhero movie?
Yes.
I don't watch superhero movies.
What about Fast and Furious, which is basically a superhero movie?
Nope.
Okay.
I like action movies, but I feel like that's too much action and not enough, slow plot development for my taste.
That's probably the understatement of the century when it comes to Fast and Furious.
Yeah, exactly.
So I agree with you. No disagreements there. Yeah. There's a lot of mixed results on how people feel about Fast and the Furious. I'm just leave it at that.
Hey, different strokes for different folks, chat.
That's right. Although, speaking of Tyler 1, who was mentioned earlier and recently reached the 1,000 rating plateau, shout out to you, Tyler. We know you're watching chess shows these days, secretly, alone on your phone, making sure that no one hears you. Don't tell your brother E-Rob. I think Vin Diesel could play Tyler 1 in a movie. What do you think, chat? Let's have some fun here. Who plays Tyler 1 in the movie about him becoming the greatest chess player of all time? Right? I think it's such an improbable plot that you need an actor like Vin Diesel to pull it off. So I nominate Vin Diesel to play Tyler 1. If anyone in chat can give me a better suggestion than Vin Diesel to play Tyler 1, you get a 1-year diamond membership. You have to convince the judge of 1. That's me.
You're the judge, jury, and executioner, Danny.
I am on this one. So.
Okay. Opposite colored bishop endgame. Another better position for Magnus Carlsen. Will this be number 8? What?
Sorry, Danny DeVito was a great suggestion. Jason straight. Okay, this is good. The Rock is certainly up there, but no, I think that the Rock is too tall. Vin Diesel is shorter than he appears, and I think Tyler 1 is also pulling some shenanigans, if I get a feeling. Margot Robbie to play Tyler 1. Okay. Anyway, you guys are off the rails. Back to the chess.
Back to the chess and back to a suffering endgame for Wesley. Down on the board, down on the clock. How many times have we said that in the 3-minute portion? Well, 7 for every one of Magnus's wins.
Yeah, and if he gets his 8th victory, he's already got 7 right now.
And Wesley with good drawing chances here. King e6 was an excellent move, getting out of the lateral pin and activating his king, trying to force White's rook away from b7 and forcing the knight first and foremost away from c4. I think this is moving. The trend of the game is in Wesley's favor here. He should not lose this with accurate defense.
I like it. I like it. He only has 1 minute and 13 seconds, though. Rook g8, what is Magnus doing? He's doing... Oh, he's got g5 coming, and the bishop is running out of squares.
Whoa, but he's blundered rook b3.
Oh, he missed it.
He might lose it.
He missed it.
Black wins back the knight with 2 extra pawns, and he's just realized it. It's a great idea by Magnus, but Wesley has to be very careful where he puts his king. Yeah. Because if you put it on c6, amazingly, if we could pull up an analysis board, Danny, I think this is worth showing.
Yeah,
and
let's do it.
If instead he
did
had gone
find
king
the right
c6,
square, but let's show how you could have gone wrong with king to c6.
So knight takes c3, rook b3, and you're like, well, how could White possibly save the knight? Well, the point is rook c8 check. If you go to d7, you give up c5, and White defends the knight. So you have to go to d6. If you go to b6, you give up the rook. And here you allow the rook to navigate over to d3, and White maintains his loot. So Wesley remaining on top, remaining alert.
Here, if you go here, there's a check and a win of the rook this way. So, all right, Magnus is going to fail at his... He's going to fail at his adoption task. I said it. I'm jinxing them. Commentator's curse.
Okay,
Wesley got himself in a mating net.
The only way Wesley actually loses this is basically he misses some sort of mating net. But does he have a way to play for a win here? Oh, takes e7, takes h7.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Wait, why give up 2 pawns like that?
Wesley should have taken the draw there with just checking the king with the rook, but now we're in an all-out scramble again where Magnus has winning chances once more.
He does, although if Wesley plays his cards right and pushes that c-pawn at the right moment, he should have enough to counterbalance White's pawn majority. I mean, rook h8 or something seems right to make sure that you can stop the pawn from behind, because doing it from c7 is way too flimsy.
Yeah, there's too many checks, too many ways you lose your knight, so don't put your rook on that on pre-square.
Oh,
he does play rook h8.
Draw.
Draw?
Draw.
Draw?
Wesley thinking about it, but there's nothing Black can do here.
There you go.
He avoids adoption at least.
Adoption is over. Wesley so gives a little bit of a smile. Hikaru Nakamura is happy. Magnus doesn't get one adoption closer to his all-time record, as I said earlier. There shall be no new members of the Magnus Carlsen family. Let it be known throughout the land.
He's got a lot of mouths to feed as it is.
Also, there's no world where Danny DeVito was a better suggestion than Vin Diesel, okay? Like, I appreciate the chat poll here, and I love our community team for trolling me, but I'm not giving a diamond... It was hilarious, but I'm not giving a diamond membership for that. I think I named the best actual actor, and I think it's okay for me to be judge, jury, and executioner on this one, respectfully. So, as judge, jury, and executioner of the decision of whether I deserve to be judge, jury, and executioner over this said topic, I rule in favor of me. Okay?
Hey, that's a kangaroo court if I've ever seen one.
There you go. All right. Anyway, Tyler won the movie about becoming the greatest chess player of all time, starring Vin Diesel.
I think they chose Danny DeVito just because his first name is Danny.
No, like, I mean, Tyler won is kind of shorter, and he is bald by choice. I don't know that Danny DeVito was. That's neither here nor there. And I love Danny DeVito. Don't get me wrong. All right. The 3-minute portion could very well come to a close with this game.
Mm-hmm.
I am very much excited about the idea, at this point it remains an idea, of Wesley So getting a win. That's where I'm at. I'm excited about that, and I love Rook E1. I like the E-file. Okay, stay with me. I like the fact that this knight's a little lost and tender, right? Okay. Come on, Wesley. Let's get an advantage here. I like the e4 square.
Mm-hmm.
He's
got the advantage. He's got the, and so does Wesley. So he has an advantage. He had this structure against Alireza a bunch of times, and Wesley struggled in this structure with white. Black has this annoying idea of moving the bishop back and then deploying the knight via h6 to f5. So, yeah, white's got the positional dominance in the center, but black has the long-term possibility of kingside play. I do like that Wesley is up a minute on the clock because he has struggled big time on many, many fronts in this 3-minute portion, but as well as the clock.
Indeed. Bishop to g6 is played to use the f5 square, but the knight pops into e4. We're trading knight improvements potentially right now. Indeed we are. Magnus says, I raise you 1. Both of our knights are better where they stand. This knight on a6 is kind of a donkey.
Mm-hmm. Oh, bishop
I
h5.
didn't just
Nice
say
move.
that. I didn't just say that to do that. Okay, come on.
Damn, girl.
Hey. Stop.
I love it.
Okay, you want some more? Yeah?
Some more would be amazing.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm going with this. Yeah, okay. Queen e8 maybe for Carlsen.
All right, bishop h5 is played. And
what okay, queen f7. Very good move.
What okay. What we have here is very nice.
But h5, I don't like this move by Wesley because now h5 and very strong play with pawns on king's side, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
h5, etc.
Ben Feingold rolls over in his grave, but we do like the bishop coming back to f2. He does it.
Yes, and that's why Magnus played b6. We saw Alireza making the same type of move, trading a pair of knights, and now it's black using the queen side to his advantage. I think one of the instructive things about the way Magnus plays is he redefines the concept of pressure. Like you think, okay, in this position, I have to attack on the king side as black, and white attacks on the queen side. For Magnus, he uses the entire board as his canvas. Even if white is the one with the ostensible advantage on one side of the board, he says, no, I'm going to be the one to strike on both sides. I own the board. Knight d4, striking at the center.
Yep, I love it. Well said. He creates counterplay over here where there may be opportunities for blunders or attacks. You have to watch out for the A-pawn. It's also scary because if Wesley can parry the threats and pick up a couple of peshki himself, then, you know, some pawns are pawns, right? A peshka is a peshka.
A peshka is a peshka. And you've got a nice peshka which is about to land up white's grill on d3.
That's fair. That's fair. A past peshka is also one step from becoming a real boy. Just ask Pinocchio.
Проходная пешка. That's fun.
There you go. All right.
Rook
d1 happens. We have
rook takes a2.
Is it rook takes a2? You're threatening things.
Then
There's
white
also
can
a
trade
bishop.
Queens.
Okay, he goes for takes a2. You're threatening this. Maybe white has to get the queens off the board.
He does. Oh, nice move by Magnus.
Indeedio.
And you can't take Danny because the bishop's going to land on d4 and then the rook on f1. And let's not talk about that position.
Hey, first rule about Bruno, we don't talk about Bruno. And in this case, a back rank mate is the same as a Bruno. And if you don't get that reference, you've never seen Encanto, and I am no longer happy.
Man, I have not seen whatever you just said. I didn't even hear what you said. But I hear
know
what
you're
Magnus
not a
said.
dad, Danya, but you got to see Disney movies, and at times are phenomenal. Okay, and I'm not just saying that so I don't get sued, you know, because that's what Disney does. But I'm just saying, like, there's some great films, and Encanto was a great, very, you know, that's all.
I liked my share of Disney movies. I loved Aladdin as a kid. I loved Mulan. So, you know, I was at least 5% of me was a normal kid. I mean, the other 95 was the sitting in the basement reading Dvoretsky. But, you know, let's not talk about those 95%. Magnus, by the way, he's down to 5 seconds. It's like it doesn't matter, Danny. When Magnus has 5 seconds, you feel like he has 5 hours.
Still playing the best moves on the board. Plays the move rook e4. The e6 pawn will fall. By the way, it is... Well, we are down up against the wire. Either this game ends in seconds, or it is our last game in the 3-minute portion. We see that clock now down to 15 seconds above Magnus Carlsen. And I don't think Wesley is looking to resign and get another 3-minute game in. If this was a closer match, Wesley would probably resign this position, Danya, and try to get another 3-minute game. But it's not a close match.
It's not a close match. And you might as well bleed and drink this cup down to its dregs. Looks like Wesley is likely to save the game if he can get that D2 pawn, but he doesn't want to take it and allow a pawn endgame because black is the one with the outside passer. I feel like practically Magnus still has good winning chances here. He's going to push B4, establish the bishop, and Wesley has to quickly calculate whether or not he can get away with knight takes D2. It looks like he can, but it's a really scary move to play. Good job.
He does it. He laughs in the face of danger. The king and pawn. Oh, that was a table-based bar. Woo! Confirming a draw. It wasn't a blunder. It was just a gray bar. Danny. Heart attack. Sorry. I don't know why I burst into song, but sometimes it helps me get along with the trauma that I'm facing. My therapist says it's okay. So
and you're not
I
wrong.
Burst into song. There you go.
You're not wrong to burst into song. And a draw, Wesley. A little relief, of course, but nonetheless, holding that final game. At this point, you got to take what you can get, Danny.
Indeed, you do. He doesn't lose the last game as we head into Bullet, and that's got to feel a little bit good, right? He is still down 11 games in the match, which is the same score we left at the halfway point of the 3-minute portion. So, real talk. We've never seen an 11-game deficit overcome. It would take returning the favor and winning 11 straight games against Magnus Carlsen, as Wesley so once lost to Magnus on a casual Wednesday on chess.com. But, all right. It's a casual Tuesday, not a casual Wednesday, but every day is a day for you to feel your best, Danya. You got to take care of your body. You got to put healthy things into your body if you want to have healthy things come out. You are what you eat. You are what you drink. I see you rolling your eyes off camera at me.
No.
Doesn't mean I don't
I'm
love
not.
you. I feel you. No, I know you're not. I'm teasing. I think it adds to the fun drama because I want fans to pay attention when I tell them that AG1 is their next smart move. They are our official, I don't even know what it is. They're an official partner. And if you go to drinkag1.com/chess, or just use the command AG1 to get a direct link. You can use our chess login page to get whatever that is that you're getting. AG1, I do drink it regularly. It is awesome. It is tasty. I do love it. And that's it. We thank them for sponsoring the SEC. Danya, I thank you for being who you are. I just want you to know that. Like, there's no conditions, just who you are. I thank you for that.
Well, I thank you for being who you are. This has been such a fun match, not for Wesley, but for all of the rest of us. And we've had courtside seats to Magnus's magisterial display in the first two segments. You don't want to miss the Bullet, Danny, just from the perspective of Magnus playing his very best chess, which is by definition unmissable action, regardless of the score.
You heard the man. He said it. Sometimes you stick around to see if LeBron's going to drop 60, right? We're going to find out, or will Wesley give us some fun the other way? Either way, we've got the Bullet portion ahead. Don't go anywhere. It's the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, and it is back in just a few.
Love playing chess variants? Or just looking for something new? Join us for the Variants Community Series. Every 2 months, we'll be featuring a different variant in a series of events and competitions. Learn a new variant and compete against other players for prize money, or just play for fun. Look for community arenas, streamer arenas, and championship events. 6 weekly arena tournaments held every Thursday will be followed by a championship event with cash prizes, including a $1,000 first place prize. The third and final weekly arenas will be streamer arenas, featuring gifted subs as prizes. Win any of these events to qualify for the championship. The Variants Community Series kicks off on September 7th with King of the Hill, where the first to occupy the center wins the game. But getting checkmated still loses. And join the Variants Club today to learn more about upcoming events how to participate, and much, much more. See you in the arena on chess.com.
Spell Chess is coming to chess.com. Enchant your pieces with one of 2 spells, jump or freeze. Players start with 2 jump spells and 5 freeze spells, which recharge after 5 moves. You may cast your spell whenever you wish before making a regular chess move. Jump is a spell cast to 1 square, wherein if there is a piece on that square, other pieces can jump over the charmed piece. The freeze spell is cast over a 3x3 square area, and the pieces in this area are temporarily frozen in place. Combine your powers of chess and sorcery to defeat your opponent. Come see what Supercell and Chess.com have cooked up in our new variant, Spell Chess, dropping on September 1st.
This music is so hot right now. Magnus Carlsen's hair looking like he did it up that way. Shout out to chat and everyone who's having a great time today. Shout out to Magnus Carlsen for putting on a show. But it's not over yet. He's got the bullet ahead, Danya. And we know he wants to get it done because as we look at the bracket, getting back to the final is the first goal. Avenging his loss last year is the second. And he has his eye on the prize.
He does indeed. Hikaru and Magnus have put through the most impressive performances of the SEC thus far, although MVL not to be outdone. We've had so many blowouts, Danny, in this year's SEC, not because a certain category of players are not trying or they're tilted. It's just because the people currently in the semifinals are unbelievable, and we are kicking off our final half an hour of action.
All four players in the semifinals, as you said, are unbelievable. And we said this at the top of the show for those who may have missed it. Fun fact, only 4 players have ever reached a final of an SEC, and those 4 are the 4 men left standing. Nakamura, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, Magnus Carlsen, and Wesley So. Doesn't look like Wesley So is going to get back to a final this year as we kick off the bullet portion. But, historically, those 4 guys have been the best 4 players in SEC history, obviously. And MVL, the only other player to beat Magnus Carlsen in this format besides Hikaru Nakamura. Mm-hmm. I can't wait for that match tomorrow, by the way. Naka versus MVL is going to be a Blasty McBlasterson.
Unmissable action tomorrow, but there's the scary concept of, like Michael Jordan playing to the best of his ability. And no matter how many shots you hit, you're just not going to be good enough because the guy is the best in the universe. And I'm getting those vibes right now from Magnus Carlsen. If he continues to play on this level, there might not be, God himself won't be able to stop him. Wesley trying to stop Magnus from running him over on the king side here, but knight takes f7 transitions the game into a position with a devastating initiative. Another great move. Rook is coming to d1, Danny. Bishop to d6. And this is unplayable in a bullet game.
And if you block the check, b7 hangs with check. So instead, we're going to choose the poison of rook d1, bishop d6. And Magnus Carlsen, this is just, this is Redonka bunker. I'm pretty sure that's a scientific phrase you can look up and you see Magnus Carlsen's face. Redonka bunker. That's what's going on right now.
Bishop d6, population Magnus Carlsen. No, that didn't make any sense.
That didn't make any sense, but you're pushing, you're trying to keep pace with the awkward cringe that I bring, and I appreciate that. That did not go well.
No. And Magnus picks up right where he left off.
Yep. And Magnus, by the way, note that this is a 12-game lead, but Magnus isn't, there's no bong cloud here. There's no tomfoolery, no ballyhoo, right? No unnecessary shenanigans. He's still playing mainstream openings and intends to crush the joy out of his opponent currently. He's not going to let this slip.
No, and it's not because he has a vengeful streak or he takes pleasure in rubbing it in. Magnus is not like that as a person. But as I was saying earlier, when he had, that 3 or 4 point lead, Magnus is a scientist, right? He strives for perfection, and he doesn't care about the situation in the match. He could be up 68 points, and he would be playing the same way. That's one of the many, many things that make him the terrifying opponent that he is.
Yep. And he has a long history of doing it. Often refer to it, usually when we're covering, classical chess, that everyone remembers as he was moving up the ranks, when he had already clinched the Sinkfield Cup, and then he played for the win against Levana Ronin in that last round. And we remember just being like, wow, this is just ruthless. So many people, Danya, would have just taken the draw, right?
Yeah.
And again, that's the type of attitude that he applies to classical chess. He applies it here to speed chess. And it's just, it's brutal at times if you are on the receiving end of it. And so you feel for Wesley So, he's a great player. One of the very few who can go toe-to-toe with Magnus Carlsen, but today is not that day.
Well, Magnus Carlsen's form today was reminiscent of his form against Nepo with one difference. He eliminated virtually all blunders. Magnus Carlsen has not committed, in my memory, a single one-move blunder or one-move tactical mistake in this entire match. And that's why he beat Nepo by something like 11 points. Those are the additional points he's making up against Wesley. When Magnus Carlsen doesn't even give you that, I realistically think only Hikaru has a chance against him.
Yeah. Agreed Town again. We've been living in Agreement Town.
We have
this event. Population is getting bigger. There's a lot of people in Agreement Town with
There's
us.
a post office and a convenience store now. It's growing. It's
exactly,
it's
right?
like a boom town.
We're setting things up for success here. There's rumor about a Chipotle coming in. Maybe even a Costco if we're lucky. Agreement Town is booming for me and Danya. Life is good.
Chipotle coming to town would be amazing.
Costco? You like Costco?
I don't, but there's someone in my immediate family who does.
Who loves Costco?
I would let you fill in the blank as to who it might be.
I am a Costco. Costco is an enjoyable experience.
Listen,
it's funny because I feel the opposite of IKEA. IKEA, I'm convinced, is the doorway to the underworld. Like, I believe if you take one wrong turn on some aisle in IKEA, you're not setting up furniture. Like, you are in purgatory one step away from the devil himself. So be careful when you go to IKEA. I'm not a fan.
Danny, I'm getting some bad vibes from you. I don't like, I think you have a bad IKEA in mind. But I like driving to that other store. But because of all the traffic in the parking lot, it really comes at a big Costco.
I knew I had to keep you on track because you are the one commentator that Hess warns me about when he's like, Danya is the only one who can take you to the next level with awkward shit. It's just like
for good reason.
Okay, table-based eval bar says draw.
God, I am partial to the lingonberry jam at IKEA. That's really the only reason I would ever go there. There's that lingonberry jam that I highly recommend to anybody who likes sweet and savory mixes.
Okay. I actually have never tried it, so I feel like maybe I need to have this experience to change it. But I'm not a big fan of Swedish meatballs. Shout out to production working super hard behind the scenes.
Oh, no.
We had a
win again. And the knight is not going to manage the task of stopping the pawn. King E3. And he just flags.
I don't even need to use it, but I will. When it comes to stopping past pawns, Danya, knights are donkeys. No piece feels like more of an ass when it comes to stopping past pawns.
Especially corner pawns, Danny. The A pawn is the knight's kryptonite.
Yep.
It is the biggest Achilles heel of the knight, and Wesley is. I don't even want to say on tilt. I'm not getting those kinds of vibes. He's just demoralized, for lack of a better word. He's just thoroughly worn out by the labors of facing Magnus Carlsen when you're getting blown out, and the match seems to drag on forever.
Again, Agreement Town, population us, but don't go anywhere, everybody. We're going to have some more fun bullet moments, as you know, and then an interview with Magnus Carlsen. By the way, you said we hadn't seen a blunder. That was the first one on the board. Magnus plays Queen B3 and blunders a piece.
And look at Magnus' reaction. It's not exaggerated.
Frustrated.
He's genuinely frustrated.
He's up 1.5 million games, but he's pissed after that move. And it is literally the first double question mark, the first blunder we've seen Magnus make in the entire day.
That's crazy. I mean, and the game is not over, by the way. He manages to garner 2 pawns for the piece. That was inaccurate right there by Wesley, who could have played knight takes E3. Now, queen takes E5 runs into B3, and Magnus needs to try to keep his queen side intact, maybe even play B4 and quickly try to push A4 and B5. He's not going gentle into that good knight. He might be down up 13. He might be going to the good knight pub if he loses this game, but he's going to try to prevent that from happening.
Yep. He might go to the good night pub if he wins this game, right?
Exactly. Either way.
Quietly.
You don't need an excuse to go to the good night.
Exactly. There's Magnus is going to make this tricky, and especially with time pressure being mutual, which is where we're headed here. I mean, okay, Wesley also has an edge there, which is important. But Magnus not happy, does not want to lose this game, hoping for a swindle, but Wesley doing a very good job of converting, and I want the victory. I want the doubly so, right? Wesley for a reason. Give me the dub.
Oh, okay. I just got that. I forgot what his first name was. Very good. Very good fun, Demi.
I'm here to help you out. I'm going to keep driving home bad humor until either chat like really freaks out or you acknowledge it. So I got your back, bro. We're good. Yeah.
I approve of this pun. This was a very good pun, Danny.
Okay. All right, doubly so. Let's go get a win.
This one's over.
He should convert. He's up a piece.
He's up a full piece, and he's going to win the C5 one. That might trigger resignation.
Yeah, if C5 falls, the rooks are traded. Simplification killed the Magnus, right? And get some pieces off the board, and this one wins itself. Do not repeat for a draw. Okay.
Oh,
he's going to play Rookie 6. Yeah, he's going to play Rookie 6.
But he keeps procrastinating on the task of winning that C5 pawn. I thought King E6 there.
Dude, if you repeat,
careful.
You're going to get a draw.
Oh my gosh, I thought this was a repetition.
I thought that was 3 times.
It's only because White's king is on H3 rather than G3.
Oh my God, I was going to say the exact things. You said it faster than I could. It was the exact same position besides the White king not on the same square. And it was the exact same position 3 times. But that one check by Wesley saved it. Heads up play by him.
Magnus is like that big boss who keeps fighting, even though his head has been chopped. It doesn't matter. He will keep fighting and fighting and fighting. And King G6 there would have given up a piece. Oh, he blundered mate it 2, F4.
Oh my God. What? He had F4. He missed it.
But he's going to make the draw anyway. He's going to win the bishop back. He had mate in 2, but he's still not going to lose the game.
H1 was mate.
Oh my God, how on earth did he do this? I'm still just as impressed,
dude,
because he's going to make the draw.
Talk about a hydra of a monster. As you said, you cut off his head. He just sprouts a new one. That is the final boss, known as Magnus Carlsen. The reason they invented the double tap rule in Zombieland was for zombies that come back to life. And so, there you go. It's a draw. Magnus Carlsen did not deserve to draw that game, but therefore he did because he did. So, you know. Deserves got nothing to do with it. You got that one? Deserves got nothing to do with it.
Deserves got nothing to do with it. That rolls right off the tongue. Might enter my regular rotation.
It's one of the most famous lines. Wow.
Wait, it is?
All right. We still got work to do, team. We still got work to do with Danya. Hey, everyone, calm down. It's okay. Anyway, back to IKEA and the Swedish meatballs. What?
At least tell me that. What song is that from?
No, it's not a song. It's a movie. The actor who said it. First one to say the actor who said deserves got nothing to do with it gets a 1-month diamond membership. I'm watching chat. I got to give away some diamonds.
But I cut you off. What was it about IKEA?
The Swedish meatballs, I'm not a big fan, but production, shout out to the team working super hard behind the scenes, brought it up here in our broadcast channel on Slack. And production is doing a phenomenal job. Can we get a shout out to them real quick, chat? Look at the shows. Look at the graphics. Look what we're bringing to you. Are you not appreciating the content on chess.com? Because that team is crushing it. Shout out to the broadcast team. We love you.
It's easy to take everything for granted when it's working well, which it is 99% of the time. But there's actually people who are making all of the stuff on your screen happen and making our jobs easy and fun.
Shout out to production. This Bud's for you. If this show was sponsored by a company that has Bud in their name. But it's not, so this Bud's not for you. However, we appreciate you, production and broadcast. We love you. Okay. Wesley loves the idea of bringing a knight to e2, huh? Could Wesley get a victory?
Could he get anything going here? I don't think so, because queen h3 check and then bishop g4, bishop f3 was a problem on the king side. So Wesley escapes with his king, and he'll have to find the right time to play knight e2. Maybe go king e1 first and get the king as far away from the wrath of black's queen as possible.
Okay, someone said Unforgiven and Clint Eastwood. Mods, if you don't mind, let's find that person and give them a diamond membership. Hit them up with their username. I see multiple people saying it correctly now, but I don't know who was the first one to give us our Clint Eastwood reference.
Magnus is winning another game. Magnus is winning another game.
Well, and there you see the Magnus measurement stick tool. The game was even, and then it goes in his favor.
And look
at
that
the point
move.
of the line, Danya, is that when it comes to justice and in the universe and the bitterness of life, sometimes whether you deserve it or not has got nothing to do with it. That's the point of the line.
I see.
Deserves got nothing to do with it.
Consider myself educated.
Yeah. It's an infamous epic moment. Anyway, King D1's brilliant by Wesley. So let's go. I don't even know why, but hey yo, sacrifices the rook, I guess. Although that's a bit of a red herring. Brilliant there, because I think the rook was trapped. Pro tip.
Pre-move. That's a dangerous pre-move. But look at Carlsen. Even though the king on c2 was relatively safe, now it's not safe anymore. You have to take back with the king, and then black's queen is going to deliver a check on e4. We're likely to get a perpetual check. He's blundered b4 mate. b4 mate if you take on c3, and you drop the rook on a1, and you lose another game.
King takes c3 was b4 checkmate. You almost wish it happened because we love seeing mate on the board. Instead, Magnus picks up the rook on a1, and the fun continues for Mr. Carlsen. We have 15 minutes, so we are halfway through the bullet portion. And, yeah.
And, Danny, you know who had 4 points at the end of a particular match against Magnus Carlsen? It was Fabi. And the way that this match is going, we might get something like 22-4. I mean, Wesley's shaking his head. He's frustrated. He wants this match to end, but that's part of what makes the SEC the SEC. You get the close matches in the Armageddons, and then you get the monsters. And when the monsters are in good form, this is what they do to their poor opposition.
Yep. And Magnus's opponent is a monster himself in many respects. And so it's just crazy.
Exactly.
Like, one man's gold, another man's treasure? Or one man's monster, another man's friend? I don't know. I'm inventing a line. That actually sounds deep. One man's monster, another man's friend.
It's like
that
in the kingdom
some deep
of
stuff right there.
In the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. It's like those types of quotes that I really like.
Yep. Yeah. And
not
on
much
the note,
to say, Danny. There's
not much to say, although we will throw out the fun factoid stat that we've officially reached the largest lead of any match this year at this point. 18-4 is the biggest margin. Yeah.
This looks like a draw, although Magnus has won so many equal and outright worse endgames that I hesitate to forecast any potential evaluation. But yeah, this pawn endgame is all locked up. We're going to get a bunch of king shuffles here. Unless Wesley plays the move g5. The way to lose this for black is to trade the g-pawn for white's f-pawn and give white an outside passer on the king side. So if you're Wesley, just stay put.
Agreed. Again, agreed town.
Town, yeah, exactly.
Population
Agreed. He forgot the second part of that city.
There you go. We got to find the winner of this Clint Eastwood thing, because I got to give away a diamond membership today.
Yeah, there were a lot of guesses, so might be a photo finish.
I'm going to guess our audience was young enough or they didn't know it off the top of their head that they probably just Googled deserves got nothing to do with it, and the moment you do, you get your answer. I'm not taking away anyone from their movie trivia, but not everyone's pop culture game is on point all the time, as we've learned with my co-host.
I feel like Magnus might play f5 or something. I mean, you actually can play f5, and it's still a draw. In a 30-second game, Danny, that's a classic flagging technique. What you do is you pre-move 10 or 15 moves, and then at the moment your opponent least expects it, you play a move like f5. So you set your opponent up for a pre-move, and then you shove that pawn through. What that is unnecessary in the context of this match.
It's unnecessary roughness, right? And you would be flagged for indecent handling of your lead on the match scoreboard is what the flag would be. I'd pull the flag out. Magnus, you're getting a penalty. Unnecessary usage of the dirty flagging technique. Although Bortnick would love that. Bortnick's a pro at that. But it's risky, right? Because if you play those moves with any moment where your opponent doesn't pre-move, then it's over. You lose. So, yeah. It's fun stuff.
Yeah. Alireza kind of also pioneered a lot of those pre-move tricks back in the early days of 30-second chess, back when I used to play these nighttime matches with him. I learned a lot of dirty flagging techniques from Reza. But right now, Magnus is, knight c4 resigns, and you drop the minor piece.
Yeah,
it's
Magnus
just going off the rails.
Yeah, Magnus was hardly happy about that himself, or at least he appeared to be slightly dejected. And there you go. The lead is 19.5 to 4.5.
Let me ask you this, Danny. Has Wesley won 2 games this whole match? How many games has Wesley won? The fact that we can't even remember, I think, speaks volumes about the course of this match.
Yeah. All right, we have our winners. Dubik on Twitch and Factor is here on YouTube. You each get a 1-month diamond membership. Reach out to Ahmad, give him your username. Yeah, he hasn't won in a while. And again, we know that, and it's hard because you keep talking about it. It feels like we're adding insult to injury. But Wesley knows this isn't his best day. At this point, he's being a professional, which is finishing the match clock.
Oh. Queen F4, Queen B4, and you can't touch the rook.
Yeah, and you can't touch the rook.
Because of the windmill. You take the bishop on C8. Can we? Well, nah. It's in a blitz. I'd show the game, the line with knight takes C8, but it's a moot point right now. Magnus is going to support his knight with rook D1 and bishop F4, and he's winning again.
Yeah, or that would have been better.
Back to agreed town. B5 maybe. I would go B5 and B4 and try to separate the queen from the knight. I think that's Wesley's only chance. But look at the clock situation. He's down 30 seconds. And, knight. Oh, no. That's not going to cut it.
See it.
That's another loss. That's a KO.
Now knight takes C8 is a threat, which forces the exchange. And with it, the resignation. Another game in the books for Magnus Carlsen. We have 9 minutes and some odd seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very similar to the Magnus Fabi match, and I remember feeling these feelings in the home stretch of that match, where, from Wesley's perspective, it just doesn't end. You just have game after game and loss after loss, and eventually you almost become numb to it because you've already accepted that, yes, I'm going to get completely blown out this match, but it doesn't really make it any easier. It's still just as painful. It's still just as saddening. It's not the fact that you lost to Magnus, which is understandable. It's a way that you've lost and all the blows that you had to suffer throughout the match. We feel for Wesley. This is really, really tough.
Yep. Yeah, apparently we're updating who actually got it. So don't stress. I know everyone wants those diamond memberships. If it was a photo finish, we'll give away 2 on Twitch. So everyone relax. Our mods are going to find it. I'm sorry, back to this. It's also 1 a.m. for both players, by the way. Local Berlin and Oslo time. So our players are up late to make this thing happen. We appreciate that.
Well, Magnus usually plays that second title Tuesday, so for him, I think 1 a.m. is early days. It's just when the
Speaking
day.
Of which, when does the next
begins.
title Tuesday start? Are we there?
Well, it's 7 Eastern. We're not only are we there, we've already finished it.
we just finished it, and so yes, there is another title Tuesday that also happened today. All right,
2 of them.
Well, this looks like maybe some outside. Nope, no real chances to get anything.
I mean, maybe I would prefer white here because the A pawn, black's A pawn, is on a dark square, so it's more targetable by white's bishop, as you're indicating. The problem is bishop A3 and bishop B4, an excellent defensive maneuver for Carlsen. Bishop C5 here would blunder to rook C8. So you can definitely find a way to lose this if you're Wesley. I think he's going to go bishop C5 now, but Magnus can support his bishop with rook to B1 or even rook to A1.
Yeah, rook A1 is a fun way to do it, although it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Little Chekaruski on C8.
Okay.
Sorry for that. We're just playing lines in our head here, everyone, but that was a fun little way to lose. Instead, we get a bunch of passers, a bunch of queens. This is just good old-fashioned family fun right here, right? And this is just, you lose a queen, you get a new one. NBD.
Jesus. I don't think Magnus could lose a game if he tried.
Six and a half minutes left on the total game clock.
Oh.
Shout out to Bortnik Chess for rating us with 106 people. We were just talking about you, Bordy. Good old pal.
Thank you, Sasha. Hope your Title Tuesday stream went well. And Magnus, a little reversal here with him playing B3. It always feels kind of badass to, imitate the opening that your opponent has played all match, kind of showing that, yes, I can also join in the party. And right now, Magnus can play just about anything and emerge victorious.
Yep.
Ugh. I don't love this for Wesley. G4 looks pretty good here for White, smashing through Black's pawn chain. Knight C4. Oh, there's G4. Look at the tactics, Danny. Knight D takes E4 is coming in.
Yeah. It's a reverse French, right? We see these variations in certain lines of the Tarrasch with colors reversed, right? This idea, not these variations, this idea. And it's an aggressive one, but here comes the fun, as I said. Good old-fashioned family discovered checking, the kind that you write home to mom and dad about and say, I got a really cool tactic, and then they're like, why are you sending a letter? You know, it's the year 2023. You could just call us.
This is Bobby Fischer-esque for Magnus Carlsen. There were only a couple of players throughout chess history that could dominate top opposition across all formats, of course, because Blitz was less prominent in Fischer's day. Fischer did this in classical chess in those U.S. championships where he scored 11 out of 11, hence the term Fischer Prize, which is that additional $64,000 you get if you win the U.S. championship with 11 out of 11. Hikaru Nakamura, he's been doing this online for many years, but Magnus Carlsen, this is what I was talking about, Danny. 3-4 years ago, was he winning online tournaments? Absolutely. Was he amazing at Blitz? Absolutely. Was he winning with these kinds of margins and with this kind of speed and accuracy in Blitz and in Bullet? No, right? This is how Magnus Carlsen has reshaped himself. He's entered the Hikaru Nakamura level of domination as we see an excellent move by Wesley, slicing off the connection between the queen and the knight, and Black's queen is going to pick up all that stuff on that diagonal. And Wesley might win this game, finally.
I agree with every point you made, and this is an improved Magnus Carlsen, as if that was a possible thing for us to say. He is, we rebuilt him, right? He is the $64,000 man, $1 million, I don't even know, but he's playing incredible chess, although as we say that and rightfully sing his praises, I think Wesley So, knock on wood, real effing hard. Okay, because I don't want to jinx, and I've done it before. No bleeping coming out of my mouth. Wesley So gets the dub. Doubly so, let's go.
That's
All right.
Gotta feel good, man. At last, he takes the win, and in very nice style, too. Rook E4 was an amazing move.
Rook E4 was a phenomenal move. That was...
The comeback begins.
Yeah, total heads-up play to see the opportunity to cut off the queen from protecting the knight, who, as Danya said, was critical because of the B3 pawn. So... All right, 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes plus remain. There's a decent chance if they play this one to the wire that it's the last game, depending on how much increment gives us as far as extra seconds on the clock. But it's been awesome. We've got interviews ahead.
And Magnus, I don't know what it is that is causing consternation, but it's definitely not the match score.
That's actually we forgot to pull back the stat again for those who were here at the top of the show. One of the really interesting storylines, because it doesn't make any sense, is that Wesley So, coming into this event, had never beaten Magnus Carlsen at Bullet on chess.com. His score is 22 losses, 0 wins, and 2 draws. But not anymore. Wesley So got his first win against Magnus and Bullet. And again, it's kind of a crazy stat because obviously Wesley is way better than losing this many games in a row to Magnus. But again, when Magnus is on fire, maybe Wesley has some bad luck. Maybe he keeps catching Magnus on the bad day. Here's another brilliant move for Carlsen. Things are falling apart on the king side after f takes e3, queen takes e3. But big moment, Wesley So gets the dub. Note that the queen can't come over because the rook hangs, and if you move the king, there's a million things, including rook to d2.
Queen takes b5. Queen takes b5. He missed it, but he does something similar. That rook is going to hit the knight, Danny, and Magnus is going to have the advantage in the endgame. I think we're probably going to have another game after this, but I mean,
seems likely.
Who holds Wesley to 6 points? I mean, this is just crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy.
But okay.
But okay. stylistically, when things are going well for Magnus and not going well for Wesley, I think sometimes the score gets even further apart than is truly reflective, right, of the player's strength. We've talked about that, right? Sometimes, there's like when it rains, it pours against a certain player. Some players, their styles are such that even if you're getting outplayed, they just naturally get enough dynamic games where more victories happen. But I think that this is indicative of a really on-form Magnus Carlsen, a not super on-form Wesley So, but it seems worse than it actually was, because Wesley played a lot of really good games, but how many games did he lose in a close manner, Danya, that we had today, right? How many games did he lose where just in the final moments Magnus was too good?
And it started as early as the first game, right? The very first game, which feels like it was in a different universe, and we are going to get one final game with 15 seconds on the match clock, but it's purely academic at this point, obviously. The very first game, Danny, was an end game. We thought that Wesley was equal. He had a comfortable position. Boom, he loses it. He saves the second game, but then Magnus had maybe 3 or 4 more victories in the 5-minute portion that took on that exact game arc, where they got into an end game, slightly better for Wesley or equal, and then in the snap of a finger, Magnus turns it around and wins. I think that honestly set the tone. And then as they transitioned into the 3-minute portion, Magnus started winning more games tactically, and that's when the real tilt began for Wesley.
Indeed.
Indeed town?
Indeed town.
What's the population up to now?
Well, honestly, I think, more people have moved in, and we're considering putting in a small airport. We're not ready for a big airport.
Whoa, Danny.
One of those airports you can get to with one of those puddle jumpers where you're shaking the whole time and doing that thing where you really try to reflect on how much you appreciate your loved ones, because you never know, right? And
I've done it once, never again.
Yeah, a little puddle jumper, and we're bringing people into Agreement Town population, us, on puddle jumpers now.
I think it's an international airport now. Flights to Canada and Mexico. It's like those international airports that are called an international airport, but they barely have any regional flights. And you're like, in the 1960s, there was one flight to like Vancouver, right over the border.
Right. Yeah, and we have since canceled that flight.
Exactly.
A long time ago. Magnus frustrated with where this position's going, by the way. Wesley is on pace to have a good final game.
Right.
We shall see.
Wow. Now he rotates the knight over to d6, gets the kebab on d7, the ice skater. And the final moves of this match, this blowout, Magnus Carlsen continues his series of incredible performances, but all of this is building up for, I was going to say the most epic final of SEC history was last year. I think that the form of the players, Danny, tells us that this year has the capacity to beat last year in terms of entertainment value and quality of play, which is saying a lot.
I think it's quite possible. Plus, it has some stakes that, I in some ways, if possible, are even higher, right? The prize fund's a little higher, but that's not it. It's that these guys have now played in the SEC, and with Nakamura winning, he hadn't beaten Magnus in the 2 finals where they had played previously. And in 2020, he didn't play Magnus because MVL beat Magnus. And so, as good as Hikaru is, there were always questions of what happens when he runs up against Magnus, right? That was the truth. And you see a confident Hikaru Nakamura against Magnus Carlsen that is just, it makes for some of the most epic moments, right, in chess when they play. And so now that he's beaten Magnus in this format, I think beforehand people always thought Magnus was the favorite in any format. Is Magnus Carlsen the favorite in the SEC format anymore? I don't know. What do you think? Maybe not when he goes up against Hikaru.
No, especially after, the BCC was 1+0, but nonetheless, every match victory against Carlsen adds to your confidence. And MVL, of course, will try to play spoiler, but that is tomorrow. Right now, today, this Tuesday, we celebrate Magnus Carlsen's incredible victory. He advances to the Speed Chess Championship final, Danny, on the heels of just an unbelievable vintage performance.
And you called it. It was an unbelievable performance today by Magnus Carlsen. He gets the job done in borderline record-breaking fashion. It was at one point the largest margin of victory we've had for any match so far this year. You feel for Wesley but Magnus Carlsen punches his ticket back into the finals with a final score of 22-7, and he wants to change that view for people who think that Magnus is not the favorite in this format. He likes the challenge, right? And almost to say now that he's here, wasn't happy then, might be happy he even lost last year. It's a bit of an opportunity to really bring the hype and the eyeballs and have people tune in to what will be an epic final. Again, okay, we should not be looking past MVL. MVL beat Magnus in the 2020 Speed Chess Championship. He plays Hikaru Nakamura tomorrow. Do not look past the Frenchman with 3 names, Danya.
Of course. Realistically, Hikaru is the very, very heavy favorite in that match. But Hikaru is not looking at that match like a walkover because it's obviously not, especially given the form that MVL has been in. MVL has competed with Hikaru and Magnus in terms of speed and accuracy. So if we see good form from both players, tomorrow I think will very, very likely be actually a closer match than some people might realize.
Yeah. Well, again, I'm saying that too because I was guilty of, in some ways, thinking it was a foregone conclusion for Magnus in 2020 when MVL shocked at the time me and Robert Hess commentating on it. And no one should do that tomorrow. That said, there is no denying Hikaru Nakamura is the man to beat, right? And he is the favorite for many reasons. And so, anyway, good luck tomorrow. Who are you commentating with?
I actually don't remember, Danny.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you can jog my memory.
I'm going to be on a plane, so it's not me. So anyway, have fun. But all right. It's time for us to also have fun. You know what time it is, Danya.
Is it move of the day time by any chance?
It is. Well, we like to call it our savvy move because it's presented by Coinbase. And if you are a savvy investor, you should probably diversify your portfolio, play a little bit in the crypto game, if not a lot, depending on your flavor flav. And we've got Coinbase bringing us the savvy move of the day. Danya, this was a game that went off the rails quickly for Wesley, but it was right here. I'll just set the tone. With Wesley finding the only way to keep it close after this night before move, he found the nice retreat and A3, and you're thinking, okay, he saved the bishop, but tell us exactly what Magnus did here for the savvy move of the day and why it put the game away.
Well, this next move really epitomizes the moment in the match when the wheels truly came off. The bishop on c4 is trapped, but if you play b5, the bishop escapes via the trade on d5. What Magnus does is knight takes e3. That is our savvy move of the day, clearing the d5 square so that the pawn can advance to d5, re-trap the bishop, and as a result, when the smoke clears, of course, Wesley recovers the pawn by recapturing on c4, but his position is now riddled with holes, and after c5, another super accurate move, Magnus really accentuates the weakness of White's pawns on d3 and e3, as well as White's lack of coordination. There were adventures, Danny, later in the game, but Magnus ultimately bags the full point. He jumped out to an 8-point lead with this game, and he never looked back.
He sure did. Well said, sir. This was the official moment. I agree with you what you said earlier, that this was kind of really when the wheels were officially off. Not to say that Magnus wasn't playing well, but we didn't exactly know where it was going to go, but this game was the first moment where people were using that word in chat, the T word, the tilt word in online chess, right? And there you go. That's what happened. It was our savvy move of the day, and want to give a big thank you one more time to Coinbase for that. But when we go to our break and then return henceforth with, we will be joined by a winning Magnus Carlsen who gets set for a final. Whether it's a rematch versus Hikaru or against MVL, he's got to be feeling pretty good about how he played today. So don't go anywhere. We catch up with Magnus just on the other side of this break.
Love playing chess variants? Or just looking for something new? Join us for the Variants Community Series. Every 2 months, we'll be featuring a different variant in a series of events and competitions. Learn a new variant and compete against other players for prize money, or just play for fun. Look for community arenas, streamer arenas, and championship events. 6 weekly arena tournaments held every Thursday will be followed by a championship event with cash prizes, including a $1,000 first place prize. The third and final weekly arenas will be streamer arenas, featuring gifted subs as prizes. Win any of these events to qualify for the championship. The Variance Community Series kicks off on September 7th with King of the Hill, where the first to occupy the center wins the game. But getting checkmated still loses. And join the Variance Club today to learn more about upcoming events, how to participate, and much, much more. See you in the arena on chess.com. Love playing chess?
Our first semifinal in the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, brought to you by Coinbase, is in the books. Joining us now is the winner of that match, Magnus Carlsen, who did so in... Well, Magnus, how would you say your form was today? What would you say the fashion was?
Yeah, I would say that I didn't feel particularly energetic coming into the match, but I did feel very calm and focused. So I thought I played really well at the start. I think specifically the first three wins that I had were of a very high quality, and after after that, the match was, well, not over. I think the match was only really over after I won that Caracan game, where I pushed the lead back up to 4. But it definitely set the tone. And I did feel at the start that he wasn't playing particularly poorly. I was just playing well, and I think after that he started to tilt a bit, which invariably happens in such a situation. And I felt that I was always really focused after, and even though like the quality of my play was varying a bit, I was always trying as hard as I could to rack up the score as much as possible. So it was definitely a very good session today.
Magnus, there was a stretch in the match where you won 7 games in a row to start the 3-minute portion. Were you aware of the number of games that you had won, and how meaningful was it for you to win game after game? What kind of feelings does that produce?
Yeah.
Or to reach 10. Just say what it was.
Yeah, I was.
I'm dancing around the question here.
Yeah, I at some point I checked it and saw that I had 5 wins in a row. And I think probably the 7th was the one where I had the knight against the bishop with good compensation, and I was where I was a pawn down, and at that point I was thinking, let's try and go for the adoption. Otherwise, I probably would have acquiesced to a draw a bit earlier.
Well, you got pretty close there, and it was definitely a show today that you were putting on. I want to switch gears a little bit. Obviously, for many people, talking about the potential next matchup. But before we talk about what it might mean for you to play Hikaru Nakamura in a rematch in the final, do me the favor and talk a little bit about MVL and Hikaru, and what are your thoughts on that match? MVL's style, does it match up well with Hikaru? Maxime is someone who's had good SCCs before. Obviously, he's the only other player to ever beat you. And what are your thoughts on MVL's chances against Nakamura?
I think Maxime's chances lies in putting pressure with the white pieces. I think the openings are going to be fairly important. That is, I mean, there were many reasons why he beat me in that match in 2010, but one key reason was that he was actually putting a lot of pressure on me with the white pieces. So I think that will be key. And as you saw in his match against Nihal, he actually had a 100% score with the white pieces for very long. So I think that is his main chance. But regardless, I think Hikaru is a pretty clear favorite in that matchup, but you never quite know. I'm sure there will be a fight.
Yep.
Magnus, compared to the same time last year when you were facing Hikaru in a final, given your dominance in online chess over the last year, do you feel more confident about your overall blitz and bullet ability compared to last year's finals?
To be honest, I was pretty sure that I was going to beat him in the final last time, so I don't think there is that much of a difference there.
Well, it's. I mean, I know. Awkward to ask if you're rooting for two of your peers in top level chess, but would you rather have a rematch against Hikaru if you had your flavor to pick?
Yeah, well, I'm still up to 1 against him in speed chess championship matches, so whoever wins this one is gonna have some bragging rights for sure. So yeah, I'm hoping for that.
Magnus, we have two chat questions before we release you to your much deserved rest. The first one comes from Walkie Bogues, who asks, what is your favorite time control in this format, and in what time control do you think you are objectively the strongest?
It really depends on my mood. So today, as I said, I was feeling pretty calm and not super energetic, and I think for that mindset, the 5-1 was definitely my best, and I guess the one that I enjoyed the most as well. Whereas, for instance, against Vidit, I didn't have the patience to play 5-1 games at all. So it really depends on the mood. I think where I have the biggest edge against an average of the field is in 1-1, but of course not against Hikaru specifically, where it's where I think it's fairly even. But for instance, against Wesley, I would say that I have a decent edge in the first 2 time controls, and then a massive edge in the last one.
Well, Magnus, this is regardless of which time control is of your objective best. I think objectively you played some of the best chess we've ever seen in SCC history today. That was a pleasure to watch, and congratulations again. And love the confidence heading to the final, whether it's Hikaru and the rematch everyone wants, or Maxime. And wish you the best of luck there, man.
Congrats.
Thank you so much, and I am happy with my play today, so I will give you that.
Good. Okay, good. We like that. All right, Daniel. Well, there was Magnus. He should be happy with his play. Wow, was that impressive. He gets the job done again by a final score of 22-7. Your thoughts, Mr. Naroditsky, on what we just had there with an interview with the GOAT, and an interview that sets the tone for how he's feeling heading into the final, being very confident.
Well, all I'm going to say is that this is going to be an epic final. And the fact that Magnus is in the final, that's not the surprising part. And as crazy as it is, I am surprised by the way that Magnus has blown his field out of the water. He's made people who themselves are in really good form look like amateurs. This has been one of the greatest displays of online chess that we've seen thus far. Can Magnus cap it off by avenging last year's loss in the final? That remains to be seen. Speaking of unmissable action, Danny, these next 2 matches between Hikaru and MVL, and especially the finals, cancel whatever you've planned for those time slots.
You have to cancel tomorrow first and foremost. Nakamura MVL is going to be a thriller, and then cancel everything for the final. Cancel a couple hours before and after too, right? Maybe watch a replay, because this is the matchup everyone wants if it ends up being Carlsen Nakamura. But even MVL would have the talk of the town, because what an upset that would be. So, all right, today we didn't really get an upset. We got a very dominant performance by Magnus Carlsen. Let's take a final look at the stats that brought this one home. Magnus Carlsen takes 17 games decisively. That's pretty impressive. 7 brilliancies and 2 blunders only, Danya. I leave it the floor to you, sir.
It's incredible. Wesley got blown out, and he displayed 90% accuracy. This is what I was saying. It's not like Wesley was losing game after game due to blunder. It's not like he was tilting from the first minutes of the match. No, not at all. A lot of the games were close, and to win as many games as he did required mastery in every area of the game. Openings, tactics, he had some amazing attacks, he had some great defensive efforts, and overall, I think the ultimate highlight was Magnus's endgame play today across the 3 segments. Some of the endgames that he put on display were worthy of great performances in classical chess. You would never realize the time control if you just looked at the moves.
Agreed. It's crazy. The accuracy level in blitz is phenomenal. That is the scientific term, I think. Let's remind everybody of tomorrow's schedule, Janya. As a teaser, as a taster, once again, it will be Nakamura versus Maxime Bochet-Lagrave. It'll be Danya Naroditsky and Casa Corley, I'm told. And what are your thoughts on that?
Going to be an incredibly fun match. Good start time, not too early, not too late. And Hikaru Nakamura, the heavy favorite. But MVL has demonstrated Magnus Carlsen-esque form thus far in the SEC, which I think is going to make this match really, really fun.
I can't wait for it. I'll be a fan watching you and Casa. Then can't wait, of course, for the final, which I also have to sit out this year. Travel is something I hate.
Oh.
But what I will say right now is the team crushed it. Thank you so much to everyone working behind the scenes. My partner, that's you. You're just
thank you, Danny.
You're so great. Thank you to our players who brought their A game, and to everyone who enjoyed it in chat. Enjoy tomorrow's show, the second semifinal. And thank you so much for being with us. Once again, this is the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Thank you to all of our sponsors. And we will see you tomorrow for the second semifinal. Until then, enjoy your night, chat. And we'll see you on chess.com.